पूछना है क्या चैट को कैसा है?
Let's go live and then ask them. और अगर उन्होंने मना किया आगे से you're never playing this.
Tania, it is already unmute हो गया, sorry.
Sagar?
Guys, welcome everyone.
Okay, please tell me that didn't happen.
No, it happened.
Wait, what? Okay, let's go. Alright guys, Sagar, what was that?
अरे guys, तुमको म्यूजिक अच्छा लगा कि नहीं?
Dude,
Didn't you like it?
one second, I'm not believing you. Chat, did you hear our conversation right before we went live? Did you hear it? Please मुझे बताओ because I think Sagar is just messing with my head right now. Sagar, you're messing with me.
No, we were live. I thought I had muted it, and then all of a sudden,
hell?
yeah, exposed. That's what everyone's saying.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the Rapid at the Tata Steel Chess India. What a start this was. Well, I don't know what to say, Sagar, but I hope as dramatic as that was, that's the kind of chess we're expecting.
Yeah, absolutely, Tanya. And today, everyone is on the edge of their seats because will the 18-year-old Arjun Erigaisi win the Tata Steel Rapid 2021?
That's the big question, and if he does, I would say that's the biggest win of his career in a rapid format.
Yeah.
Winning it in Kolkata, playing against some of the best top grandmasters of the world. A massive day for Arjun coming up, 3 big games for actually a lot of our players to decide. Let's bring up our standings, Sagar, and see where we are going into round 7. 3 rapid games today, and we will have the winner of the Tata Steel with a 1-point lead. The star of the event so far, the absolutely phenomenal Arjun Erigaisi at 5 points.
Yeah, Arjun has been unstoppable. In fact, he won 3 of his games yesterday. And Tanya, although Arjun took the limelight, it's easy to forget that number 2 spot is also by a young Indian, and that is Pragg. He's on 4 out of 6.
This is
and
amazing.
He's tied with Levon Aronian.
I mean, Sagar, if we had to predict the top 3 players at going into the final day of this rapid, I think few of us would have put Arjun and Pragg there. Many would have predicted.
I would have said Levon, Quang Liem, Vidit, because they are the top 3 seeds of the tournament. And maybe Sam, Shankland perhaps, or you could say Maghsoodloo even.
Yeah, Arjun and Pragg. Number 1, number 2 currently, Pragg sharing it with Levon, and of course, big matches coming up starting from round 7. And we've got an exciting quiz as well for our audience, by the way, something fun. Sagar, tell us about that.
Yeah, that will happen at the beginning of the second round, and it's going to be something which we all sat down yesterday and thought how to make your experience even more fun. And so this is an idea that we have come up with, Tania, Samay, myself, Amruta, and we're going to do something very interesting. So maybe after round 1, there'll be a short break, and then that quiz will be live.
I'll give you one hint though. When that break happens, you want to head to Twitter.
Okay.
And you will get certain clues there, and whoever gets it right will win something big. But that's all that we are letting on because we've just got a couple of minutes before liftoff. Sagar, should we quickly take a look at the matchups for the upcoming round?
Yeah, these are the matchups today. We have Sam Shankland taking on Quang Liem, the 2 top players here. Also, Adhiban, who is at the bottom of the table right now, takes on the leader, Arjun Erigaisi. And I think Adhiban will take it as a personal challenge to stop this youngster. Vidit Gujrathi takes on Vaishali, a very important round for Vidit if he wants to fight for the top places. And then we have Aronian taking on Karthikeyan and Parham Maghsoodloo versus Pragg.
Very interesting stuff. I think you're absolutely right about Vidit versus Vaishali. Vidit wants a shot at the top spot. He needs to make sure that the underdog who he's playing Vaishali in this one, he does score a full point against her. Now, for Adhiban, the narrative is not just about the personal fight that you're talking about, but he's got a big blitz tournament coming up. We know that it has been a tough struggle so far for him. He's been not in shape, lost way too many games at the bottom of the table currently. And I think a win is exactly what he needs. Well, this tournament is far too gone for him, but there are 2 days of blitz coming up for which he needs to get his confidence back. And of course, Levon, a massive round for him as well because he's currently 1 point behind Arjun, which means that he needs to score a point right now. He's playing against Karthi, which is not going to be easy for Lev. And you know what happened yesterday with Lev? He was winning in all his games.
Right.
And then he managed to somehow bungle them up. Very, very uncharacteristic of Levon, who's usually so brilliant in these positions. And that's what saw Arjun take the lead. So, yeah, lots of action coming up, Sagar.
I just, before we go live, I want to show the viewers a view of what they can look at right now.
Wow.
On the screen. They can see Levon Aronian sitting opposite Karthikeyan and Murli. And by the way, Tania, before we go live, I should also tell the viewers that there was a question asked on a very popular TV show yesterday, Kaun Banega Karodpati, in which Tania and Harika were the main people on whom the question was asked. Congratulations, Tania.
Thanks, Sagar. And a big thank you to everyone who actually informed me about it. We were, of course, commentating, and after that, I missed the show. But I got so many messages from all of you, and thank you for that. I'm going to catch it later. But right now, it's all about the Tata Steel. And can we just bring up that screen, because that was amazing to watch. You don't only. And there we have the fist bump of the tournament leader taking on a very out of form Adi currently.
E4.
But we know it only takes one game for Adhiban to bounce back, and you just never know with the beast when that happens. We also see a full house out there. Sagar, when I was walking in, when I was coming to the commentary team, there was not a single person there who had entered yet, because it was about 20 minutes to the start. And there were a few people, and the organizers were informing them that their cell phones need to be switched off. There has to be pin drop silence, and all these information was being given out, and you could really feel the atmosphere being set up. And then one by one, the players start walking in, and then there's a massive applause for each of them. It's such a brilliant feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kolkata is a place that respects chess immensely. I've been here many times, but this time I'm seeing new fans who are coming in, who during the games are pin drop over there. And in fact, Chaitali, who has asked us in the chat, hi Sagar and Tania, good afternoon. I stay a little far from Kolkata. Where do we get the tickets, Chaitali? It's right there. When you enter the National Library, you can get the tickets for free and you can come here. In fact, Tanya, I met a guy today who had traveled all the way from Bihar just for one day to watch this tournament.
That's amazing. That just shows the kind of love that people have for chess, to travel and to come and watch the event. But there's so much, right? They get to meet their favorite players. They get to see chess happen over the board live. And I'm not even kidding. The atmosphere inside this iconic National Library of India is something that we can't describe with words. It has to be felt.
Absolutely. And by the way, Tanya, while we are talking about this, the game between Arjun and Adhiban, Arjun went for the Petrov defense, and it was kind of this Queen E2 line. In fact, Adhiban had played this against Sethuraman as well at the FIDE Grand Swiss recently. And this line is actually a little bit contrary to Adhiban's style, because the queens get traded very quickly over here, as you can see, and Arjun seems very confident and well prepared. But Adhiban's trying to experiment here.
But I also feel, right, that Arjun starts the day 1 point ahead. He's got the black pieces. He's playing against Adi. I think his choice of opening, going for the Petrov, also says, you know what, I am okay if this ends peacefully.
Yeah.
I don't want to overpush. We've seen Arjun go aggressive with his choices. We've seen him go for the most tactical, complex lines, blowing apart Sam's position, blowing apart Quang Liem's position. But I think this choice of Petrov against Adhiban, he doesn't want to give Adhiban any complexity in which Adhiban really shines. He's saying, you know what, I'm easing into the day. I'm happy to take it slow, have a slow start. We'll see how this opening progresses.
Yeah.
But I'm predicting a draw in this one.
Too soon to say, Tanya, but yeah, that's a good prediction. I think from the opening, draw looks like the most likely outcome, but I think all three results are possible. In fact, if Adhiban gets that nagging edge which white gets usually in these symmetrical structures, he can put a lot of pressure on Arjun. But if Adhiban plays in the way he's doing right now, like yesterday against Vaishali, he was slightly better, and from there he just slid into a worse position. Who knows, Arjun may win a very crucial game, and then his victory might be very close in this event.
I think if Adhiban gives him a chance, he's definitely going to pounce on it. But he's not going to try to push it himself and be over ambitious with black just yet.
True.
And that strategy in his tournament situation makes a lot of sense. But there are two players who are playing catch up to Arjun, and we need to jump to their games. Let's get an update on Pragg's board first. I see it's a Sveshnikov.
Yeah, and Sveshnikov has been Pragg's main weapon in this tournament, guys. The Sveshnikov starts with e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, e5. And this is an opening which has been played several times. As Tania had told us before, it was popularized a lot, by the way, in the 90s by Kramnik, and then Rajabov took it on, and now recently Magnus Carlsen played it with Fabiano Caruana.
It's one of his main weapons. It's his opening of choice with the black pieces against 1e4, the Sveshnikov. And I think it's because it's so dynamic, these positions, that all these players just want a game. And when you want a game, go for the Sicilian.
Yeah, true. And I think Pragg also played this against Shankland here. And after take on f6, bishop f6, this is more positional line. And after c3, black goes rook b8, knight to c2, angling to bring the knight from e3, bishop to g5 by Pragg. And if we remember, we had seen Shankland playing the move a3 here, Tanya. But Maghsoodloo goes for g3, castles, h4, bishop goes back, and now the bishop comes out on h3.
Yeah.
He's trying to exchange these bishops.
And
Pragg says no.
that makes a lot of sense. That's a very important point that we must point out. In the Sveshnikov, what is the fight about? The fight is about the d5 square. That's the only square in the position that matters. Let's just highlight that square on the board. Sagar, both white and black want control over it. Whoever wins this fight ends up in a better position, which is why white wants to surprisingly trade off this bishop, but actually it makes a lot of sense because it's the light squared bishop that can attack the knight on d5. And bishop e6 saying, you know what, you want to trade it off, do it. But the moment you do it, that pawn's going to come to e6, which is what happened in the game, I think eventually. Hit the knight on d5, and for now, black has compromised slightly on the pawn structure, but controls the central squares.
True. So in the game, he did not take. He first played queen d3, queen d7, and now took. But I think after fe6, Pragg would be a happy camper here, Tanya, because he's now controlled the d5 square.
Absolutely.
Also, his rook has opened up, but Maghsoodloo went nd e3, and now the bishop on h6, which is slightly outside the game. It's looking at a good diagonal, but maybe has nothing much to do there. Gives it up for the knight, gives itself up for the knight, and after knight e3, I think the position is complicated, but close to equal.
I kind of like black here, to be honest. I think black should be very happy with the outcome of the opening. Once again, the fight for the key square has been won by black. The only weakness is the d6 pawn. White can go rook d1, double up on the d file and attack it, but black simply defends it, getting the b8 rook to d8.
That's what happened.
And that's what happened on the board. Eventually, black will also move the queen to f7, start threatening the f2 pawn, maybe go queen f3 at some point. And this battle so far, it looks like Pragg has all the reasons to be happy with the opening outcome.
Also, Tanya, d5 maybe is in the air, and I think Pragg is doing well. So let's go to Levon Aronian's game against Karthikeyan and Murli. And Levon is playing with the white pieces. It's e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, the Ruy Lopez on the board, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, d6. Typical Karthikeyan, not going for the main lines of the Ruy Lopez, but something more solid. C3, bishop d7, d4, and now he goes for g6. So one of the questions here is that after bishop c6, do you win the pawn on e5?
Well, the e4 pawn is always hanging. And so that really doesn't, I think, worry black so much either. Maybe taking on e4 or take on e5 first, then taking on e4, so you don't end up losing the pawn. And this d6, g6 idea, if we just back up to just explain a little bit about it, is actually a very interesting way to counter the Ruy Lopez. Because you place the bishop on g7 and it might look like it's blocked, but white's main counterplay comes from opening up the center with d4. And then whenever white does that, the bishop is better placed on g7 than on e7.
Correct.
The drawback is, of course, that you waste a little bit of time and you waste moves. But white needs to do something in the center. He needs to go d4. So a very double-edged way for black to play.
Very ambitious way here by Karthikeyan. But that's how these youngsters play. Bishop g7, rook e1, and he's able to castle his king. But after de, knight e5 was played. Yeah, that makes sense because, if you took with the pawn, here perhaps there could be some problems with the e5 pawn in future. Maybe not yet, still.
I think black just wants to trade off as many pieces as possible. Knight takes e5, you also attack the a4 bishop, and you also end up trading that eventually. So the more pieces that get traded, Black's problems are less. It's a symmetrical pawn structure. And I think once again, Karthi has got nothing to worry about, at least out of the opening. But the one thing we know about Levon, he's a magician at creating stuff in the middle game.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Tanya, the one piece that is unhappy in this position is the bishop on g7. It is right now blocked, and I think Aronian is playing against it. Just to give you an idea, if you play knight to g4, you cannot move this bishop to c5 because the knight on d2 is hanging. So let's say you go rook a d1, knight e3, and rook e3, and this is the kind of position that perhaps Aronian is aiming for, where his knight is going to take on this bishop on g7, which is slightly passive.
So slightly unpleasant
Yeah.
bishop, and maybe Black has to go h5, bishop h6, try and activate it at some point. But yes, these are the kind of positions where, yes, White doesn't have too much, but Black, it's not over yet. He's got the potential to create something. All right, so Saga, we can say that this is not completely equalized yet. by
Not
Black.
yet, not yet,
Not
but
yet.
I would say that very close. And again, Aronian will try to press. So interesting from the tournament perspective. Aronian pressing a bit, also Pragnananda having an equal position. Let's go to the game of Vidit against Vaishali.
A big
Because-
game for Vidit.
Yeah, for Vidit, it's like if he manages to win this with the white pieces, he will have chances to fight for the top spot in this tournament. Because next round, he will take on Arjun. So imagine that Vidit, who is on 3.5 points right now.
Currently
and-
on 4th place.
Yeah, and Arjun, who is on 5. Let's say Arjun draws his game with Adhiban, which is looking likely in the Petrov. He goes to 5.5. And if Vidit wins, he goes to 4.5. And then he faces Arjun. And then he beats him perhaps. Then it could be that the tournament is thrown wide open. So a very important game. Let's look at it from the start.
Sagar, don't you feel like when you have such an important game to play, Vidit should at least be pleased with the pairing that he's gotten? In a way, playing against Vaishali, he knows that's his best chance right now.
Yeah.
To score that point that he very much needs.
Yeah, but also, Tanya, Vidit's kind of strategy all throughout his last few years have been facing really strong opponents. He's played in these super events, and his opening repertoire is such that he plays very solid lines. And now he's suddenly having to win maybe like 2.5 out of 3 today.
Yeah.
Which means he has to not only change his mindset but also some of his opening ideas.
True, and he made 3 draws yesterday. So he has been playing that solid chess. But I think with the amount of points he needs, I think playing against somebody who is the lower seed in the tournament is the kind of start you want. But he needs to win a full point in this one if he wants a shot.
Yeah. So c4, c5, knight c3, e6, e3, d5. So it's the Tarash-like position, d4. And I think Vidit can be happy with the fact that he has got an imbalanced position already. The d5 pawn is isolated. The knight is coming to d4. There's a pin here. It's an interesting opening position. Castles, and he goes for the move h3, stopping the bishop from coming to g4.
Very interesting point. I've noticed this in chess. Whenever a higher rated player is playing against a lower rated player, one of the ways to actually create a dynamic position in which you have more chances is always to go for a non-symmetrical pawn structure. Not the one that we're seeing in Levon Karthikeyan's game, where both sides have 4 pawns on one side, 3 pawns, 2 pawns on the other side. But to go for something where the pawns are placed unevenly, like we see over here. There's
4 here, 2 here, and you're saying 2, 1,
There are
and
3 islands.
Right.
And this just gives the position a lot more chances to open up and for the opponent to make mistake. Of course, Black is absolutely fine right now.
Yeah.
There's not much to worry about. But both players need to play precisely, and Vidit is counting on that he will have the better precision.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. And so that's the reason why here we can count on Vidit, pressing. But at the same time, he has to be careful, Tanya. If he goes for a move like b3, Vaishali might go for d4, and all of a sudden, a lot of pieces will get exchanged.
Symmetrical
and also
pawn structure.
Yeah. So that is what Vidit, that's the reason why he's thinking, if we just go to our big screen here and try to look at them a little closely, you will see that Vidit taking his time. He is down to, what? He's taken a lot of time, Tanya.
What is the clock situation?
Yeah, I think he is No, it's 19 minutes. He's on 19 minutes.
But that's not less
Yeah.
time. That's 6 minutes already, and they're on move number 10.
Yeah.
So definitely Vidit trying to complicate the position. And as you mentioned, Black's thematic idea to neutralize all of White's opening edge is to make the move d4. In these structures, if Black gets d4, simplifies the position, nothing to worry about. Symmetrical pawn structure, pieces have been traded off. Vidit looking for a way how not to do that. And I think the two moves that come to my mind is the move knight a4, where you hit the bishop on b6 and try to take advantage of that of the piece, or the move knight e2 as well. Just making sure that Black doesn't get the move d4 in.
Right, right. I mean, the moment this knight moves, generally in such positions, the other knight comes to e4, and we saw this same structure in the game between Nihal and Caruana from the Grand Swiss, and that's where Caruana with black pieces managed to launch an amazing attack against Nihal with just queen d6, bishop c7, and then sacrificing his bishop on h3. By the way, we have a super chat here from Dinesh who says, can you tell us about the tie break rules? So just so that everyone knows, the first tie break in this tournament, if two players end up on the same points, is direct encounter. So if, let's say today, three players reach on the same points, or two players reach on the same points, then what happened in the game between them is important. If that was a draw, then we move to the second tie break, and the second tie break over here is Sonneborn Berger SB, and that is where they add up the points of the opponent multiplied by your result against them. So that is also a very interesting way, and
But
I
a very
think
complicated one,
Yeah.
because with that you never know where you finish till the end of every single game.
Right.
Because it really depends on your opponent's scores.
yeah, and it also pays to have beaten the players who have scored more points. So in a way, this is SB we cannot judge, but most likely the tiebreak will be resolved by the second tiebreak. In case that doesn't happen, and if the SB is also the same, then we have greater number of wins, and that is something which we will, if it comes there, we will see.
But Sagar, if it comes to greater number of wins, I would say Arjun has a massive tiebreak, because so far he's sitting on 5 out of 6,
Yeah.
which is 5 big wins and 1 loss.
True.
So that is the tiebreak that definitely suits him. But of course, it's a long way to go. We've still got 3 games. And one very interesting position that has caught my eye that I want us to look at is Parham versus Pragg. We've only got the heavy pieces on the board. Lots of trades have happened. White has just picked up a pawn. White has an extra pawn, but black.
Param always goes away with his queen, yeah? Pawn grabbing.
Let's see if we can get the players on the screen as well and take a look at Pragg and Parham. Maybe we can get a close-up on them. Parham, as usual, looking away, looking relaxed. Pragg completely focused on the board. Speaking of the position, let's just take stock of what is going on. White has an extra pawn, but Black's pawn on d3, giving him so much activity, giving so much play. And I have to say, my first feeling on this, that even though White has a pawn, it's much easier to play with Black, and Black doesn't have much to worry about.
Yeah, and I think, Tania, what happens if I just go rook a8 trying to grab the a2 pawn? Is it...
Then I think he wants to go queen g6. And I really don't want to give up the d3 pawn for the a2
but
pawn.
then why did he go h6 here? Could he have not gone
mean
rook
in this-
a8 directly, not giving up this square? And I think here you can't really attack this pawn with your queen somehow.
So queen b6 is the only square on the
And
board.
then- and then can
then
I
we
take
start
this?
attacking this. So then we start with maybe queen e3. And after rook d8, we go rook d1. And it's very difficult. Now you're really regretting your rook on a2.
Yeah, I can't get my rook to defend this pawn. And so that was what Parham had in his mind. And Pragg is like, I don't care that I'm a pawn down. I'm just happy with my position. I'll go h6 because the d3 pawn is right now really containing two black rooks for the time being. So Pragg seems to be doing okay. He has compensation. Let's go to Arjun versus Adhiban's game, Tania. This is turning out into a very, very equalish position.
Yeah, 100%. I think the modest way in which Adhiban handled the Petrov as well. And I think the choice of opening by both these players, I'm not surprised with the way the middle game has gone, the opening has gone. That said, White has a slight pressure.
Because
The
of
pawn on
d6 weakness. Yeah.
The pawn, as long as this pawn on d6 is weak and needs to be defended, White is the one who's in driving seat right now.
True.
And Black needs to just keep things together, play a little passive, not make a second weakness. But I think Arjun's going to be up to that task. Very hard to imagine Adhiban creating anything out of
Yeah,
this.
I also think so. And I guess your prediction is going to come true that this might end in a draw. One game which we haven't looked at is Shankland versus Quang Liem. And not much has happened in that game. It started off with the Rui Lopez. And yeah, it was D3 system by Shankland. And then it d5, knight to g3, h6, bishop d2, and he's put this bishop on c3, and black is not playing d4, because the central tension is then given up, and white is not taking on d5, so it's a very some kind of a cold war situation in the center right now.
The one thing I know about these positions, Sagar, if black gets d5, black's fine. And if you get d5 without losing material, without losing one of the central pawns, that means that black shouldn't have too much trouble. If anything, black's the one with more space here.
Yeah. So I think Quang Liem doing well. For either of Quang Liem or Sam Shankland to come in the top will require some huge
Scoring today.
Scoring as well as luck, because they are right now on Quang Liem is on 2.5 points, while Sam Shankland is on 3 points. So both of them have a lot of catching up to do. Which one should we go to?
Let's take a look at Aronian's board because something very interesting has happened. Levon, being the artist that he is on the board, his queen is on one end of the board. And I don't know what made him play this, but he's gone for the move g4. Now, Sagar, you mentioned the bad bishop. We were talking about one way to activate is to play h5, stopping white from going h4, h5, but also bishop h6 ideas. And Levon just says, you know what? I'm going to blow open the king side, yours and mine.
Tania, this, whatever Karthikeyan knows about chess, all his senses would be telling him this cannot be right. A move like g4 with really no attacking forces on the board will not attack my king. It will weaken Aronian's king. But when a player like Aronian plays a move like g4, you need tremendous self-confidence to back yourself and say this is not the best move here. But do you think that it's not good, or you think it's a great idea?
I think it's a great practical decision. And this is what Levon was making a point all the time that, it doesn't matter in these rapid formats if you come up with the most accurate computer move or the best move in the position. The idea is to let your opponent think, burn the clock. And a move like g4 does exactly that. It shakes up your opponent because you need to find a way, how are you going to react to it? It doesn't matter what the computer evaluation is, but I think this just shows the strong practical sense that Levon has.
Yeah, but okay, he's played queen e7 attacking the h4 pawn. Instead of that, maybe he could have also taken here on g4. But Tanya, I don't think Levon had any idea of taking this.
You just go h5 then.
He was going h5, and if you take here, he may not even think about this. He'll get his knight to f5. This was his idea, and the knight on f5 is a monster close to the black king.
And it doesn't matter. You go king g2, rook h1 next. Black, once again, 2 pawns up. I'm sure the evaluation bar loves black's position here, but it doesn't matter at all. That knight on f5 is way more worth than any number of pawns. H takes g4 would have been a very surprising and probably a very bad decision. I think I like the move queen e7 because g4, the drawback of that is that the h4 pawn gets weak. Now the big question is, do you go g5 or do you trade on h5?
He took on h5.
He's taken on h5, and of course black will never take the h5 pawn back because of knight f5. So the idea is to go queen takes h4.
Which he will do.
And how is white following up with this position? Do you take on g6?
If we take on g6, one way to play here could be to simply take here. I was also thinking, I wanted to go f5 because of this pin here, but unfortunately, you can take here on f5, rook f5, and then just drop the queen back with a check and then capture this rook back.
That's a very nice line.
That's why f5 doesn't work. But Tanya, after fg6, I first of all take control of the f5 square, so the knight cannot go. The rook opens up, and the queen is also attacking this. This looks fine for black. This looks nice.
It's really tough to evaluate this position. I mean, it's so double-edged, Sagar. He's gone for FG and he's played queen c4, and I think the idea is to come back with the queen. Any endgame where the queens are traded off, white is better.
Yeah, white would definitely be pushing there, especially because of the better knight and also this concept of pawn islands, which you have been talking about. 2 pawn islands for white, 3 for black, and that's the reason why white will definitely press. But what you are saying is that after the king moves away, you're going to go queen f1 and queen g2.
I think this is what he wants. I'm trying to understand what happens after queen f1, queen takes g4, queen takes e4, but it looks like there should be some bad news there for black.
Yeah, if I take here, this looks very dangerous.
Maybe you just give a check, go knight d5, knight e7.
Yeah, and then this is
And knight e7 and queen e6 coming in. This will end in checkmate for black.
because of the attack on the queen. Yeah, so right now Karthikeyan has played his king to h8, not on h7. Aronian is trying to be as creative as possible, but Karthikeyan holding his own very well. Going back to the game of Vidit versus Vaishali, Vaishali has dropped her bishop back to c7, Tania, and after b3 she's brought her rook on the semi-open file here, and after bishop b2, black's idea is very straightforward here. She's going to put her queen on d6 so that there is always a threat of queen h2 mate. Going to get the knight to e4 and then swing over the rook from e6 to g6.
You're making it sound very scary for white, Sagar. I have to say, this battery that you're setting up,
Yeah.
it definitely looks like black's way of play. She's gone for knight e4. She's preparing for it with the idea of queen d6, swinging over the rook. Bishop h3 sacrifices in the air.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Vidit to come back with the knight. He needs to start attacking that d5 weakness. And in these positions, white's aim is to trade off as many pieces as possible. So, simple general positional rule. White wants to trade off pieces. Black hopes for an attack. With an isolated queen's pawn, black wants to set up an attack against the king with all these ideas that Sagar has mentioned. I think the move knight c3 makes a lot of sense to me. You're attacking d5. If black takes on c3, you're very, very happy. And if black doesn't, how are you defending d5? You have to make the move bishop e6, which will come in the way of every single idea that you mentioned.
Yeah, bishop e6 is not a move that you want to play. And I think the d5 pawn is weak. It's a weakness for black, but black is playing around it. Black is saying, I'll try to checkmate white. But if that doesn't happen, Tanya, I think with it would be better. That's why such positions, the superior player who has the better understanding usually does well. And I think right now, as Tanya pointed out, knight c3 should be a good move. But let's see if Vidit goes for that or not. Moving to the game back of our leader, Adhiban versus Arjun. What do you think here? Bishop g4 by Adhiban offering a trade over here.
Makes a lot of sense because you're trading off the active bishop. You know, the bishop on e7 will be tied down to the defense of the d6 pawn. So this is a happy trade. What Adhiban will never do is trade off the dark squared bishop, because he needs that to attack the d6 pawn. So I think bishop g4, I like this move by Adhiban. He's still maintaining that slight pressure.
Yeah.
He's still, and look at Arjun. He goes for a counter attack. He wants to play a4. He wants to break open the position, which is why bishop g4 was important, so that the e6 bishop stops attacking the c4 pawn.
True. And also, you know, Tanya, if there is any way for white to increase the pressure on d6, it's using his c pawn with the break of c5. And the way Arjun has placed his pawns right now, b4 and c5 look not so possible. And that's the reason why black's position looks solid. There is a break of e5 possible in the position, but it doesn't look very strong. You know, black can always meet it with d5 there. Oh, he's taken on e6. And Tanya, I get a feeling that after rook f8 now, exchanging the rooks, bishop f8, slowly Arjun might be, you know, getting something, because I'll go e5, I'll block your bishop on g3.
You know, if the rooks get traded, all the rooks get traded, black's very, very happy because the king will defend the d6 pawn. The bishop will go to g7. Who is defending that b2 pawn? You know, this is a very strong diagonal for black as well. So I think your idea of rook f8, I really like it. You want to exchange as many pieces that are putting pressure on the d6 pawn. We will take a look at how this ending goes. This is going to be a long grind by both players. Can we jump to the Levon game? Because I'm finding that position very exciting. He's come back queen e2. He wants to try and get in king g2 next. King g2 is the idea.
King g2 and rook h1.
Game over, Sagar.
This is like, you know, you have opened up your king and black thinks the white king is weak, but actually he can use those open files for his rooks as well. But Tanya, what if I go rook f4?
Very important move. I was hoping you don't play that because I really wanted queen g5 check, queen g4 to trade. And now after rook f4, you have a devious threat of queen g5
Yeah,
check.
so like if you go king g2, I'll give you this check, and then my rook swings here, and I think you're going to be mated like rook h4. If you go back
Sagar
to
enjoying life right now.
f1, then I can just bring, and all of a sudden these guys are like, "Arey, we wanted to go this way. Why are you in our way?"
No, this is terrible. And after rook f4, I'm wondering what you have in mind for a move like knight g2 because that's the move that comes to mind. You need to pin this knight now because it's a fork.
Yeah, I'll play rook g4, and maybe my other rook is joining in.
Queen h3 is coming in, so I've got to go. I have to play.
F3
Yeah, this is
maybe.
not pleasant. This is-
F3, rook g3 looks very scary.
I'm creating more weaknesses with f3.
Yeah. So, Tanya, you have to be, I think Karthikeyan might go for rook f4.
I think he has to go for rook f4 because if white gets in king g2, it's so move by move. You give white a move, white is doing better. White is better than black.
I have an idea. Can we go f3?
I don't like this move because I just feel it weakens so many dark squares. And what about rook f8 trying to
Yeah,
hit
rook
that?
f8 is the issue. Like, I wanted to go king g2 and then again this idea, but you, like, when you give this check, I wanted to block with my knight on g4. So let's say, oops, sorry, you go rook f8, attacking the f3 pawn here. Yeah.
And king g2 now you wanted
But
to...
then rook takes f3 would be strong, I guess.
Rook Oh, rook h1, rook g3 mate. Let's just point that out. That is a beautiful mate. Of
Yeah.
course, there are many other ways
Rook
to play, but rook g3 is just game over.
Oh, this is a beautiful mate on 3 files. You know, usually you have like this 2 files that you control with your major pieces. This is 3 files. And if you take queen f3, rook f3, even this is better because rook h1 can be met with rook g3 and rook h3.
Very nice.
So, yeah, Tanya, it looks... Oh, by the way, some things have happened. He's taken on e4. He's taken that pawn
Okay,
on
that's
e4.
a bit scary. It just intuitively feels like it gives white time to do something.
And he went rook d7.
He went rook d7. Okay, that's the move that he wants to play. And rook f3. Karthi is playing pretty fast. But Levon, 19 minutes on the clock.
Karthi is not playing as
Karthi
fast
is
as
not
Levon.
playing as fast as Lev.
We just zoomed into the players here. You can see Levon Aronian there. Completely.
What's the body language analysis?
I think Karthikeyan looks comfortable in general. He knows that he's getting his play. But Levon is weaving some variations in his mind. You know, he's like, let me see if I can create some magical threats here by which I can really outplay my opponent.
I mean, I'm just looking at this position, right, Sagar? And he's played rook f3. The idea is clear. He wants to go rook h3 and give a mate on h1. So what comes to your mind? Like, what is the human move here for white to make?
Well, if you ask me, then I would play some move where I move my knight and then exchange the pieces.
Yeah,
But
because
then
you
I
don't want
would
to get
be-
checkmated.
But then I would be a pawn down. So let's say a move like knight g2.
But black doesn't trade then.
yeah.
Black will not trade this position because this you still have played. The b7 pawn is hanging. Your knight will come back.
Yeah, because if you play b5, I'll have rook d6 as well, attacking here, and c6. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe Karthikeyan will just keep the queens on the board. You're right. What is Aronian going to do? Does he have... I mean, I shouldn't ask courage because he has a lot of courage.
I would love this. I would love to play this position with black. I mean, just snapping up that b7 pawn when I'm going rook h3, that
Look at
is
we have
nerves.
knight g2.
Let's take a look. So rook h3, knight g2. There's just no way I'm going to trade queens now, Sagar Shah.
Yes, but also there's no mate, yeah, and you can't go to h4 because my knight controls it.
But let's
So-
keep up the pressure. What are you going to do after queen f5? I'm just saying it's very difficult for white to play. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks okay because you're not getting this. I can get my rook back into the game with here. Maybe the structure is really bad for
Oh,
black.
yeah. If I don't checkmate you, I'm lost. If black doesn't checkmate in such positions, it's dead lost.
Yeah. So right now, Levon is thinking very seriously here. He has 16 minutes on his clock. And maybe he'll come up with something which will baffle all of us.
Baffle all of us. The one thing I'm proud to tell you is that we did call out the action on the Vidit game, the plans that you were talking about,
Yeah.
as well as what happened after knight e4. Let's get an update on that. Once again, Vidit needs to win this game to have any shot at a top spot in the finishing of the Tata Steel Rapid. But Vaishali, as we've seen her do in this tournament so far, is not going to make that an easy task.
Yeah.
And after knight e4, he did go knight c3, trying to trade off as many pieces, putting pressure. The knights were traded off. Queen d6, your idea, putting up the battery, trying to set up an attack. Rook e1. That's
I'm
an interesting
a
move.
little bit confused with this move.
It
Why
just
rook
creates a
e1?
square king f1. So even if you move your knight at any point, queen h2 check will never be a mate.
So yeah, here you have, okay. Bishop f5 here, and now Vidit is thinking. I think for Vaishali, the moves are flowing quite naturally, while Vidit has to make these little moves like rook e1. Maybe next he will try to exchange one more bishop with bishop d3. But you know what Vaishali wants to do? She wants to put her bishop on e4.
I think after bishop d3, that's exactly what she wants. Bishop d3 will be met by bishop e4.
But Tanya, after bishop d3, bishop e4, can I not just take it?
Trade.
You take and I take the queen. But
No,
once
this black should be fine.
yeah, this should be equal.
Knight e5
Even
maybe,
if
or
I
knight
take,
d4.
this should not be much.
Yeah.
So Vidit has to do this balancing act where he has to make sure he doesn't. Yeah,
He's gone for bishop d3.
He's played b3.
He's gone for bishop d3, and once again just wants to trade off the pieces. I think after bishop e4, which is a very key move in this position, White needs to find something good here. Now this is where one can understand why rook e1 was played, because bishop f3 is not a threat anymore. Bishop f3, you'll simply take queen f3, and queen h2, you'll move the king to f1 after bishop e4.
Right. So this moves here, but Tanya, I have a question. Can black play the move d4 here?
Oh, okay.
This is just very crazy, because after d4, what is happening is, let's say bishop f5 is one option when I take on c3. But if you decide to take on d4 with your bishop takes d4. I now play knight takes d4. And now you don't want to take with your knight, because queen h2, king f1, queen h1 check. It can get very complicated. So let's first just look at e takes d4. I take
Rook
on
e1.
e1. Now if you take with the queen, the bishop is hanging. So you take with the knight, and then comes my queen in, rook king f1, queen h1, king e2, and the rook joins in, and all of a sudden this is a massive attack.
Wow, d4 is a stunner of a move. So how is white reacting? I mean, I completely agree with these lines of taking on d4. That's bad news for white. And the point is that after bishop f5, you take d takes c3.
Maybe, yes.
I mean, maybe that's the only move, right? You need to win the piece back. So bishop f5, d takes c3. And yeah, this can get complicated. The question is, bishop e4 is a natural looking move.
Yeah, she did that.
Oh, she went for bishop e4.
She played bishop e4, and Vidit instantly took it. And now Vaishali has a decision to make. I think if
You
she
have to
takes
take
with the
d4.
rook, that would be like two pairs of pieces out, and the knight is still defending h2. White should be happy there.
You can't go rook e4. Your attack has fizzled out. I think de4 will be played by Vaishali.
But
Do we have this on the
yeah,
board?
this is on the board. And Tanya, I have a feeling that this game is moving towards a draw. What do you think?
You know, it's not going to be easy for Vidit to control this. We've been talking about symmetrical pawns. We've got 4 and 2 on each side. The d5 pawn has been neutralized. No isolated queen's pawn. Same colored bishop. Definitely not going to be easy. But once again, Vidit will keep playing. He's going to keep playing. He's going to try. And also the time difference. The clock difference is not that much, actually. Yeah. Wow, Vaishali with the black pieces holding her own against Vidit.
I think she has to draw inspiration from Arjun, who yesterday against Vaishali was dead equal in a rook endgame as well. Took his chances and beat his opponent. And I think this is what he has to do here and go for it. So,
all right, we'll come back to this endgame. Once again, it's going to be a bit of a grind. Let's see if Vidit creates something. Let's get an update on the Levon board. Lots of trades have happened there. Then we will move on to this one as well. Sagar, but here I see it's a 4 versus 4. Black's king looks a bit like it's under danger, but I think this is going to end in a draw. I don't see white being able to create too much here.
So after rook f3, white went queen c4.
I really like this move. You know, it just neutralizes everything, all the pressure against the king. But on the other hand, black is happy as well with these trades.
Yeah, I think.
And that's it. And now just a lot of checks on
Oh, this is drawn.
It's already over.
No, I mean, this will end in a draw, right?
Yeah, white
Because-
has a mating threat, by the way. Let's just point that out. You can't take rook takes b2, for example, because there's a checkmate.
Right, right. So this is not going to happen. And here, rook e7. These two rooks are so strong for white on the 7th rank that black has to check with his rook on f1. And I think there's no way to avoid those checks.
No, he can just give a million checks and it just ends in a draw on the spot.
But
You
do
can
think-
you can go all the way. The
Yeah.
only thing is if you go to h6, for
Yeah.
example,
Yeah.
that's your idea. Okay, that's
Oh,
an
let's,
idea.
Let's show it, and maybe the game is still not over. Like check, king here, check with this rook, king here, check again, king here, check again, king here, check again, and I go here, and this is over, Tanya. This white wins
Rook
because
h5,
check.
king g6. And this is Nigel Shot's king all the way up to h6, and that's how it finishes. All right, but black doesn't need to do that. So black, let's say after rook f2, you go king. Let's say we go rook f1 check. We give all these checks.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Yes.
And now your threat is to mate, right? But maybe it's a bit tricky.
This looks.
It's a bit tricky. Black needs to be really.
There's
It's
no-
hard to believe,
It's
though.
not
It's hard
a
to
direct
believe.
draw, Tanya. That's the point.
But it's hard to believe that white is winning this. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Let's.
let's do a check with the other rook. Like let's come here.
Yeah.
King g4.
And now let's just defend that b pawn. I'm asking you, how are you winning this game?
Oh, you are like check. I'll go here. You check. I'll go here.
And you know what? If you go king g5, I can go rook g2 or rook g3 check, and then give a mate on the h file.
Yeah. So I don't want to get there, and I think this might end in a draw. But let's see. I mean, it's still going on. Both sides are fighting. Should we go to
Arjun's game. We got to
Arjun?
head to Arjun's game. A lot of moves there since we saw it last. Rook f8 was played, trying to trade off the rooks. And after rook d3, black stepped back with the other rook, probably looking at taking again, putting that other rook on f8, trying to trade off all the heavy pieces. Adhiban says, you had your shot at trading the rooks. Not anymore. I'm going to go bishop f4. Arjun says, I'm not going to let your bishop stay there. After g5, the bishop falls back. Do we have that position?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And h5 was played. g4. White, very nice move here, g4. Fixes black's pawn on g5. A weakness because white has the dark squared bishop. So making sure that e7 bishop is passive. And Arjun saying, I'm not going to open any more files, give any more play to your rooks. h4, h3 pawn is a backward pawn. And once again, what this has done is, it makes sure that Arjun can't trade both rooks.
Yeah.
Because the g5 pawn is hanging. So, yes, it's equal, but you know, as they say in chess, it's more equal for white than for black.
You think white's slightly pushing right here?
Just extremely slightly, just simply because of this g5,
Yeah, because of this
h4.
g5 move.
Basically, the
pawn.
point is, Sagar, your bishop can never get active. You always have to defend the pawns.
So what you're saying is that if I take, and put my other rook here, and then you
Oh.
take, this is just
Bishop
suicide.
f6,
Because
bishop
after
f6.
bishop f6, bishop h6, this bishop is very passive, this bishop is very active, and then even a move like f4 simply is curtains because I just take here, I have an outside passer here, or I could even start off with g5 here, which is very strong, g6, g7, and yeah, winning position for white. So yes, you are absolutely right. That slight pressure for Adhiban. Meanwhile, Levon looks equal. Let's go to Maghsoodloo versus Pragnananda's game, because that is a game where Maghsoodloo seems to have coordinated his pieces and got his rook and queen in the center, Tanya.
You know, we were talking about black having the initiative with the d3 pawn and centralized pieces, and now I look at it, white has an extra pawn. All of white's pieces are in the center. Of course, f2 is still weak. It's too quick to really say how much advantage it is, but I think white, since we left this game last, has made massive progress.
He's improved his position tremendously. I mean, we left it here, and then Maghsoodloo got his queen back, improved, and Pragg was not exchanging the queens. So he got his rook into the game, and then he got his rook on e6. And in fact, Maghsoodloo was really better at some point, but this last move, queen e5, has allowed queen takes a2. I don't know if that is a move you want to play, because rook e7 attacks the g7 pawn. There are threats that white has, but I think Pragnananda can hold this after rook f7. So All in all, it seems like Maghsoodloo is slightly better. And Pragg is holding on. Let's also go to the game between Vidit Gujrathi and Vaishali, because after knight d4, Vaishali did not take the knight. She played rook ac8 and Vidit went knight f5, attacking this bishop and also the pawn on g7. Bishop went back to f8 and rook d1. And again, as Tania said in the game of Adhiban, that it's equal but slightly more equal for Adhiban. Same way, I would say here it's slightly more equal for Vidit, because his pieces are more free. The knight can come to d6. The bishop is well positioned. He can start some kind of a pawn movement with g4, king g2, king g3. Looks good, yeah, Tanya?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think here, uh, it's sort of very difficult to imagine White really creating anything. I mean, to be completely honest, because the C file also compensates for a lot. Uh, I really think that if Vaishali continues to play the way she is, with the precision that she's playing with, Vidit's going to have a tough time to create something on this one. It, of course, comes down to the clock situation as well. She's down to 4 minutes. And she needs to be careful to not let that, because Vidit he will push. A lot of times what happens with these top players is they'll make it seem like they're not doing anything, but they're just building up the pressure on the clock. And when you fall short on the clock is when they strike.
Yeah, that's how it happens also in our life, Tanya. It's like we procrastinate, and then at one final moment when the exams are one day away and we are watching the live stream, we are like, oh my god, I need to study now. And that's what many people in the chat are thinking right now. But guys, the thing is, right now Vaishali has to speed up and needs to make her moves quickly.
Yeah, otherwise she will be under that exam pressure. And sometimes you don't pass there. So she's got to be careful. By the way, a major structural change in the Levon Karthi game, Sagar. Very different from where we left it last. We see the players on our screen there. Once again, a packed auditorium. Always a really nice feeling for the players to play in a packed auditorium. And I'm amazed. We've got hundreds of people there and pin drop silence.
Yeah.
Everyone has so much respect for the play going on there, and everybody's so involved in the game that not a single sound.
Look at this.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, that's how the people are in the stands there. In fact, guys, if you are in Kolkata and can reach here within an hour, consider coming here and enjoying this, because this is going to be going down to the wire. Because Tania, look, Aronian is pressing for the title. The game is around equal, correct? With game is around equal. But from your facial expressions, it looks like someone is not equal.
We left Adhiban versus Arjun last, and I just switched to that board. And I have to say, what I'm seeing, once again, progress from Adhiban in this position. Take a look at what has happened. G4 is the protected passed pawn forever.
But what happened? Like, did he go? Oh, he went rook f4, which was not a great decision, right?
It's a very committal move. It's a very committal move, which basically says, I'm going to defend for the rest of the game.
No, but now the g pawn is like free to advance. I don't know what Arjun gained out of this exchange. But it was also, as you said, not a very easy task to find moves.
Not easy, but I'm looking at the position on the board that we have right now, right? And White has just made the move b4.
Yeah. b4.
And after b4, Black played a4.
No, hasn't played yet.
Oh, he hasn't played yet?
Yeah, b4 has been played. But could be. And Tania, here, instead of b4, there was this very nice move. I would like the people in the chat to think about it. b4 is also pretty good, but there is one very, very interesting move. What should White play in this position? Let's see, guys.
Okay, I'm thinking with you, chat. I've also got my thinking cap on. I don't know what Sagar Shah wants us to do here, but not easy. What's your plan? Oh, maybe that. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
That's a
Do you know what
idea.
I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know from your tone. I know when a strong chess player is like, ooh, is that the move?
Then but I feel that we build this up and then I'll say the move and you'll be like, I'm disappointed in you, Tania.
I know you'll get it. What is the move?
I was thinking about, oh my god, now I'm scared. I was thinking about c5.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
yes, this was so much pressure.
Yeah,
Okay, I
c5.
was
By the
thinking
way,
about
chat,
c5.
lot of people in the chat want to go e5. But guys, e5 is possible, but then he goes d5. Meanwhile, the better idea is to go c5, because if you take with the pawn, a5 is hanging, and if you play with the d takes c5, then there is bishop e5 check, which is very powerful. So c5 was a move that Adhiban could have played, and it's a like beastly move. A lot of people in the chat did find it, and kudos to Satyajit, Van, Hemant, Saurav. Well done, guys. Uh,
Also, Sagar, just an update. I think there's something going on with the Vaishali game because the position is just stuck after rook d1, and she hasn't made a move yet, and her clock's run out. So
no. She made a move. There have
I mean,
been
she
moves.
has, but we don't have an update, I think, or do we?
Yeah, but I guess on the moves that have been played in that game are
Okay. So
rook
rook e
c
d1.
d8. So here rook c d8 happened,
All right.
and then that was not a great move, Tanya. And then here Vidit played rook takes d8, rook takes d8, and knight g3, and he's attacked this pawn on e4.
And this is bad news. This is bad news because the only way to defend this pawn is a very passive move like rook e8. And if you make that, white goes rook d1 and completely dominates the position. Compare the pieces. So I think Vaishali, it's already time to think about sacrificing that pawn. But then that's already not looking good for black. And
She did that. Actually, she went rook d3 here, and Vidit has brought his bishop back to e1.
okay, that was a very quick collapse, I have to say, out of the position. Rook c d8, a very surprising decision by Vaishali.
I think the moment where things really changed was rook c d8 here by black. In fact, if Vaishali went g6, Tanya, and then after knight d6 took the bishop and then played rook c d8, this is much better, because with the knight gone, the e4 pawn is no longer such a weakness.
Definitely better than what happened in the game, but once again, a position that Vidit will play forever because that bishop on c3 is also a monster.
Yeah,
And
but,
you go
but
rook
it's,
d1.
yeah, rook d1 takes, and rook d8, and yeah, maybe slightly better for white here, but closer to a draw.
Definitely.
Here after bishop e1, I
This is
think
busted.
this
is busted. You just can't. I mean, it's a very, very healthy pawn. And
she went g6.
I
With it took the pawn.
don't
and
think that
f5.
she'll survive this one.
Yeah, you think it's over?
Vidit's going to convert this.
Yeah.
Vidit's going to convert this.
So with it, if he wins this, he will move on to 4.5 out of 5. Meanwhile, Adhiban is pressing against Arjun Erigaisi, because there after b4, we have had some moves that have happened. Tanya, he took ab, bishop b4, c5 had been played in that game, and then bishop d2, bishop to g5. Now, in this position, Adhiban went rook a3, king b7, and then the move f3 has been played. And guys, this is the position on the board right now. And let's just have a look at.
Also, an interesting endgame, an interesting rook pawn ending in the Lev Karthi game. Okay, let's just stick to this one for a little bit. See both the players. This is if Arjun is not able to hold this, that is going to be a rough start.
Yeah.
A very rough start. Losing to Adhiban, who's been out of form. Not just that, he could potentially lose his lead if either Pragg or Levon score. Let's take a look at the position that we have.
Look at Karthikeyan's time. He has only 18 seconds left on the clock. And right now, this is the position on the board. He's played his rook to b4, attacking the c4 pawn. And the c6 pawn is weak. What do you think, Tanya? Like king takes c6, rook c4. It should be a draw, no?
You know, it's he goes
He push-
c5.
he
He's
pushes
not going to
c5.
give the c4 pawn, and I like that because now black has to try and take the
No,
a5
but
pawn.
let's go rook b5.
Yeah, rook b5. king takes c6,
Rook
rook
takes
takes
A5.
a5, and king b6. You've got rook b5 check.
Yeah.
Very important, because otherwise it would attack.
goes
He's gone,
rook A4.
which is also fine. The idea is the same. Yeah, you want to take king c6, rook a5. Levon trying to create a mess in the position, but it might just be too late. I think after king c6, it's still not over, Sagar. He's gone for it. Rook takes a5. Now king b6 doesn't work, but what happens after a move like rook to g8 check? You have to go
King
king
A7.
He starts with king d6. He starts with king d6. My only worry is that the
thing
rook
is,
on a5.
Tania, if the A pawn wasn't here, this should be a draw anyway, right? I don't think there's any problems. If you give a check on G8, king A7, yeah, he gives a check.
He's going
and
to
look
go
at
C.
Levon, he's playing quickly because Karthikeyan has only 28 seconds. And now C6.
c6, he goes
But you
for
go
it.
give a check.
King c7.
And now king C7, you take the long side with rook H1.
Rook
and I
d8.
think
He's gone king c7. Rook h1. There'll
that's
be
a
rook
draw.
d8.
Rook D8.
It's a theoretical draw, but practically needs to be played
No,
out.
I think Karthikeyan is very good at this stuff.
Because very often the black king needs to move king a6, king a7. I don't know if it makes a difference that black's pawn is on a6. These rook pawn endings are insane.
Okay, maybe. If this is the case that A6 pawn is the reason for black's defeat, then A5 move. That's what I don't know.
I have no idea. I have
Yeah.
no idea how this endgame is going to go. He's
No,
gone
but
a5.
this looks like a draw.
A5 needs to be played here to vacate that square, also create play. The point is that now, at some point, white needs to go king c8. But the moment white plays the move king c8, black actually just keeps advancing the pawn.
Yeah.
All right, and what else is going on our other board, Sagar? What is the
Which one
update on
should
the
we, should we
Adhiban?
look at?
Can we take a look at the Adhiban Arjun game? Because I think we've got some progress there.
Yeah, let's have a look at Adhiban. We have the face cams here and the game that yeah, let's also get the board here.
And
Ooh,
look at
another
that.
rook endgame.
He's getting to the h3 pawn, but Adi has got two connected pass
Two
pawns.
pass pawns.
Now, once again, we don't have an evaluation bar with us. We don't know what the engine says, but looking at this position,
white is better.
White should be winning this.
Winning maybe a bit too much, Tanya, because in a way after I take on h3, the pawn is pinned, but yeah, white should be better.
I mean, I think it should be very close because you can also go king c4, get out of the pin, start pushing these pawns. And I think Arjun needs a bit of luck to survive this one.
Well, he has 5 minutes, and if Adhiban wins today, guys, what a victory that would be, Tanya. All through the tournament, not a single win, and then you come out and just beat the leader.
So he's going to take on h3 now. And what's the idea of g4? Because
Rook g4?
no,
Oh,
then you take f3 with a check and you
Yeah.
come back.
So,
Also, there's rook
oh,
g3.
did he just...
No, that's fine. This is fine. Now he's going to go king c4. That's his idea.
But then rook g3,
And then you give a check.
rook f7.
Yes.
And then f4.
Yes. And if you go king c6, then rook f6 check. Can we can't have arrows?
No,
Okay.
right now. We
Okay.
just have to watch this.
Chat, what do you think? Do you think Arjun can hold this position, or do you think Adi will score his first point defeating the player who's most in form leading the tournament?
Yeah.
So this is a very crucial game, and the clock situation, well, at least the players have some time to be precise. This is a very clutch moment for black. So g5, once again, rook g3, attacking that g5 pawn. White's idea is to simply go first move the king away, so that when you go rook g3, give a check and start advancing the other pawn on f3.
But I'm a bit worried about the time that Adhiban's spending.
AD will win. I'm seeing a lot of AD will win in chat.
Yeah. People are like, bar. But guys, just think on your own. Try to soak in the pressure. We are unable to update the moves on the other board. That's why.
This reminds me of Grischuk's interview after the candidate. After he won the last round, he won actually the last 2 rounds. I think he beat Anish as well in the last round. And he said, you know what? I don't have a chance of winning this tournament, but I'm going to play spoiler. I'm going to spoil someone else's tournament. And is Adhiban pulling off a Grischuk here?
But look at Adhiban. I mean, has he forgotten the clock? AD, you're down to 1 minute. Come on, move. And look at Arjun. He's like relaxed.
And I'm trying to understand what he wants to play.
G6.
Whoa. Okay, so what about rook g3 now? What is his idea after g6?
Rook f6 maybe, no?
Rook f6 h3.
Yeah.
He wants to go... Rook g7. Okay, this is a draw offer. Isn't this a
What?
draw offer? Rook takes g7, rook takes h4, draw.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a surprising
I
decision.
mean, we thought it was better for white, but it turns out that Adhiban didn't think likewise. He felt that he was under pressure.
This is a bit strange actually because Adhiban has nothing to lose in this tournament. So I'm surprised that he didn't go for the more challenging. And
Oh,
there
they
we
drew.
have it. Just handshakes right there. I'm sure that's a very relieved Arjun.
Yeah. And Arjun, as always, analyzing what about
Yeah,
this?
whether he wins, loses, or draws, he wants to know where things could have gone differently, what were the mistakes made, and that is a sign of a champion.
True. And by the way, we have in the game of Karthikeyan versus Aronian on board 2 here, we see that Levon might win the rook, but at the end, the king will go away, and it could be that here, the a pawn will give black the draw. So I think this should end in a draw. What do you think?
So, Sagar, your idea of defense is to sacrifice the rook when white
For the
queens,
c-pawn.
and then the king and the a pawn will be far too advanced for black to stop, and that's
Yeah.
what he goes for. He starts with a4. The one move that you don't want to make here is a3. Don't disconnect your king and pawn too much. So after c7 is played in this position, I think black also has the option, by the way, to simply go king b7.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with king b7. I think that might just be the simplest way to draw the position.
Yeah, possibly. Right. If c7, king b7 should be a draw, but he can also come ahead with his king. How about going to the game of Vidit Gujrathi and trying to see what's up with him here? As we saw, he's a pawn up, and he's still a pawn up, Tania, and has good chances here to convert. But Vaishali is getting active. It seems like as if king can't come to h4 yet because the knight controls that square. But it looks interesting.
It looks very interesting because the knight is also tied down to f3. So white needs to get the king into the game. The path is to go king c4, king d5, king e6. You want to start hitting those pawns. So, and whenever black plays g4, then after trading, you will create a passer. Your knight will get free. But until black plays g4, white's knight from f3 can't move.
Yeah.
She's gone king g6, and I think the point is
Now
that she
king
can't.
c4.
But she can't allow the king to go further down the board. So after king c4, she just wants to get the king with
Because my king is coming to d5.
king f6, king d5, or king f7, king d5, maybe bishop b4.
Yeah, but I guess g5 is hanging. And I mean, this looks really good.
Yeah.
For Vidit.
No, it's hard to see a defensive plan here, and I think slowly Vidit will outplay Vaishali in this endgame.
Yeah. King c4 might be a good move here. And Vidit is thinking. We have Pragg versus Maghsoodloo game that is going on, and let's have a look at what's happening there.
So, by the way, in the Levon Karthikeyan game, I think king b7, and now they're just repeating. Should we just see the end of the game? And with the players, I think we can expect handshakes really soon on that one.
Oh, that's drawn.
And it's already drawn the line that we were discussing. Black just keeps checking white's king, and there's no way for white to make progress, to queen that pawn. And there we see Levon and Karthi having a little discussion before their next game. It's always nice to see
Very
that.
nice. And I think these are the moments that
We need to tell the arbiters though.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just go out after this. And by the way, let's have a game of Pragnananda versus Maghsoodloo. What's happening there? Here, Tania, this is getting very hot here because Pragnananda's d3 pawn is still alive, while Maghsoodloo, who's a pawn up, has started pushing his b pawn.
But look at that move, king h8, just moving away from queen g6 check. So black could not have taken that hanging b4 pawn because there was queen g6 picking up the d3 pawn.
Right.
So sneaky little king h8 stepping out of that threat, wants to go queen b4 next. Of course, Parham says, I'm going to go b5, not letting you allow that. But now black can start thinking about a move like queen b4. I hit your rook on d2, Sagar.
But queen b4, rook d3?
You know that's an immediate draw because you go queen e8, queen g6 check.
Yeah, I know, but I take your rook.
Oh, that's not even an immediate draw.
Maybe I might try for a win.
You're 2 pawns up.
Oh, but by the way, he's just gone rook b8.
Which is nice because I attack your b5 pawn. This is not easy, actually.
And also, if Parham goes back, let's say to b3 now, he would be defending his b5 pawn and attacking the d3 pawn.
But after queen b3, can black actually go make a move like queen to f3? Queen f3?
Yeah, possibly, and then defend that.
3 versus 2.
Oh, h5 is hanging. So,
Yeah, but you go queen d3, I take queen h5 check, and I take on b5.
right. So this seems like queen. Let's see what Parham's going to do. He's down to 2 minutes. Pragnananda has only 25 seconds. This is insane. This game is very important from the standings perspective, guys. Arjun Erigaisi has reached 5.5 points. Aronian is on 4.5. So the 1 point lead still intact, but Aronian joined by Vidit Gujrathi on 4.5. And right now we have
Pragg, who's
who can
fighting. With this position, I feel, if anything, Parham is absolutely fine, and Pragg needs to just neutralize. He's gone queen g6, a nice move. If you trade on g6, h takes g6, rook b5, white will pick up the d3 pawn and threaten a back rank mate.
You don't want that.
You don't want that.
So
he
keeps the
refuses
queen.
it.
He keeps the queen.
And that's a nice move because rook d3, now there's queen f2 check. And after queen d3, he will go for a 3 versus 2. He will simply take on d3.
Then there is no pawn coming to g6, which is kind of, sort of smothering the black king.
So queen d3, I think, ends in a draw. The position will fizzle out. I don't see anything better for Parham. I don't see a way for him to continue the pressure here.
Yeah. Let's also check what's up with Vidit here and what is he up to. Vidit's game, as we saw here, he is pawn up and he has just 16 seconds on the clock, Tania.
But he's playing flawlessly. I think he's converting this beautifully. E7 in the air, king f6. You can also go bishop g5 check.
Ooh.
And that's beautiful because after king g5, e7, you don't win back a piece. You actually end up queening the pawn regardless.
Yeah. So I think Vidit is going to take this home, or maybe he goes bishop h4.
Then king d6. Your king comes forward.
Yeah.
And there's no stopping this pawn eventually.
Vaishali down to 8. 7 goes knight c6 there.
And I'm expecting at least the d6 square is still under control.
Take on b7.
Yeah, he can just pick up. He can snap up another pawn. This position is just falling apart for Vaishali.
But do you see, Tania, that even though the move was obvious, Vidit took like 5 to 6 seconds. And this is something really cool because sometimes you just make your move too quickly and that turns out to be the wrong move. And here
Like
Vidit
put your king in front of your opponent's king. When you play too fast. After king e4, king f6 would attack that pawn.
Showed you, yeah, because you made that joke.
Thanks. So after king f6, now you defend this pawn with a move like knight c5. He goes knight c5. So now Vidit has got 2 extra pawns. And yeah, I think he's slowly but surely cruising to victory.
And if bishop f2, you have bishop c3 check. Yeah, now bishop c3 check. Yeah.
All right, should we jump to to Pragnananda's game? Once again, very important, that one. And let's see if there's any change in our evaluation. I still see the pawns are alive. So what happened? Parham is really trying. He's not going for that queen d3 line where everything gets traded and, you're like, okay, done with this game. Bring on the next one. He plays queen f3. Sneaky move. And he doesn't fall for it. Rook b5, rook d3 would have been a bit dangerous for black with the back rank weakness.
But now if I take on d3 with the rook, you will take queen
b5. You just don't allow a check on the back rank. And b6, he's saying, you know what, you want my pawn, you bring your rook out of the back rank. I want to go in with my rook. I want to go in with the queen.
But rook b6?
So I think now rook b6 is possible, and then he wants to go...
8 seconds. Oh, he takes.
He takes it because now the when you go rook d3, black will go back with the rook to b8.
Yeah, but now if I go queen f8 check first.
King h7.
And then queen f5.
King h8.
Oh, he took on d3. But now rook b8.
Rook b8, the thing is that as long as the queens are on the board, Parham can play a little bit longer.
Yeah.
If it was just a rook pawn ending, it's a complete draw.
Oh, is this?
Oh, he just trades. So he forces it. He
found
forces
the
a rook pawn ending, 3 versus 2, and this is a draw.
You could see a slight disappointment on Parham's face. He
Does
felt
this mean that Arjun keeps his 1 point lead?
Yeah.
Arjun keeps his 1 point lead with just 2 games to go.
We should also check what's happening in the game of Shankland versus Liem. If, Shankland, Liem, If we can check that game, let's have a look. I guess it's
Yes.
already over. Sam has won his game
Wow.
over there.
Maybe we
And
quickly run through it once all the games are over because
yeah,
we didn't really get a chance to see this one. But this one has ended, and Vidit looking like he's on the brink of victory in this one against Vaishali, while Pragg and Parham 3 versus 2 will end in a draw.
yeah, this is Vidit's game. Can we have a look at Vidit and Vaishali?
Basically, he's 2 pawns up. The a5 pawn is also going to fall. Black's king is way too far away. Just come in with the king with it. Get king d5. Attack that knight. I don't see how and what black is doing to fight this. I
Yeah,
don't even see a ray of hope in this position.
true. That's lost. And here it looks like a draw in Pragg versus Maghsoodloo. So let's stick with Vidit and let's see if he's able to, how he finishes off the game. Yeah, Tanya?
So he just comes in with the king.
And resigns there. Vidit Gujrathi has won his game, and after 3 rounds, because his last, actually after 4 rounds, because he lost his third round against Aronian, then 3 draws yesterday, and finally he's able to win.
Yeah.
Going to the game.
And I have to say that Vaishali, till that moment, Rook d8 had everything under control. I mean, she had played a really good opening. She got out of it without trouble. And then Rook d8, just one mistake. And that's the thing with these guys. With these guys, one small error and you don't get a chance to come back to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They are just ruthless, and I think Vaishali should have been a little more careful, but those are the little errors that you learn from. This is a great learning experience for Vaishali. Shankland winning his game, Tanya, which means he's on 4 points now. He's also catching up quickly.
Yeah, he started the day on 5th position with 3 points, half a point behind Vidit. And this means he jumps to 4 points. Vidit with this win has gone on to 4.5 points. So we've got a bit of a crowd at 4.5 now.
Yeah.
With Vidit joining that pack and Arjun just ruling with a 1 point lead.
True. And next round is going to be very crucial. Vidit versus Arjun.
And this means that it's almost time for our Tata Steel Chess India situation on Twitter.
Yeah.
Very soon for our viewers.
Yeah, I have to. We have to do a few things, right?
We do. We'll probably do it live.
We'll do it live. Okay, let's do it live after this game is over. He's gone rook to a3 there.
So rook a3. Now the king on h4 is cut off. And after rook a3, it's just very hard for white to improve. At some point, you want to go g5. But if you go g5, you trade off too many pawns. He's gone rook e6. f6 doesn't get you anything. This is, by the way, a really good instructive defensive structure. Black puts the pawn on the king on h7. The g7 and the h6 pawn guard it. And you just move around with your rook.
Yeah. This is just very easy for Pragg.
King g8, king h7. And that's what he does. Parham shaking his head. He knows he's a pawn up, but he can't win. This is just a theoretical draw. Only thing Black needs to be careful about, not trade the rook. King pawn ending is lost.
Oh, he gets his king out, by the way, with rook g3. But I also like how Parham overall fights, There would be some players who would agree to a draw already, but Parham is not one of them. He's like, let me try for a few more moves. But yeah, at some point he will realize that, okay, this, he already knows, but he will just agree to a draw.
Wow, and you know what, Sagar? I think we've set ourselves up for an amazing encounter in the next game.
Yeah.
Because Vidit Gujrathi takes on Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, that's what is the most exciting thing in the 8th round. As we can see here, we have Vidit versus Arjun. We have Levon, who's going to play against Vaishali, and Pragnananda against Quang Liem. These are the games of the leaders. Sam Shankland, who is on 4 points, will have an outside chance if he manages to beat Adhiban here. And Parham versus Karthikeyan and Murli would be a game to also look at between two fighters. Let's just stay here. Rook b6.
And White's king remains
Tanya,
cut
any
off.
hopes like rook g6 and f6 now? Because then takes and I can take on h6.
Yeah, he's just going to go rook f1.
Right.
Did he play rook g6 already?
Yeah, he played rook g6, and now if rook f1 is maybe.
He goes rook a3 check. He can keep giving a million checks as well.
But how? If you
Okay,
give
so
a2,
rook a2.
I go king g3.
He's gone all the way up, and I think he has to go rook f4. I think rook f4 keeps everything intact. He gives another check. All right, so just driving the king further up the board. What he wants to do, Sagar, is go rook a4. So that after f6, you'll just simply take, imagine black's rook on a4 in these positions, and you go f6, you take g takes f6. Let's just have some arrows. So if you have rook a4, if the rook is on a4, f6, g f6, and rook h6, the g4 pawn is hanging. So in any position, he'll put his rook on a4.
So check here, here, here.
Yeah, this is going to just end. I think they're just playing out of inertia, just making moves. And Parham, with a little bit of a king journey,
now rook
comes back
f3.
all the way to h4.
Stopping
Rook f3, putting the rook on the f file, as we were talking about this.
That's the best technique here.
And just stop any counterplay with f6. It was a nice idea, but now not a possibility.
You know, yeah.
What was that?
No, I was thinking that
You know, yeah.
if in order to
Sagar
open up
just-
this tournament, if let's say Vidit gets the better of Arjun, then they both are on 5.5. And if Levon also wins his game against Vaishali, then he also moves to 5.5. And in the last round, Arjun takes on Levon, and then Vidit plays against. I think Vidit's opponent is. Let me just pull that up. Yeah, Vidit will take on in the last round Shankland.
I'm just surprised that Pragg and Parham are still fighting this position out, because there are two major rounds coming up, and I do not see Pragg falling for any traps here. Parham pushing, but I think we're going to have handshakes soon, and we're going to have a big applause, because whenever we see a long fighting chess game, the audience loves it, and we often see them applauding at the end
And
of
look
it.
at the audience, yeah, they are all seated to their chairs. No one is moving out. No one is in any way kind of disrespecting the players. Very respectful audience. And I think when the game ends, there'll be an applause as well.
So rook c7 check, and has been played. Should we just update? There we have it, and you can even just come back king g8. You can also go king f6 here, I think. He goes for it, and rook puts. Now your idea again. Black just simply maintains. But now if you go rook f1, Parham, through all this little dance, what he's done is he's going to go king g3. Now you don't have a flank check.
But yeah,
It doesn't matter really.
I think king f8. If you go f6,
Rook
rook
f6.
f6, rook f6, g f6, that pawn end game is
It's
also
just
drawn.
a draw. It's just a draw.
Darin N, thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian chess. We also had one question from our viewers, Arihant, who says, how to register for the tournament at the venue, Tata Steel Chess Festival. Can we register and play in the tournament? Unfortunately, the tournament is already going on, and now you can't register. The rapid event began today. The Blitz event ended yesterday. Mitrabha Guha won the tournament with 6.5 points out of 7. Joint winner was Aronian Ghosh, who finished second. Both big talents of West Bengal chess.
Yeah.
And I think it was a great event.
And actually, Samay scored 3 out of 7.
Yeah, he also played really well. I think
played-
he beat one rated player as
Yeah.
well. And it was a great event. Lot of grandmasters, lot of top players took part. And that's what we have. It's like a festival. After they played, they all came to the hall. They watched the games. It was a nice thing, yeah.
They get to interact with the players afterwards, get their photograph, and it's free entry if you want to come and see the match. Of course, there is a limitation to the number of people who are allowed in. That's why we see a spread out audience here. And but yeah, lots of chess going on here at the National Library of India.
By the way, from tomorrow onwards, the Blitz tournament will begin, and there will be 9 rounds of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. We will have new players coming in. We'll have Nihal, Gukesh, Raunak, and Harika, who would be coming in and playing in the Blitz tournament, in addition to our 6 players here who are already playing with it: Adhiban, Parham, Shankland, Liem, and Aronian.
And you know what this means with this game going on endlessly? I'm sure it's causing a lot of anxiety to the other players, especially Arjun,
Why?
who's got this because they just have to wait, right? The games can't start. There's going to be a bit more of a
But anyway,
delay.
it starts at 3:30, right? They'll draw at 3:29,
But
and then Pragg will get 1 minute and Parham as well. And
I think it might cause a little bit of a delay to start the second game.
no,
No, they will start on
yesterday
time.
Vidit came here
And there we
after.
have it. There
Oh,
we
they
have it.
drew. They drew. So
There we have it.
they
So
have 12 minutes, and look at the audience there. Can we hear the applause, Tani?
let's see if we can. And there we have it. Well, probably not. Or maybe we just get that at the end of the day as well, because I'm looking at the audience right now. They're so, it's also a short break for them. They have to come back in 10 minutes. And we see Parham analyze with Pragg, see where he could have missed something. But I think Pragg always, despite being a pawn down, always had the initiative and the counterplay because of that very strong d3 pawn attack on the f2 square. And he just kept his cool and played it beautifully with the black pieces. Now, this means we've got a very crucial penultimate round coming up. Just 2 more games to go to decide who is the champion, the winner of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. And right now, looking super strong at the pole position is Arjun Erigaisi with a 1 point lead and just 2 games remaining. He's played spectacularly, and I think it's been amazing to see the kind of support he's had from fans here.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
completely deserved.
People are just so happy that a young talent is doing so well, and I've seen like everyone being tremendously appreciative and supporting Arjun. By the way, these are the results, guys. Shankland beating Quang Liem, Adhiban Bhaskaran drawing his game with Arjun Erigaisi, Vidit Gujrathi beating Vaishali, Levon Aronian drew with Karthikeyan, Parham Maghsoodloo drew with Pragnananda. So these are the results of the round. And Tania, this is very interesting. You're going to do some.
So I think it's the moment. I think this is the moment of truth. We've been talking
Guys,
about.
don't go away.
Yeah, you don't want to leave this. We've got about 10 minutes, and there we have a little fun quiz planned for our
post it
audience. So yeah, I'm about to. So
You
first,
have to tell me what I have to also.
yeah. So guys, Tata Steel Chess India, Sagar, Amrita, Samay, and myself, we are posting something
I think
on
Sagar
Twitter.
and maybe Chess Base India, yeah? I don't know.
Maybe from Chess Base India,
I'll
yeah.
tell you where is it.
Maybe
Yeah.
Chess Base India and Chess Base India clips. Do you have a Twitter account yet already, by the way?
Not yet for clips.
Oh, well, that's coming in soon, I'm pretty sure. So we are going to be, so maybe on Chessbase India,
Yeah.
we are going to post something on Twitter. What you have to do is go on Twitter, take a look at our last post. Now, I know that Tata Steel Chess India has already posted it.
Oh, they posted.
So 5 tweets are coming up. There's a little hint, a clue that's there, a bit of a pattern, Sagar. And you guys have to give us the answer. What is the clue? What is the answer to this? Give us that answer. Tag Tata Steel Chess India. Hashtag TSCI quiz. I think Tata Steel's
Yeah.
done it. I'm going to just do mine.
Okay,
Let
yeah.
me just do it as I'm talking to you. And I hope I'm doing the right one. I think so.
You tell me. Okay, guys. Go to Tata Steel Chess India. Follow that page as well. And try to see their post. What is there?
Okay, I'm done with mine. So their last tweet, check that out. My last tweet, check it out. I'm gonna tweet from.
Yeah.
This is a big moment. I'm tweeting from Chessbase India, guys.
Please do the honors.
So and then we tag. So remember to write your answer. Tag Tata Steel
Chess India.
Chess India and hashtag very important.
TSCI quiz.
Because that's how we're going to pick our winner. TSCI quiz. And I think we just tweeted. We have to tell Amrita and Samay. We've got
So what
2
they
more
have to
tweets.
do is you have to look at all those tweets and try to find what is the common connection there, or what is the thing.
I'm going to call,
which-
let's call Samay and see if he's tweeted it.
It's something related to chess. And
So we've got 2 more clues remaining.
yeah,
We've got 2 more clues remaining. I don't know if he's around, if he can join us.
maybe he can. I'll also ask Amrita if she's
Okay,
done
let
it.
me call Amrita. He's not answering.
She's here.
Can you switch on chat, Sagar, before you go?
Which chat?
I mean, so that I can at least see what's going on and if
Sure.
anyone has any questions.
Hmm.
Okay, if you find both of them, you know what they have to tweet, right? I'm
What
messaging
did you tweet?
I'm
What
WhatsApping
did you tweet?
I can't tell you what I. Oh,
No, no,
I
no.
tweeted Indigo.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just WhatsApping you what they need to tweet. So guys, three clues are out already. And Abhinav, thank you so much. Great commentary. Chess players are learning from each other. What you both are learning from each other. Love the coverage. It's been fantastic, honestly, doing this. The games have been so exciting, entertaining, turnarounds, unexpected results. And as a commentator, what more can you ask for? You guys have been an amazing audience as well. Once more, go on to Twitter right now, and there's a really cool prize to be won. I don't know if you mentioned that, but you will get the autograph of every single player here playing, as well as Vishy Anand's autograph on the Chess Base India official merch. So definitely go on and check out these 5 Twitter accounts. There's a clue in each of them. And I don't know if these two have tweeted already or not. Amrita's done it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and what about Samay? Okay. So we have all of them alive. All of them alive. So that's what's happening. Remember to tag Tata Steel Chess India with hashtag TSCI quiz. Okay.
So,
And
did
we'll
you tell
probably
them the
announce.
prize?
I did. I did. Big prize with the autographs of everybody who's present here. And
Guys, this is the book that you would get, and on the first page of the book is this page, beautiful page, and on that you will have signs of all the players of this tournament, and then you can use this book, which has an orange color pages, white color and green color like the Indian flag, and use it for your chess practice or for anything. And then you can always turn around and go, ooh, all the top players here.
yeah, it'll be a very inspiring notebook.
Yeah.
Because you will have all these brilliant players, their signatures, and a really beautiful notepad. So I think we're giving out 2 of these, Sagar.
No, there'll be one.
Okay, there's one winner.
There's one, and if guys, you need to write hashtag TSCI quiz and tag Tata Steel Chess India page, and one of you will be chosen as the winner, which Samay will do.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the winner is being picked by Samay and Amrita. I think they're the ones who are deciding who wins. And of course, the big prize is the autograph and the book. So yeah, don't forget to tag, because the winners will only be chosen, the ones I think who tag and who do the hashtag of Tata's TSCI quiz. All right, we will announce the winner after the second game, before the start of the final
Acha.
round.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the standings currently, Sagar. We've got about 4 minutes to lift off.
Yeah, let me just try to pull up the standings, Tania.
Once again, it's on Twitter. So go to Twitter, the 5 accounts that we mentioned: Chess Base India, Tata Steel Chess India, my account, Sagar, Amrita's account, Samay's account, and the clues are all in that. So round 7 is about. Round 7's ended. Round 8 is about to start, the penultimate round. Do we have the standings with us, Sagar?
Right, we have it with us, and these are the standings right now that we have on the screen. Arjun Erigaisi is the sole leader with 5.5, but by a full point. Levon Aronian is on number 2 position with 4.5. Pragg with 4.5, Vidit with 4.5 as well. So you see, Tania, tie break 1, because all 3 players have 4.5. Levon has the advantage there because he has already beaten Vidit. And Pragg has drawn, I think, against both of them. And Vidit, and so that's how, when 3 people are tied, you have to look at each other, how they have played against each other. Shankland is on 4, Maghsoodloo on 3.5, Karthikeyan on 3.5, Quang Liem on 2.5, Adhiban on 1.5, and Vaishali on 1.
All right, so that is our leaderboard. That's the situation going into this second last round. Can we also take a look at the matchups that are coming up, Sagar?
Yeah, let's have a look at the matchups that we have.
So super crucial games here, and I think it's going to be all eyes on Arjun Erigaisi's board, on Praggnananda's board, and on Levon's board. These are our three big games. Pragg against Quang Liem. Now, Liem is a former world Blitz champion, but he's been struggling a little bit with his form right now. And also, he just lost his game against Sam. So, Pragg might go for the kill in this. And if he's able to score that big point, that will be big news for Pragg. We've also, can I just have a look at that? Then we've got Levon playing against Vaishali. Once again, for Lev, a big round, and that's exactly what he needed. Because he knows he's playing the underdog. He is playing the lowest seed of the tournament. He needs to make sure nothing goes wrong in this one so that he captures that 1 point. And then, of course, the big round, which can really turn around pairings here, because Vidit Gujrathi, a draw just will not suffice. He needs to go for blood in this one. But Arjun, he has been such a star, and there's just no way that he's going to let that happen. So it's Arjun taking on Vidit in a very crucial match, which could affect the standings. Vidit, his path is clear. Arjun, his path is clear. Arjun has a 1 point lead. Vidit needs to win to have a shot. Sam Shankland taking on Adhiban. Sam has had a good win against Liam in the previous round. And Adhiban struggling, but he drew the last round with Arjun. But the way he drew, chat, I had a feeling that he just wanted the game to be over. He could have fought a lot more. He could have posed a lot more questions. And this is something that Sagar and I discussed yesterday at the commentary. He's just getting ready for the blitz. I think the last game that Adhiban had, and how quickly he just traded off the G pawn for the H pawn. That is just full of clues of the mind space he's in.
Yeah. Avinandan Sen says, really good work, guys. Keep it up. Hope we'll be there at venue tomorrow. Hope to get a selfie with Tania. Also you, Sagar. Thank you so much.
Sagar is just by the way.
Also, yeah, okay. If Sagar is
around, then maybe. Avinandan, thank you so much. And of course, Sagar, we've been meeting the audience as much as we can, as closely as we can after the games are over, which is around 6:45. But the last round, very crucial round 6 to 7. And after that, usually we do go, the players also get to interact a little bit with the audience.
Yeah. By the way, we have the games that have begun. You see over here, Shankland has opened the game with 1 C4. And the game between Karthikeyan has already begun. And Tania, there have been so many answers to our quiz. It's
really?
Like more than 300 or 400 people
no way.
have already done
that. Oh my
God,
that's well done, chat. And okay, don't announce the answer. Don't say anything because they have time until the end. And chat, I'm going to try and convince Sagar to make that 2 prizes instead of 1. It also, of course, means that we have to get the autographs of everybody on the second notebook as well. But if we have a lot of our audience that's participated, maybe that's something to think about.
Yeah, sure, Tania.
And one Samay can pick up, one Amruta can pick up. 2 winners. I think I've convinced him by saying Amruta gets to pick 1 winner. His heart is melting. All right, what is the chess action now? Do we have liftoff?
Yeah, we have. And I'm just trying to get the games. I think there is some sort of a error in our broadcast board, but we'll try to get all the games.
Should we also get a chat poll on this one?
Yeah.
On our top board with the leader of the tournament who has played phenomenal chess here. Absolutely amazing stuff by Arjun Erigaisi so far. Up against Vidit Gujrathi. Let's get the chat poll on what they think, who will take this round. Will it be an Arjun game? Will it be a draw? Or will it be a Vidit win?
Yeah, so let's do that. And meanwhile, while we are putting that up, you can follow the opening that has happened here. It is it's the Queen B3 variation in the Ragozin, I think. And Vidit has played a very solid opening, but he's a pawn down, Tania. And I
but
think
this pawn is not, it doesn't stay for too long on the board.
Yeah, it is a drawish line, I would say.
And sometimes white goes c6 here. So sometimes white might play c6 here.
c6 and then c4.
To try and that's it. That was, they just, handshakes.
What?
Handshakes. And Arjun is a happy camper. That poll...
I didn't put up.
You didn't even put up.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to say that was slightly unexpected just how quickly it happened. But when you mentioned Vidit's choice of opening, one got the feeling that the way Arjun handled the Ragozin, both players would be happy with a draw. And Arjun just making sure that, you know what, when he needed to go for the kill, when he needed to score those points, he did it. And now he just needs to keep things under control, Sagar. He just needs to make sure that nothing goes too wrong. So he's done it with Adhiban, with Vidit. Two draws,
I'm a bit
still maintains
surprised
the lead.
with its choice. To be fair, I mean, to be honest, because I thought that he could have played a little bit more aggressively in this round because he could have fought. But I think on other hand, draw with black pieces so quickly is.
I mean, being aggressive with the black pieces, that also against somebody like Arjun, who is so in form, could be inviting a lot of trouble. Vidit is saying, you know what, if you are okay with the draw, I'm not going to push for this one. I have one last white in the last round. I'll see what I can do there. Meanwhile, Arjun looking very happy.
So he'll be like Levon and Arjun can fight it out against each other, and then I'll try for the last round against Sam Shankland. Okay.
Absolutely. I think that's the game strat here. And Arjun also has got nothing to complain because Vidit also knows that the last round Arjun is facing Lev. And that's a massive showdown.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, the game that we have on the board right now is Levon versus Vaishali.
By the way, Sagar, they didn't find the beauty in repetition. Knight d7, and that was handshakes. Is there anything to be said about that?
What does the rule book say?
Yes. But actually, isn't there like a 30 move rule here?
I don't know.
Maybe we'll confirm. We should confirm and find out what is going on with that.
Yeah. There could be a rule, and I'll just quickly check with the arbiters and come back. And meanwhile, this is the game that is going on.
All right. So while the rule book expert Sagar Shah goes and gets us information about what is the draw rule here, because we did not have. Just a moment. Yeah, we did not have a repetition, and that was a draw offer. He's gone to confirm on that. Here we see Levon against Vaishali, a packed auditorium at the back, and playing with the black pieces. He's gone for a sort of a hybrid. Now, this is a knight off and a dragon hybrid going on here. A very complex position. Levon knows that he needs to win this game. If he wants the shot in the last round against Arjun, the only way to do that is to first score with black. It would be quite funny, chat, if the rulebook strikes again. Well, it won't be funny, actually. Funny is the wrong word here. So let's take a look at what is going on in this position. Bishop e2 on the board. Pieces have been developed by both sides. We're expecting an opposite side castling. White has gone on the queen side. Black is going to castle on the king side. And then it's all about the race. Now, when it's about the race, the one move that black wants to get in is the move b7 to b5. You want to hit that knight on c3. You want to go b4 next. Develop that bishop on b7. And right now, Levon having a think whether he wants to play b5 or he wants to go short castle. Another very inviting move is knight to c5. Hits the queen on d3 with a tempo. And I think we have a little update.
There is a rule that there is no draw rule. Yeah.
So the rule is there is no rule.
So that's why they could make a draw without any worry. And
I'm certain after what happened previously, Vidit would have made sure.
Yeah, he would have first read the rule book and he would be like, okay, no unnecessary draw offers before any 40 moves, but they could make a draw offer at any point, and that's the reason why this has happened. And yeah, let's have a look. What about Levon's opening choice? Very aggressive.
Complex. Yeah, very aggressive. He's gone for the hybrid, the knight off and the dragon hybrid, combining the two ideas. And we've got bishop e2 on the board, if we can just have that. And I don't know what move he went for. So he first attacks the bishop on g5. He decides to ask Vaishali, do you want to trade? Now, bishop f6, it would be a scary choice to make. Giving up this dark squared bishop, bishop f6, bishop f6. I don't like that for white. I think white has to fall back with the bishop.
Yeah, true. People in the chat saying they had brought the popcorn and now it's wasted. And
sorry to disappoint, guys.
But I like Vaishali, how she's gone all out against Levon. And I also like how Levon has chosen a very risky opening. Maybe this is the kind of game that Vaishali also likes. Can we also look at our another game, which is between Pragnananda and Le Quang Liem.
A very important game for our standings, actually.
Yeah.
Pragg also right at the top of the leaderboard, just a point behind Arjun. And we know Pragg. He's not intimidated with who he's playing against. He doesn't care at all. And we see with his opening choice, that's exactly what is going on.
Right, absolutely. And he has, what's this system that he's played? Some kind of a Catalan on the board, or?
I'm trying to get the game up.
Yeah. So I have the games, so we can go over that. Let's have a look at game of Pragg.
Yeah. Look at that position. Look at those 5 pawns on the 4th rank, Sagar. You got A4, B4, C4, D4, E4. That's a crazy pawn structure, and that means there's fire on the board already. And you were speaking about what opening this is. It started with the Queen's Gambit accepted, and the third move E4, which is one of the most direct, aggressive way to counter the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Right, and now B5 has been played, Tanya, and this is a very, very dangerous line to play. It also shows that Pragnananda wants to fight for a win with the black pieces. So he has, played this line, then A4, C6, knight to C3.
And only now B4. Why was C6 played earlier, Sagar, is because you want to win a tempo when you make the move B4. And after B4, interestingly, White is happy to provoke the move B4 because
C4 is hanging.
Now C4 is weak. You want to go knight D2 now and win that pawn on C4.
So when knight, bishop A6, queen C2. Now
Another pawn sacrifice. Another pawn sacrifice.
He could have actually taken on D4 here, but first he went knight F6, attacking the pawn on E4. And while we speak, we have a guest of honor here.
Yo, just came here to inform you that we are trending on number 25.
What are you saying?
Wow, we're trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yes, quiz.
That's amazing.
Thank
well
you so
done,
much,
chat. Well done.
And
by the way, you guys have to pick 2 winners. You and Amrita have to pick a winner each.
Yeah. That's what we're going to do now. And already Eclipse channel is here, so come.
Amrita getting her content.
I've been like really unhappy with my life recently because of life. No, because in the room, whenever I'm about to sleep, there is a clip. When I wake up, there is a clip. There's clips happening all the time.
Learn from you, Sagar.
She's clipping it and shipping it.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye, pretty Tania. Sagar, did
Thanks.
you compliment her?
Guys, can we just do this later?
Okay. Queen takes D4 has been taken. He wants me to say Adhiban's dialogue. Yeah, I'm not good.
As chat says, the era.
Before and Amruta takes professional.
So, because Adhiban now he's married and everything, chat was saying, and I got a lot of messages that we feel really bad for you because the era of nice dress comes to an end finally.
That's true. But, it
Such is
lasted. While it lasted, it was fun.
It was good while it lasted.
Yeah.
All right, coming back to this very important game. Now you mentioned Queen D4 could have been taken in the previous move. Yes, it could have been taken, but then White had the additional option of going Bishop E3 and winning the tempo like that as well.
Right. So here, instead of knight F6, if he had played Queen takes D4, there was Bishop E3. And you're right.
Complicated game.
If the queen goes back somewhere, let's say to D8, then Bishop takes C4.
Just
And I
additional options for White.
Yeah, this is possible. But I think it was a very much possibility that she could have that Pragnananda could have taken the pawn. But he instead played knight F6, knight D2, and now took. But after knight F3, B3, and it's getting very complicated, Tanya, because the white queen does not have a really great square to go to. What do you say?
Yeah, it's a very interesting position.
You don't want to exchange the queen.
And what if you take on D4 now? If I pick up your queen, you have to pick up the queen, and then I take knight C2, and I say I won 1 pawn, and your C4 pawn.
No, you are already pawned down, so now
yeah,
it's
I won
equal.
1 of the pawns back,
Yeah.
and now I'm going to
No,
try
you're
to pick up
2
the
pawns
C.
down.
So I'm going to try and pick up the C4 pawn next,
And then you would, but
and then I'm going to say, you know what, C6 is a weakness. Once again, those positions where white is slightly more equal than black.
yeah.
Oh, we've got a tweet. Do we have a tweet? Srinath tweeted something. Should I check?
Yeah, sure. So right now, guys, the thing is, somewhere, I have always seen this when I used to play, not at this level, but whenever I had tournaments. What would happen is that in crucial rounds, like you're playing with the black, and this, by the way, this position is live on the board. In what happened?
So every Tata Steel must have an illegal move. We had the castle by Pragnananda and a challenge to the shortest draw.
How many moves was with its last draw in last Tata Steel?
Uh,
4 moves, no, against Magnus.
Oh, damn then.
And Magnus actually had an upset stomach. I remember he drew with Vidit. Vidit was, trying to ask him that what happened, and Magnus just wanted to go to the washroom.
Maybe we can get both the players later and ask what was going on their mind when they took that draw. Because I think Vidit should have pushed for the win, right? Because
yeah, I mean, if Vidit is free, we can have him here and ask him like what was his thoughts.
But I don't completely agree with Vidit. It being too easy for Vidit to push for a win with the
No,
black
that's what I was
pieces.
coming to. Like in many times in last rounds, when you go like for the win, and then like in this position, let's say Pragnananda's opening choice was very risky. He was playing for a win, and now he's landed in a position where he's worse. And now if he loses this game, his chances of playing for the top spot in the tournament is over, right? So, yeah.
Oh, nothing. I was
can
just saying.
Vidit still make it to the top?
Yes, if in the next round, if Arjun and Aronian, what happens depends on that.
But I think Arjun is, of course, he's
Top form.
he's in top form. Dude, he has a 1-point lead going into the last round. I mean, it depends on this result whether it's a 1-point lead or a half a point lead. But right now, he's
So should
definitely
should
a big
we
favorite.
go to the game of?
So this, by the way, happened as we were discussing, and we've got the pawns have been picked up.
yeah,
and
94 takes e6,
F3 defending the e4 pawn, c3, a very important thematic move here. Let's just talk about this a little bit. The point is, if you give the pawn on c4, Samay, the difference. What's the difference between giving the pawn on c4 and giving the pawn on c3?
I cannot see. It's very far away. Can you show it on this one?
Okay, it's right here.
Huh.
So here white is attacking the c4 pawn, right? And black decides to go c3 and give up the pawn anyway. Why does black want to give the pawn on c3 and not on c4? Chat, what do you think? What is the difference?
Is it like to undouble the pawns?
Kind of, but the more importantly, if the pawn on c4 falls, the c6 is weak on an open file. So what black wants to do is he wants to provoke white's pawn on c3. So that's not a
Oh.
weakness anymore.
So c6 cannot be taken from a rook anymore, basically.
Yeah, and a lot of people actually in chat have managed to find that answer, that it's because of the isolated pawn.
Yeah, very nice.
Well done. That's good positional understanding. A for effort, Samay.
Knight bd7 and king e2 has been played here. It's a little difficult to understand why this position would be so much better for white, but I guess the point is that after your knight comes to c4, bishop comes to e3, the rook goes to b1 and the other rook goes to d1. It's going to be quite easy to play as white. So that seems like a good position for Quang Liem, and Pragnananda is in some trouble. Let's also have a look later at the game between Vaishali and Aronian and what's happening on their board, because that is a very important game now. Will Vaishali be able to hold Aronian, or will this...
So what's your evaluation of this? Because it's a very complex middle game, right? We've traded on d5, so the d5 square, which is often you want a piece on it. Now a pawn is there, so that's not a weakness, but the e file is open. And also, black, Levon can't really castle very comfortably because of these 8-6 g4 commitments.
Right, true. And I think it looks like a very, very complicated position.
But
right
know
now.
what are the trumps for black? The bishop on g7, which just cannot be challenged. So that's been the drawback of this whole position, that bishop on g7, spitting fire down that diagonal. Very difficult for white to combat it. He always needs the knight on d4.
Also, do you think b5, b4 can come from black now?
That's a really good idea. I think black has to try to create that play b5, also bishop b7, developing that bishop. But Samay, every move in chess has its own set of consequences, right? As we often say. With b5, the problem is the c6 square gets weak. So you also give white some play.
But what will they put on c6? The knight?
For example.
Okay, all right. Do these grandmasters also follow touch to play rule?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
I did not know about this rule, you know. Yesterday I was playing the blitz. I touched the piece and then I, was gonna play something else, and the kid was like, "No, you have to play what you touched. You have to play. You have
You
to
knew this rule, Samay.
No, he shouted so hard. I was like, dude, calm down. I mean, I touched your piece.
Did you just have a fight with an 11-year-old?
Yeah, that's what I do in chess tournaments.
Are you hustling with little kids here?
Yeah. But there are so many rules.
No, but touch to move rule is something which is very important because sometimes you are.
But there's a way around it I found in the next game. So then what I did, I touched the piece and I said adjust.
Adjust, yeah.
So then you can do it.
But you have to say adjust before touching.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
You can't be like touch, make the move almost and say adjust and then bring it back. That
By the way, that has happened before in a game, in a top level game.
Which one?
Where I don't know, I think was it between Hikaru and Levon?
No, Hikaru and Gary. I think that was one. Hikaru and Levon.
I
yes.
think Hikaru
in the
and Levon.
candidates.
Yeah,
right?
in a very big
How many
tournament.
more controversies
There was
is
a
Hikaru
massive
part of?
controversy.
Yeah, that happened.
Alright, so what is going on in Arjun's game? Let's get that one up.
No, Arjun drew.
Sorry, what is
With-
going on in Vaishali's game?
Yeah, so Levon has the bishop pair right now with bishop on e5 here and has a good position, I would say. Although, as you said, the king is slightly awkwardly placed on e8.
And that king isn't going anywhere anytime soon because you definitely don't want to short castle. And bishop on e5, I really like it because with these pawns on f5, d5, nobody's moving that bishop. You never have knight f3 because of the pawn on g4. So keeping everything together and a monster bishop on e5. Now maybe b5, your idea, Samay, needs to be watched out for because knight c6 will hit that bishop on e5. So a complex position, but I think this is exactly what Levon was hoping for out of the opening when he needs to win the game with the black pieces.
Absolutely. And you know, Tania, I think the 11th move, like when h6 was played, this is where Vaishali took on f6 and maybe she could have also brought her bishop back to h4, keeping the bishop on the board. Because the moment she gave up that bishop, after that, it seemed like the dark squared bishop got really strong on this diagonal.
That said, Sagar, if we come to the current position, a nice move by Vaishali, queen e4, a major threat of f6 coming in. She wants to play f6 and really blow open Levon's king position.
But f6, ef6?
Can't you just take rook f6?
Yeah, but then, I mean, my bishop is still strong.
But knight
no?
will jump to f5 at some point. I don't think allowing f6 is such a good idea.
And if black goes f6, then the e6 square
Maybe
is
bishop
weakened.
f6 instead of f6.
Yeah, so maybe bishop f6 is the correct move here.
I think we can go bishop d7 with this same idea of b5 so that if knight comes to c6, we can take bishop takes.
Yeah, but then f6 as Tania.
I think queen e4, the idea is to go f6. I mean, I don't know what else Vaishali can try for. That is where maybe rook d3 is another rook lift, which can be interesting.
Oh, look at
Oh.
what Levon did.
King d8.
Levon is like
Wow.
king d8. If you play f6
He's
here,
going to gobble it up
I'll just take.
with the e pawn. You can
Also,
even just.
I can take
yeah.
the bishop so that now rook f6 is not pinned.
He removes the king from the pin.
Yeah, f6, I think even ef6 is really good because you want your bishop on
Yeah,
e5
yeah.
or bishop f6. Both these moves. But king d8 is a very arty way of getting, countering the threat of f6.
I think that's what Levon does. And you know, guys, in chess, you can have like the very normal way of solving a problem, which is bishop f6. This is a normal move. Or you can have a very artistic and a different way of doing things, which usually a player of Levon's caliber finds. And this is where this thing comes, whether a player is creative, a player likes to, find new ideas on the board. It's situations like these. And that's why we call Levon a creative player in chess.
But why is this position bad for white? Because it completely looks like white is better, no? Like king is not castle for black. Like what is it in white's position what is it in the black's position that gives it so much edge?
That's a good question, and that's the answer.
The bishop.
The bishop on e5.
The bishop on e5 is a monster. It cannot be moved away. The knight would like to attack it from here or from c6, but all those squares are guarded. And so the bishop is actually the piece that is holding black's position together.
But if you go rook, if you do a rook lift and attack the queen?
That's the other idea of queen e4. I think she wants to go rook d3, rook c3. And it's a very nice maneuver to lift the rook and hit the queen on c7. And I won't be surprised if we see it. I think what Lev wants to play in that case is maybe get the queen to b6 and start attacking the d4 knight.
Oh, okay.
Also, queen a5, b5, your idea is possible.
So that's what the analysis is. This maybe queen b6 or queen c5.
Maybe you just wait because after rook c3, the knight will get the rook will get pinned. So you can start with
bd7.
yeah, that looks like a very reasonable choice.
And then let's go
Rook c3. Let's
let's go
see what
rook
happens with
c3.
the idea, and queen b6 now.
And now I go rook d1, and maybe Levon tries to then exchange a pair of rooks. But
Alright.
you know, I mean, Tanya, this is not a very stable advantage for black, I would say. It's still in the stage where white is putting pressure and anything can happen. Let's also have a look at another game which is important from the perspective of standings, right? Which is
Pragnananda. I think we should jump to that one. Quang Liem up against Pragg, and Pragg playing with the white pieces, and it's equal material. But if we just compare the pieces, this is what we've been doing all this while, right? Look at those two rooks on h8 and e8, completely disconnected from each other. Why black doesn't want to trade on f4 is because it gives white a very strong center. After g takes f4, he gets the open g file to attack on g7 plus a control center. I think that despite the equal material, white is doing really well here. The rooks are coming into play. And even though both players have c6 and c3 weaknesses, it's easier for white to get to black's weakness.
right. Knight a5 instantly attacks.
Knight
this.
a5, knight d4, knight b4. Well, not knight d4 because you walk into e5, but knight b4,
Also
knight
knight
a5.
d6.
Knight d6. And I think actually Quang Liem is in control in this position.
Yeah, and this is where when I see games like these, it feels like, ooh, you know, if you try to overpress in this tournament, there's no opponent who is very weak or anything like that. So you have to play very carefully. Let's have a look at
Let's
the
have a
players
look at the
up
players.
close.
And there we have it. And
Oh,
I have
he's
to say,
taken on b8 and played g4.
I don't know if he needed to rush with that decision to trade on b8, but he decided to do that anyway and keep things blocked on the king side, not allowing white to trade on g3 because then the h file opens up. And I think the knight on c4, a key piece because it stops the rook from coming to b2. And that's a very important point, not giving counterplay. And we can expect a move like knight b4 or knight a5, hitting that c6 pawn, your ideas of knight d6. I think still white is doing well here. Sagar, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to leave you and Samay in charge for 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yo.
What question?
Yeah. Thanks, Tanya. So, Sagar,
Yes.
how
sir.
does White's rook come into the game now? Rook d1 or what?
Yeah, I think rook d1 would be a very good idea, Samay. And
By the way, we have so many people who actually got the answer to the quiz so quickly. And
for you to find the winner would be not easy.
no, I'll just close my eyes. I'll do a swipe and randomly select the winner. And
There's this thing, in the school which was said, or in the school, no, just like if you want to find the most efficient way to do things, give it to the laziest person out there. And he will find the fastest way to do it. And I thought with so many answers, somebody will be like, oh my god, how am I going to choose the winner? But somebody like, oh, I just have to make 2-3 more swipes and I'll find the winner. But what was the answer, Samay? Or can we reveal it?
can we not reveal it, Sagar? Why do you
okay.
always feel like revealing things? That's why I don't want you to come to my show tonight.
Oh, today you have a show.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it's already sold out. Fortunately for me, but so maybe next show very very soon, guys, in Kolkata. I'm here for another couple of days.
Okay, which game shall we look at then, Samay?
Oh man, look at this. Let's look at Parham versus Karthikeyan. Yeah.
Okay, let's look at Parham versus Karthikeyan game. Wow, this is insane position.
So complicated, no?
And it's very, very complicated. And Samay, actually Parham is someone with whom you should really talk and learn because he's such a fighter. He loves to play complicated chess.
I just saw in the last game, I think he was having this cold drink on his table. Did you see that? Or is it still on? Do we have the camera on?
Yeah, let's.
Does he still have it on his table? Yeah, there he has it.
Which is that?
The cold coffee,
Oh.
He really likes that cold coffee, I guess.
Hmm.
Because I think it's in, you don't get it in his country.
I don't know.
The one that it's, can we tell the brand name?
Which one? Yeah, you can.
It's Amul Cool Cafe, no?
Oh, okay.
I like it. So I think if I speak to Param, I definitely will hit it off because I really, really like that cold drink.
I thought you might have liked some of his openings that he has chosen in this
No. I was
tournament.
like, this is my guy. Playing the most
I
serious
thought
tournament,
you would
having
have-
a cold coffee by his side, just chilling.
Yeah. And also, guys, Parham Maghsoodloo is someone whom, like
Whom you must have seen before on my stream.
No, he was in 2018 World Junior Championship. He won the tournament by scoring 9.5 out of 10.
Wow.
And there were everyone playing. Firuza was there, and there was Isipenko, and all the players who are now. And so at that point, I felt that Parham would go on to become one of the best players in the world. At that point, Firuza, Parham both were kind of equal, or maybe Parham was slightly higher rated than. But in the last 3 years, what has changed is that Parham has become like Iranian number one now because Firuza went to France, but his rating is close to 2700 while Firuza has gone 2796.
96 point something. No, he's
Yeah.
only 3.7 points away from 2800. He'll be the youngest player ever to reach 2800, right?
Yes.
Wow.
This is insane. And so right now Parham has pushed his pawn to d4 and
Attacking the queen. Now the queen has to go back
can we not take that pawn, Samay?
with what? With the rook.
With the rook or with the knight?
If you take with the knight.
Let's first start with what happens if we take with the rook.
If you take the rook, then simply the bishop will pin us, right? Bishop c5 and then the rook is gone.
Beautiful. So you can't do that.
If you take with the knight,
Oh,
still
by
I
the
think
way,
bishop
there is
c5.
rook, after bishop c5, there is rook d8. Because if you take on e3, I will play rook e8 check.
You're saying rook takes d8.
Yes.
And if you take on e3,
Rook takes e8.
oh,
So you will have to take back on d8. Rook takes.
okay.
And now white has
Now
to,
this queen e2 comes
yeah,
back.
queen e2, but now f2 hangs. Because you see there are 3 attacks on f2 and that is lost. So you can't take on d4 with the rook, but what about the knight?
If you take with the knight, then also I think bishop c5 because now you don't have the luxury to take bishop. Knight takes d8 because knight can't move like a rook.
And you lose a piece.
Yeah.
So that's why d4 is this typical Parham move where he's created all sorts of
Oh, we have Leonard joining us.
yeah, let's tell people about the man who is putting together this entire broadcast here, Leonard, who has
I'm not putting together this whole broadcast.
no, in the
Hello.
sense the live games, the pictures, there's so many things that he does, and I think it's simply amazing. Right, and whenever I have anything related to the live games or something, he's always there.
Have you been following the games yourself?
Yeah, I followed some of the games of the last round, and today we obviously have some weird glitch on Lichess. So I'm trying to fix that instead.
Oh, I thought he was joining us for the commentary. I don't know he's come here to solve the problem.
Yeah, but the games are right, Leonard. Just the names are.
Yeah, it's weird because like if I go to, it's like here it shows here is correct, right?
Right.
And then I click on the game. Okay, that works.
Did this problem start since I joined?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
What? So I guess I know how to solve the problem then. Wait. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I think now check.
So, yeah, just for you guys, I mean, like this list is wrong
Yeah,
apparently.
yeah.
But like if you click on the
Yeah,
games, it works.
Right.
Right.
I have
So-
to just remember.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
But yeah, just shout out to everybody.
Leonard, just can you show your, this is what people saw in the clip, the year.
That I have, but I thought it was common in India. That's
Is
why
it?
I did it.
Oh, that's common.
Yeah, I thought like, and like you, all this, but maybe it's more like Thailand.
It's very
and stuff.
nice. It's very nice. It's very stylish here, and also he has this very nice colored hair. And I mean, Leonard is usually.
You've seen Leonard
more fun colors
Yes.
in there.
Yes.
I've seen a green Leonard, I've seen a purple Leonard.
And our blonde Leonard. Yeah.
And Leonard, if someone wants to check your pictures, like where do they go?
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, but if you don't want to pay, you can go to another place. No, Chess Photoshop.
chessphotoshop.com, and that is where you can find all the pictures of Leonard, because I would say that he's one of the top photographers in the world of chess, and if he goes to any
Why
events,
to narrow it down to chess?
I have not. Do you take other pictures as well?
No?
Then yeah, but then that's what, if he's there, you will find pictures from that event, very quick, very efficient, and that's what he is. So Leonard, thanks for being.
You're welcome. And I'm happy to join another time, but now I have to go.
Yes. And also, by the way, last thing, he's a big expert in 3-check chess, where if you give 3 checks, the game is over. And I think we're going to have one game with Leonard on 3-check
definitely.
chess.
We will.
So
He's
we'll.
will be
actually
cool.
developed theory in that. He has an opening in it.
He has an opening.
He
Multiple
has an
openings.
opening in it.
So,
yeah.
is it risky to put Samay back? Because he might actually, like, things might go wrong again, yeah?
Yeah, I
I'll
think
join you outside.
I think we'll get someone else here.
Okay, second.
Okay, that was Leonard, and Samay has left because now there will be no more technical glitches, and he will be now working along with Amruta to find a winner of the contest.
Two
And
winners.
we have
Amrita,
had-
come say hi to everyone. They keep asking
yeah,
for you.
Amruta, you can at least say hi. We have had TSCI quiz that is trending in this event, which is amazing.
And there we have it.
Hi
The
guys.
real boss.
Real boss. Hi guys, the tournament is so amazing over the board. When you go there, there is this aura, there is this silent tension,
Yeah.
you can feel it, and the players are very serious, and it's amazing to be back on over the board.
And it's quite a packed audience there, no?
Absolutely, it's increasing day by day, and I think tomorrow it's gonna be very
Public.
We got Blitz
Yeah.
coming
Yes.
up tomorrow.
Yes, and guys, you are doing a great job. So
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
enjoy and chat. Please be focused and answer the chess questions
Amrita,
well.
we need to crash it.
Okay, what?
YouTube upload server.
Come on, man. Don't do that again.
And by the way, guys, I was feeling a little bit hungry. I ate really good
क्या
chocolate.
चल रहा है? Where's that meme? पहले ये कर लो.
So, Tania, the most important game, of course, is Levon versus Vaishali. And what are your thoughts on that? Because for chess, we have Tania.
What do you mean for chess? What about the other stuff? And what is this other stuff?
Other stuff, like right now, we had Samay who came in and did the jokes. We had Leonard who came here. We spoke about
Are you
it.
saying I can't joke? Have you not heard my epic jokes?
Can you tell us one?
I'm just. Have you not seen Vidit's vlogs?
Yeah.
I can be funny.
Sanitizer, right?
Not just you clearly don't watch any of the content that I'm in. That's fine. I'll show you later. But I've got some joking skills. All right, let's get back to the chess because we haven't discussed that for a while, Sagar.
Yeah.
And we have Vaishali's game, which
Yeah,
I'm struggling to put up.
So we had King D8, right, in this game.
Chat has read. Chat has seen my joke.
Santa Banta. Oh.
Yeah, I have my favorite joke is the one about the ATM pin. When they go to the ATM pin, I think I've told you that one. I feel like I've said that to everyone because it's such a funny joke. But I'll tell you this other joke that
ATM pin.
No, first I'll tell you this other one that I actually said on Vidit's stream once. So basically, Santa and Banta are going to
हाँ, तुम
Bangalore.
ये पहले कर लो.
Okay.
Let's go. No, please.
No, it's like they're going to Bangalore, and then they're very excited because Bangalore is about to the flight is approaching Bangalore, and they're really excited about it. Okay, I'm going to stop because I just feel this is going to go out of hand. But For this joke, Sagar, please follow Vidit's vlogs and Vidit's
Please
streams.
tell one. Please complete
I
it. Now
will-
we
no, I'm
cannot
not
be on
done.
Bangalore airport and then come back to Kolkata. No, let's finish it.
First, let's get to Vaishali.
Let's finish it, Tania.
Okay, so basically they're approaching the Bangalore airport and they're super excited because they've been wanting to get to Bangalore, and then they're, just like out of excitement, they're like, Bangalore aaya And I'll tell you the rest of the joke afterwards. Let's just go and talk about the chess right now. So what is happening?
Oh, yes, yes, I know. Be silent and
That's
then
the one,
Anglore
that's-
aaya, Anglore aaya, right?
It's really funny actually, the joke? No? Okay, let's...
She's an IM with 2 GM norms.
Dude, I didn't, chess
And,
players, we don't have a childhood. So,
What? Kuch bhi. I had.
that's why I am not a GM, Sagar Shah. Okay, let's go. So we've got, can you just tell me how I can get the games?
Click on any.
Yeah, but it's not the right.
So-
Alright, so Lev versus, wow, Levon has managed to get the king all the way from E8,
Yeah.
step by step, move by move, all the way to B8.
Yeah. And now I think, in a way, Vaishali has an uphill task because not only is the bishop on f6 very strong, also the king is safe, and also black pawns are nicely positioned, gaining space on the king side. So I think black is better here, and for Levon to convert this won't be too difficult.
Yeah, the two bishops, very powerful. I agree with you. This e5, g3, a massive weakness on the board. Once again, we see that, this is going to be tough for white. I think Vaishali is in trouble, and not just on the position, down to 4 minutes on the clock. So Levon on his way to the win that he needs to fight it out in the last round. And let's get an update on the Pragg board, which is actually really heating up.
Yeah, Pragnananda versus Quang Liem, and I thought that Pragnananda was worse. Like we all agreed to that, right, Tania? But Pragg has somehow managed to gain gain an advantage. I mean, he's fought back really
But
well.
there's something up because on my screen I see Pragg as black, but he's actually playing with the white pieces, Sagar. So we've been messing that up
No,
a little.
no, Pragg is black.
No, look at this on the screen.
That's
No?
Karthikeyan.
Oh, it's too small on your phone.
Pragg is black.
Okay, Pragg is
Tania, do you want to take a break or something?
Do you want Samay back? Yeah? No, because your phone camera is it's such a small screen, I can't see anything. Okay, so Pragg is playing with the black pieces, and as you were mentioning that we were not very happy with the opening outcome for him. We felt that the c6 pawn can be attacked. But once again, it comes down to that bishop trade. I really think that there was no need to rush for it, and definitely black's position has made progress here. The knight on c5 attacking the a4 pawn, the rook on c7 defending the c6 weakness. The only open file in the position is the b file, and black has got a rook on it. So I think Pragg has everything under control in this one.
Yeah.
But you know what
But-
this means for our standing, Sagar? That Arjun has drawn his game, right? Levon's going to probably, let's say,
So
potentially
Arjun
win.
is on 6.
Arjun's on 6 points. Levon, let's say he beats Vaishali
He'll move to
because
5.5.
he'll move to 5.5 because the position's looking good, and I think Levon will convert this. Pragg, I'm
May
going to
hold.
predict a draw on this one.
5.
So let's say he goes to 5. So that means going into the last, and Vidit is on,
4.5. He has moved to 5.
he's moved to 5. So actually, Pragg and Vidit are on the same score.
So can we also look at Sam's game, because he's on 4 points, and if he manages to win, he will join these leaders. So let's go to Sam Shankland's game. He is playing against Adhiban. So Sam Shankland here is playing with AD, and Adhiban, by the way, Sam has a nice position here with all his pieces and also central pawns. But somewhere, Tania, it seems like the white king is slightly exposed, don't you think?
I don't know why you like White's position here. Actually, Queen G1 is a mate in one
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
being
So,
threatened.
I mean, optically, white has space, but problems are that there is a mate in one threatened. And let's say if I go bishop f2 trying to stop that. Then the queen comes in from a3 and tries to put pressure.
B4 is weakness. All these pawns that are actually giving white space are even weak and
Yeah.
can be easily attacked by the black queen. I really like Adhiban's rook on a1, and I think this is a sign of Adhiban getting back into form, getting his feel back, his rhythm back here.
Yeah.
I would say, I don't know by how much, but I think Black's doing really well here. The other thing that we talk about, not only the dynamic advantage in Black's position, the initiative, but even the pawn islands. Even strategically,
Yeah.
Black is actually doing well here. You've got a strong bishop on g7 on a nice diagonal. White has got 3 pawn islands with weak pawns which can be targeted. Meanwhile, Black has got only 2 pawn islands. And I think that this should be better for Black.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so Adhiban actually, as you said, yeah, he's impacting the tournament standings in a big way by really
Spoiling it for
yeah,
others.
Yeah, by like Sam has a chance to make it up to the top, but now Adhiban is putting pressure on him. Let's quickly go and check the game of Pragnananda, Aronian and
Okay, let's take a quick update on the Aronian match. Very important. 1 second, has he sacrificed an exchange?
yeah, where did his exchange go? So
He definitely sacrificed it. So, this is beautiful. Take a look at this. Rook c4, provoking knight c6. This is not an oversight. I think this is something that was thought of, and he felt after knight c6 check.
so basically Aronian said it's not easy to make inroads.
Yeah.
So let me do this, and if Vaishali doesn't play knight c6, then fine, I'll look at another way to get in. But she played it, and Aronian then gave up this exchange.
For a pawn.
Yeah.
And opening up the light squared bishop. And now bishop f3. Look at these 2 bishops. They are monsters. These are called 2 bishops.
Yeah.
Just
Bishop
firing down
e5.
the board. The extra rook that Vaishali has got no open file to really come into the game. In fact, with the move rook f1, Vaishali wants to give back the exchange. She wants to go rook f3 at some point.
Yeah.
And give it back, go into an opposite color bishop position where she can attack the h5 pawn. So that's a nice defensive resource by Vaishali, not
But
hanging
Levon is
on.
not going to allow
There's
it.
no way he's going to allow it. He played bishop e5.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. You hit the pawn on g3,
But
not
Tania,
giving
what
white.
about queen g5 attacking this pawn?
Okay, let's say you get greedy with bishop g3. What is going on here?
Let's say if I take this.
Then I have to give a check on g1 first, because very tricky move, Sagar. If I take on f3, you wanted to take
Yeah,
the bishop.
I want to take this. So you gave this check, correct? Now I want to play here.
I think black is better here.
You have to take, right?
Yeah, I think this pawn gives a lot of f2, f1 coming in.
But I take this. Now I'm threatening check and draw.
That's an annoying threat for sure. And if black just... Not easy to counter this
Very-
threat.
very tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the position, and Vaishali has played queen g5, and Levon might have to decide whether to take this or not. And Vaishali fighting very hard, yeah. I mean,
Fighting very hard. She's a fighter. I really like bishop g3, but maybe it's not working because of this idea that you have, which is actually pretty annoying. Is there another move for Lev? Very important moment for him. He needs to be careful. What happens if he hits the rook on f1? Let's say queen to a6 or b5. Yeah, queen b5 looks a lot better.
Okay, if I go rook e1, then you take this, but then e7. Let's try. We take, and then there is this check. Yeah, it could get nasty because there's no bd1 now.
Let's zoom into the players and take a look at what they're feeling and how they're looking, Sagar. I think these are some very crucial lines, a very important decision for Lev, whether he takes on g3, whether he takes a committal decision like bishop g3, or he starts attacking the rook already. An important moment. Meanwhile, madness in Parham's board.
What?
Absolute madness is happening here. Karthi playing... I mean, he's just channeling his inner Tal here. Bishop takes h6. What a move.
Wow.
And is this, you know what the idea is, Sagar? It's insane. Of course, the idea is to threaten mate
But if
with
I
queen
take,
g7.
if I take on h6,
And it's brilliant what he wants to do.
does he want to go rook a6 to h6?
Absolutely.
Oh.
From the other end of the board, Karthi wants to enter with rook a6, threatening mate on h6. You can't, if you go bishop f8, trying to defend that h6, let's just have some arrows on the board. If black takes on h6, rook here, then the move rook g6. And there are so many checkmates in the position. If the bishop moves, defending g8, you go rook h6 mate, otherwise queen g8 checkmate. And this is
Yeah, this is over.
Bad news.
So, I mean, the position was very complicated, Tanya, somewhere here. And then when Rook A2 happened, this turned out to be a crucial error. I think Parham just underestimated the dangers to his position.
100%. I think bishop h6. What was missed was not bishop h6, but the idea of rook a6. Very often when we're attacking and when our opponent is attacking, we're on the defense. We're only focused on one side of the board, looking at the pieces on that side. Where can the knight come into the game from?
Yeah.
But suddenly, from this other end, the a file, rook comes onto a6, and then there's nothing fighting the mate.
I think chat and I had that similar moment, and everyone, when you said Magnus on the board, at that time everyone thought Magnus here, and I was also like, oh, where is Magnus?
Madness.
Yeah,
This is a
and
mad
when you
position.
said Magnus, I was like, oh, maybe I'm the only one who heard Magnus. And now you see in the chat, everyone's saying, oh, you also heard Magnus, and everyone's like, okay.
It's madness, Carlson. All right. Well, this does look Bishop h6, a brilliant blow by Karthi, and I think Parham is on the receiving end of the attack here, something that he's not used to. By the way, I also see someone is mentioning that we are trending on number 25 on Twitter with our quiz.
TSCI quiz.
Well done, Sagar Shah.
Yeah, well,
Should we tell them about the plan, how we came up with it?
yes.
Last night.
Please do. But I thought you will tell it when you give the answer.
Let's do that. Once let's pick up the winners, then we'll tell you the story about how this quiz came to be. Story time with us. What is happening on
Tanya,
Pragg's board?
Can Pragg, Pragnananda is right now thinking for his move. It's simple that he has to recapture, right, in some way or the other. But there is also an intermediate knight d3 check, winning an exchange.
Wait, what? Just a minute. So what you're saying here is knight d3 check. Let's say the king moves. You know what the problem with winning that exchange is? That knight on e1 is trapped. And let's take a look at that line. I think he decided not to go for it. Very wise decision by Pragg. Let's just show this line. And now after knight e1, come back with the knight. Simply come back to c5. Even to e5 is a possibility. I like e5 as well. Next move, you're attacking this knight from either rook e2 or with the king to e2. And this knight is a goner. It's a dead piece. So very wise decision by Pragg here. Of course, being precise, calculating this and capturing the knight on d7. And how are we looking and evaluating? You know what? Suddenly, I just feel with these threats of knight d3 check, now knight d3 is a real threat.
But
Black's doing
Tanya,
fine here.
in this tournament, Liem has not been able to keep control as well as he does usually. Like even in the game with Aronian, I mean, he turned it around, but he was worse. We also saw it in his game, let's say, with Shankland. Also, he lost today. Even yesterday, he lost that game with Parham where he was better and then he blundered. So actually, things are not going Liam's way. And this game, if Pragnananda wins, then he's like 5 points, right? No, he would go to 5.5.
Then he catches up with Levon.
Yeah, Levon and Pragg. I mean, if Levon wins against Vaishali.
Which looks like it's going to happen.
Well, I was a bit confused. Like, this is around equal, guys. So, we'll come back to this game. Meanwhile, going back to Levon's game against Vaishali, after Queen G5, Queen B5 was played, Tanya.
Very nice.
Rook G1, Queen C5, Rook F1. So, Levon is not able to find a breakthrough. And as we have seen, if Levon does not find a breakthrough, sometimes he can take decisions like he did with Quang Liem, which were, it turned around completely. So things can go in any way here, in any direction. Let's see.
I don't know what the correct continuation here is, but the feel in this position is that these two bishops will decide the game. Very hard to
D5.
see.
D5 has been played by Levon. And Tanya, I want to chop that h5 pawn. But then Levon's idea is to play d4. I think he wants to
d4.
open up and he wants to then weaken the white king. Like use two bishops and queen to launch a mating attack.
Sagar, this looks like it's over for white. How are you defending after d4?
Yeah, let's say queen h5, d4. I take.
Queen d4, queen b2 coming in.
This is hanging.
I mean, practically this position is very tough.
But I take on f3. Let's say you take on b2.
Yeah.
I go king d1. And now when you will take back, I'll take back with the queen. And I got rid of the most important piece in your position. So it could be possible to play that way. By the way, something has happened here. Oh, she took on h5. She took it. She took the pawn. Tanya, let's just zoom in and let's look at Vaishali. Vaishali fighting like a champion here, guys. She is right now, the evaluation of the position, Tanya, is equal. But of course,
Really?
yes, it's equal.
Oh my god. So if the evaluation is equal, that means that the computer can't find anything here. Then d4 is not accurate.
The main thing is that at the right time now, rook takes f3 is the threat. So Vaishali was 46 seconds. I think the time is going to play a crucial role, Tanya.
46 seconds, but if she's played queen h5, her idea is clear. She wants to go rook f3 next, regardless of what black does.
Yeah.
Rook f3 is the clear path, and
But I can
Sagar,
go.
can we see the players for a moment? I really want to see how Lev is feeling in this position, and if
Yeah.
we can make out anything from his body language.
Yeah, let's have a look with the board as well, so that we can.
Wow,
I think
this is a fight back
Levon
by
is,
Vaishali.
Yeah,
Levon's not looking happy.
he's not looking
Levon
happy.
usually is leaning back,
Right,
looking
right,
around,
right.
looking chilled on his chair. Nice shirt, by the way. But he is not looking himself right now. He's completely focused, and you can see it in him. If Vaishali holds this,
Ha.
oh my god.
Then then don't you think Arjun has like only Pragnananda who can catch him?
I mean, one thing is a tournament standing, but what a result for Vaishali.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drawing with the world number 10.
He's played d4,
He's played d4. We might
and
be seeing
Vaishali
this
has
line.
38 seconds only. If you can take Vaishali,
She's thinking whether to take immediately or
Yeah,
to take
yeah,
on d4. But
yeah.
I think it's important not to take immediately.
yeah, because if you take immediately gf3 and
Queen
then
f3 and a3 is falling. After b takes c3, d takes c3, b takes c3. Let's just see if we can have the board really quickly, Saga.
yeah, so
So
here
let's say after d4, if you take immediately, the difference in this position is that you take, and after d takes c3, b takes c3, you have queen a3 check and an additional
it's
option.
still not clear though. Here also Vaishali can keep fighting.
What did she? Oh, did she go? She went for
Yeah,
it immediately.
she
This
went for
line
it
on the board, she had to take on d4 first. Sagar, why this is more difficult to defend? Because the a5 pawn can be very
But I
troublesome.
also have the h pawn.
All right, but what are you playing after b takes c3, queen takes a3? Where do you move with your king? I have queen d6, bishop g3 coming in as well. He's gone for queen a3. Let's just keep up with our live board.
No, he took bishop c3, I believe. So take, and he's taken.
Okay, he's gone with the bishop. I was saying queen a3 check, queen d6 made a lot of sense there. But okay, queen a3 is still hanging. She's gone queen d3. She doesn't care. She wants to go queen a3 and simply sidestep with king d1. Playing on seconds, 14 seconds on the clock. Sagar, practically a very difficult position
Yeah,
to
I
hold.
agree with you. It's very difficult, that too against Levon Aronian, but I think there are some realistic drawing chances, Tanya, especially because the h pawn is very strong, and if the queens are traded, it is a drawish position. But kudos to Vaishali,
I mean, with those two bishops, it just looked like White's position was collapsing, but Vaishali finds the resources to keep the game going. Enters into this opposite color bishop.
If you
Queen
think about
a3,
it, Tanya,
king d1.
Vaishali is rated around 2400, right? And somewhere we can feel it. She's a young talent, she's upcoming. But imagine if tomorrow we get a chance, at least I get a chance to play with Levon.
Wow.
I'll be like, wow, Levon Aronian, this great player. And here Vaishali is holding her own against such a legendary chess player.
The only problem is the clock, Saga. Vaishali was mentioning before the start of the tournament that this will be the first time she'll be facing 2,700 plus opponents.
Oh.
Not just one, not just Lev. Of course, she was super excited about playing against Lev, an absolute legend of the game. But 4 players above 2,700, the kind of exposure that she gets from this. And I have to say, regardless of the result, whatever we see in the scoreboard, it doesn't really tell the whole picture of the games that she has played.
Right.
She has really made their life difficult.
I think it's not about the scoreboard, Tanya. It's about what will happen in the next few months and years in Vaishali's career.
Absolutely.
You will
right.
see that spike in her because of this experience that she's getting. She's moved her queen. And look at Levon. Levon has only one aim in his life right now, which is to queen the a pawn. He's pushing, and you are absolutely right that the a pawn looks much more dangerous than the h
Much more
pawn.
dangerous. And why is that? Because the bishop on c3 controls h8. so that pawn will never look dangerous.
Right. And also, I think Vaishali doesn't have enough time to get her thoughts together. how to stop,
Exactly.
and Levon is just pushing.
So, and bishop on c3, what a monster, it controls a5. So you can't go queen d8, queen a5. Let's just have those arrows on the board. The h pawn is going nowhere because of the bishop on c3. So just a stronger piece. Bishop b1, probably the only move. After a2, you can take bishop takes a2, and that is her idea. So black just simply needs to fall back with the bishop. Let's say you make a move with the bishop. Again, I'm not sure what is the right square, but you have to keep it on this diagonal. Let's just show what happens if you go bishop f6. If you keep it on the long diagonal, suddenly it's a draw.
Oh,
Queen
Tania,
d8.
this
Queen A5.
configuration, because the bishop was controlling this important square.
Exactly.
And now there's a perpetual.
So you have to maintain it on this key diagonal. So bishop
let's play
e1
bishop b4
or bishop b4. And now you're threatening, so white cannot go queen c4 because the bishop on b1 is hanging, and the a pawn. That's why giving up that a3 pawn just looked so dangerous. Can I also just point out, Sagar, the beautiful maneuver by Levon, queen b5, queen c5, making sure the queen on c5 hits that a3 pawn. And
You mean
I want to go
yeah.
back to this key moment after d4. So queen c5, let's just quickly play through and come back to the live position. And this is the reason why she had to take c takes d4.
Yeah.
Because then the queen moves
In
away.
your head, you are like b2 is more important, so you don't play it. But here, Vaishali would have controlled this important a3 pawn, and the a pawn wouldn't have been a passer.
Exactly.
That was the main reason. But yeah, in hindsight, it's easy to see. But when you are having just
Seconds.
few seconds, it's never easy.
All right, so this looks like Levon is on his way to victory.
What about
and
Pragg?
Let's quickly jump over to Pragg's board. He's down a pawn somehow. He lost a pawn.
Yeah.
All right, that can't be too good. I mean, now suddenly I'm thinking that white can't be worse here.
Yeah, but also, I mean, what should you do? Should you take on h5, knight h5, gh5?
No, knight h5, gh5, white would be happy, no?
She played Pragg played f6.
Nice move, stopping king g5, king f5 ideas. And the point is that how do you break this
Can
bind?
we go king e6 and transfer the rook to h7?
That's another idea. And the point is that whenever white unpins with king g3, then you win the h5
Yeah,
pawn.
then we can take it.
Yes.
So can we go rook f2, so that if you go king e6, I can go king g3, and then my two rooks attack the f6 pawn also. Could be an idea.
That's a nice move, rook f2. I like that because it's prophylactic. You find black's plan and you're fighting against it.
But
I have to say, I mean, black can't be better here. He goes rook f2. By the way, Liam plays the move rook f2, not allowing king e6. A nice finesse there, putting pressure on f6 so that he can unpin. And I think regardless of what black plays, white wants to play king g3 next.
yeah, but 10 seconds for Pragnananda. He's just 8 seconds on hand. He goes rook to d1.
Pragg needs to hold this. Pragg needs to hold this position. Liam has to try to win to get a good podium finish in the rapid portion. So a big fight here. A pawn up for Liam, but Pragg has a lot of piece activity.
I like how Pragg always keeps, like rotating a piece in his hand. It's something that the great Boris Gelfand used to do in his games. And Pragg, no matter how low he's on time, he's always moving that piece. Right now, Liam trying to figure out how does he get... He plays king g3 and now knight h5. But now f6 is weak. What do you do, Tania?
So
f6 is falling.
what about rook g1 check first?
He goes rook h6. Ooh.
Okay, that's also a nice
Very
move.
interesting. Now f6 is defended and
So
the
the idea is-
h5 pawn is weak.
Rook g1 and rook g5 is what he wants. Also, rook a1, a4. Lot of weaknesses.
Yeah. I think white has more weaknesses than black here. Rook on h6. Pragnananda just zoning in.
It's all about the piece activity. We've been talking about pawn structure, Sagar. Look at all of white. White has an extra pawn, but each pawn is a weak pawn.
Right. And that's why Quang Liem instantly goes for activity. He brings his rook to b2. And Tanya, now can we chop that pawn off on h5? No.
No,
Pragg
there's rook
goes on
b7.
e1. Oh,
That's
Pragg wants to
nice.
take the pawn on e4 so that he has two central passers.
And that can get tricky for white.
I
Can get very
think this
tricky.
game is far from drawn.
I think white has to play rook b4 now. But rook b4, you take on h5.
Yeah, this is not clear.
What about king g4 right now?
Yeah, king g4, rook e4.
King f5.
But where's your king going?
I want to give a check on b7.
Rook a4,
Rook b7,
king d6.
rook d3, king c5.
Yeah. And so Tanya, just before we go to this game, there's one game which we haven't seen yet. I mean, we saw that Adhiban was putting pressure on Shankland. Can we go and check that game? Whether Adhiban is still better? It seems like the position is around equal now, with 3 pawns for each side.
And Vaishali is still fighting.
What?
Vaishali is still fighting against the world number 10, against Levon Aronian.
Oh my
She's not
God.
giving up.
Oh my God.
She's
how
not
did she
giving
get
up.
that
What
bishop?
a fighter.
She has got like her bishop and queen nicely positioned so that the a pawn cannot move forward. Also, the e pawn cannot move. The b pawn is also quite far behind. Tanya, in opposite colored bishops,
It's never
not
easy.
the quantity, it's the quality of your pawns. And black's quality of pawns is not so great right now.
Except the a3 pawn, which is
very nice.
which is stopped. Currently stopped by her queen and bishop. I think if the queens get traded, it's a lost endgame for white. She has to. The other quality of opposite color bishop, the other characteristic of opposite color bishop is king safety, an attack on the king.
Yeah.
She's giving a lot of checks. She's setting up a lot of checks. Yeah, let's have this camera on, Sagar, because I really want to take a look at the players right now.
23 seconds only left for Vaishali. Oh my God. She has to figure out it's a check to her king. But I think, Tanya, on such an open board, the white king is not going to get mated, you know.
You're not going to get mated, but I just feel you always want to instinctively put your king on light squares in this position. King d2 gives me a little
Because of
queasy feeling.
bishop f4 or bishop b4 check.
Additional options. You're allowing your opponent, again, guys, general rule of thumb, when you're playing an opposite color bishop, there's a check. Try and move your king to the other color of your opponent's bishop. Not giving additional options like bishop f4, bishop b4.
Yeah, but I think Vaishali may have
And look, he goes for
calculated.
it. Bishop
He's
b4.
given a
He
check.
goes for it. This gets tricky now. I'm not sure if king d2 was an accurate move.
Yeah, where does she move the king? She goes to c2 now.
And why not c2 earlier? Not allowing this bishop activity.
But I think, Tanya, maybe she wanted to just put the bishop, like provoke bishop b4 and come here, seeing that there's no issues.
So she's gone king b3. Let's keep up with our live board, Sagar. King has marched all the way up to a4. And once
It's going to be
again,
safe. It's going to be safe there, Tanya.
and big questions to Lev.
If you give a check here on
You're gonna
on
snap up the
C2,
bishop.
I'll take your bishop.
You're happily going to take that bishop.
And suddenly the king is joining in the attack to the black king.
So you have to make a move like, is bishop c5 a move here? Then maybe bishop c5 is a move.
Yeah, but then queen b3 check. That's a draw, I believe. No? Just king b3 and bishop b3 also, and put the bishop on e6 and king on b3. It's drawn, right? That endgame. There's no way to break through.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
So here,
Yeah,
here.
and then you
put
your
the bishop here,
king
bring
on
your
b3.
king here, and there's no way to break through. So Levon facing it a real tough
could
time.
be, yeah.
Breaking Vaishali here.
Oh, that's actually very interesting what Vaishali has done. So king a4 and now queen b3 is a major threat.
And can we quickly check also what Pragg is doing in his game against Quang Liem? There you have it, Tanya. Pragg is pushing in this rook endgame, don't you think so? With two central passers.
I'm still having a look at this Vaishali position because it's so fascinating, Sagar. And
Let me know if I should be going there.
all right, so where are you?
By
Sorry,
the way,
I lost myself in that.
Karthikeyan won against Parham.
What a game that was. I mean, bishop h6 just destroying Parham's position, and madness, guys, on the board.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, Pragg has pushed his pawn to e4 and now rook f5. Do you want to go to Vaishali's
I
game
really
again?
want to take a look at this because
Okay,
I think now the position that we have,
Let's go to Vaishali's game.
Let's get our live board up as well. The point is that I don't see how he's avoiding queen b3. How is Levon is going to keep the queens on the board? So bishop
King
c5.
a7 maybe?
Queen b3 anyway.
Queen b3.
And your bishop is hanging. Maybe
Queen
you have to go
b4?
queen c4.
Oh no, anyway I can take queen b3.
Or queen d2. Yeah, sorry, queen b4.
Oh my god. Draw. Draw. That actually changes so many things in the tournament, Tanya.
More than anything, I mean, Vaishali, what a star. Dude, holding Levon.
Yeah.
Pragnananda fighting for the top spot. Vaishali
Vaishali saying,
comfortably drawing.
Pragg, go and beat Le Quang Liem. Try to
taking
play.
care of-
I'll try to hold here, Levon, and these two siblings.
This is just amazing stuff.
They are just unbelievable.
And if we just back up, I think this is the moment after King B3, Lev just rushed a little bit too much because I really felt that White's king is so unsafe now with his bishop activity. A simple move.
But Tanya, provoking bishop b4 was genius then.
But even in this position, if you just fall back with the bishop, you keep the chances alive because queen b2 check is coming.
Yeah, like you go bd6.
Or bishop c5 because queen e6 might, maybe still queen e6. Yeah, bishop c5, queen e6 draws.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, that endgame is once the queens are
And
traded.
Levon, down to 50 seconds. He knows.
Whoa.
Oh,
he's
wait,
given up
what?
he's given up the bishop.
What just happened? That
He
is.
played queen c3. Vaishali took queen c2.
He has to repeat now. What?
He's going to play with 2 pawns, but now Vaishali is the one who's pushing.
Wait, no. I mean, queen bishop versus queen is a draw.
I know it's a draw, but
Oh my god. And he's going to repeat.
Oh, it's
He's
a
going to
draw.
repeat.
will Vaishali say no? I want to try.
Well, Vaishali, can she goes king b3? She says, you know what? I know you're the world number 10, but you can't fight this because there's queen a5,
There's
queen
too,
d2.
too many checks.
Too many
And
checks.
Levon
Sanitizing him.
he's like, okay, I think the game is going to end. Oh, because he's going to handshake. But what a big
Whoa.
result. And I think Levon just saying that I missed this part of king going to a4. Maybe that is what he missed, something like that. And Vaishali.
Look at Levon's face. He knows he's drawn with Vaishali
Yeah.
and he is in absolute shock right now.
It's a big result, Tanya.
It is
Big result.
Massive chat. I mean, Vaishali has just drawn with the world number 10, the top seed of the event, holding him to a draw. I mean, full respect to her gameplay today and a difficult position to save.
Yeah. By the way, let's quickly go to Pragnananda's game because Vaishali has done her job. But what about Pragg? I think it's going to end in a draw, Tanya.
And look, Vaishali at the back, she's looking at her brother's board.
Yeah,
She's seeing what is going on there.
Draw,
She's done her part and this ends in a draw, which means that he still catches up with Levon because Vaishali drew with him.
Yes.
So Pragg is on second spot along with Lev. And
Along with Vidit. Oh, it's Vidit,
Lev and
Lev
Pragg.
and Pragg. And 1 point ahead is Arjun. And Levon versus Arjun in the final round.
And Sagar, we've been talking about Adhiban playing the spoiler, Adhiban channeling his inner Grishchuk. It's actually Vaishali who's playing the spoiler to Lev.
Absolutely. And in the last round, Vidit is playing against Sam Shankland.
But 1 second, that means that Arjun has a 1 point lead.
Yes.
So what is the direct encounter with these? Because he might be champion
No,
one
but
round.
if Levon beats
He's
him,
playing
then-
Lev. He's playing Lev.
If Levon
Oh.
beats him, then Levon is the champion, right? Because Levon has beaten Vidit, Levon has beaten.
Direct encounter, Levon has beaten everyone.
What about Pragg? I think they drew, maybe.
Let me just quickly check on that.
Akshay Nathu says she can let Levon take the lead, but Vaishali.
Okay, so Levon in direct encounter, if he wins the next game against Arjun, he has a better tiebreak from Arjun, from Vidit, but he has drawn with Pragg. So it would come down to that. And big matchup coming. But that means that Arjun just needs to hold the next game to win the title.
Yeah. Arjun needs a draw against Levon.
Amazing stuff.
And that too, but he will have black pieces.
Who would have thought that Vaishali would bring the mix up in the tournament in the penultimate round against Levon Aronian?
No, I mean, Vaishali drawing against Levon is, I think, the result of the day.
It's the result of the tournament. It's the upset of the tournament, Sagar.
I agree. And that too in a position.
It's the upset of the tournament.
After around 13 or 14 moves, Vaishali was already considerably worse in the position.
Very tough position with those two bishops finding this idea. And I think Levon, playing on the clock, hurried a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And Vaishali ready to make the most of that moment.
I thought she had given up. And I thought that any player who's facing someone 400 elo points above yourself would be like, okay, I have a worse position. I'm low on time. But I think Vaishali's game just teaches us that never give up. That's the thing that you learn. For Levon, chance is not yet gone completely because at the end of the day, it's simple for Levon. It's simple. Just beat Arjun and you win the title. So
Depends
so
on Pragg's result. He still can't be
no,
sure.
this is draw, yeah. This is
This
draw.
one is ending in a draw. And that was interesting. He gave the A pawn for free so that the king would come and defend against the C4 pawn. And that's
Yeah.
a simple theoretical draw. Now black can never queen. And that's the end of the game. So as you mentioned,
Look at this. The entire crowd
applauding. And that applause is for Vaishali.
I agree.
That
I agree.
applause is for Vaishali this time and absolutely deserved. What a game. Let's just have, can you have it on full screen, Sagar? And there we have it, a bird's eye view of the tournament hall. Impressive chess, such turnarounds. I mean, we had almost written off that game. That
No,
Levon
I
is
was
converting it.
almost certain. I wouldn't lie that Vaishali would lose.
Yeah, we had. That's what we thought.
Yeah, and somewhere she managed to hold it, and I think this just shows the talent, yeah, in a player. It's not only about chess skills; it's also about the tenacity on the board, the never give up spirit, the fact that you don't get intimidated when you are low on time. You try to quickly see what are the options available to you, and I think this one result is capable of motivating you to that extent. Oh.
Yeah.
I held Levon Aronian. Now, if I play another tournament, I'm in time pressure. You just remember that, oh, that day I'd done it. I can do it again today. Isn't that amazing?
I think this could be the biggest result in Vaishali with the players that she's played against and the score that she's had.
Yeah.
To draw against the world number 10. I mean, big congratulations
Isn't
to
this
her.
what Tata Steel Chess India wanted, right? They wanted to give exposure to the youngsters and they're taking this opportunity.
And Sagar, the first game she drew with Pragg, you remember that massive fight where actually at a moment she was better?
Yes.
She drew with Pragg. She
drew with Adhiban.
drew with Adhiban.
And she
She's
drew
drawn
with
with Levon. I mean, her result might be, she might be at the bottom of the table, but she's a star of the tournament.
I agree. She's done amazingly well in this event. And Tania, I think that the last round is set up so beautifully. There is so much to look forward to. What do you think will happen in the most important encounter between Arjun and Levon?
I mean, this is a script no one could have written. The fact that the tournament would go to this point where Arjun has a 1 point lead, he's playing the top seed of the tournament, who also had a lead at some point, but was held to a draw by the lowest seed of the tournament, making it a must-win situation for Levon. Just so much drama, but the task is cut for Levon.
It's simple, right? It's you can put it in one line. Levon wins, he wins the tournament. Arjun draws, he wins the tournament. Arjun wins, he wins the. So it's done.
So it's between Arjun and Levon.
It's between Arjun and Levon, right?
Yeah.
And I guess if Levon wins and if Vidit or Pragg manage to win as well, then they may join him. But in tie breaks, Levon would win because he has the better tie break.
Well, Pragg not, but Vidit, yes. Because Pragg right now just
Yes, but they would all be in one pool. And then Levon has beaten Arjun, Levon has beaten Vidit, Levon has drawn with...
No, if Pragg... And right now Pragg is half a point behind Lev.
I know.
So if Lev wins...
No. Pragg and Lev are same score.
Let's just get the standings up because I think that would just make everything
But
easier.
first, let's look at the results of this round.
Let's take a look. So there we have it. What a massive round this was. And only one decisive game. Only one decisive game as we can see. And that was between Karthi and Parham. Really nice attacking chess by Karthi. A beautiful sacrifice. And he took down Parham with the white pieces. All other games ended peacefully but were full of drama. Pragg and Liem, a fantastic marathon fight. Both held their own at the end, and this one ends in a draw. Then we had Vidit and Arjun, which was a no game really. A very quick short draw. Both players happy with that result. Vidit with the black pieces did not want to take a chance against Arjun, who's so in form, and Arjun knows what he needs to do to win the tournament. Keeps his tournament strategy in place and says, I'm happy with the draw as well. Sam against Adhiban ended in a draw. Adhiban sort of coming back into the rhythm, coming back into match play just
Maybe
before
in the blitz, he might just
we
start
see the
beating.
beast. We might see the beast.
And Tania, these are the standings now. Just to make things clear here, Arjun at the leaderboard with still a point advantage of 6 points, but Aronian on 5. And if you look at it, Aronian has 5 points. Pragnananda has 5. Vidit has 5. So all three of them on 5 points.
Oh, wow.
Karthikeyan Murli is on half a point. Is on 4.5. Shankland on 4.5. So it's clear, right? For example, if we can also just look at the pairings for the round so that we know who is playing who. Tanya, just for that clarity.
And I was just going to say when we were talking about the results that I think this Vaishali Levon game, oh my God, Sagar. I mean, that draw has just turned everything around because if Levon would have won that game, he
Yeah.
would have needed a draw. No, he would
No,
have.
no, no.
He would still need to win.
That's why I'm
He
saying
would
that
still
for
need to win.
Levon,
Yeah.
it doesn't change
It
things
doesn't
considerably.
change.
At the end, you might think, oh, I drew with Vaishali. But no, the task remains same in the last round. You have to beat Arjun.
Only your confidence takes a hit.
A little
Lev
bit.
needs to get
But I
over
think
this
Levon
game.
is experienced enough
Oh,
to
yeah.
say that, okay, I just need a win.
I need to
That's
put
it.
this behind
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
He needs to put this behind me, but definitely winning that game would have put him in a better spirit and going forward in this last round. Let's bring our standings up one more time. All right, we have the pairings. These
Yeah.
are the matchups coming up, as you were mentioning, Sagar. Adhiban against Quang Liem, not that important for our standings. Definitely an exciting match. Vidit against Sam, very important. Vidit can't play tame this one. If he wants a good podium finish, he needs to go for the kill. Sam, super solid. I would say he's had a very average tournament so far. He hasn't had a brilliant run or a great run. I think he would be slightly disappointed with the way things have gone. Both players know that if they need a decent finish, they need to win the
Yeah,
last
whoever
round.
wins this game between Vidit and Sam will go back with the feeling that they had a good event.
Absolutely. And then we've got Parham against Vaishali. A big game for Vaishali, of course, because she's in form, feeling so good after that last game. We'll see what she does. But our main matchup, the two big matchups, is Pragnananda taking on Karthi. He's his good friend. Both these players know each other really well. They know their styles. They work together, train together. Pragg is, of course, looking at getting that point. And, of course, championship
Big
fight.
clash.
Championship fight. Levon taking on Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the big one, guys. And we're going to be back in a bit. But before we leave, Tanya, just announcing the winner of our contest. We had tweeted 5 times, like 5 tweets on 5 different accounts. It was Violet from Tata Steel India account. It was Indigo from Tania's account. It was Sky Blue from Chess Base India. It was
Hot
pink from Amruta's account, and yellow hot pink from Samay's account, and yellow from Amruta's account. It was basically, if you take all the first letters of these words,
You
it's
had the
Vishy.
answer. And the answer was Vishy.
The one and only, the legend Vishy Anand. It was Vishy, and so many people found it like instantly.
That was very cool, and you guys found it. And thank you for participating. And we were trending because of chat. They
Yeah.
all participated in it. And Vishy, who is here this time, the other side of the tournament, he's here as an ambassador, a mentor, and seeing one of the players. By the way, Arjun mentioned that after his game, he was discussing with Vishy. He was analyzing
He was
with him.
inspired to play good chess because Anand is looking at it so closely.
Exactly. And I think Anand has all the reasons to be so proud of his mentorship, of the performance that Arjun's done.
Yeah.
Vishy was the right answer. Sagar, who are our winners?
So we have one winner right now. I think they've chosen one, but I'll ask them to find another.
We tried. Chat, I tried.
Sayantan Sarkar is the winner, and Sayantan Sarkar, if you are in the chat, just say hi to us. Congratulations! How you were found as the winner will be on Chessbase India clip. Someone would have had a video for that. So let's take a short break, and we'll be back in a bit. Welcome everyone to the final round of the Tata Steel Chess India. This is Sagar and I have with me Tania Sachdev. Tania,
What's up? What's up?
excited for the last round or not? We have the big clash between Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces, the youngster looking calm and cool as ever, but Levon Aronian, he knows what he needs to do here.
This is amazing stuff. And you know what? Arjun right now, no matter how fast his heart is beating, he's not giving it away, Sagar. Look at him.
No, I think he's very cool, Tanya.
He's very cool. He's not giving it away at
But-
all. You mean he's on the inside also?
I think he's like, yeah, it's fine. This is an opportunity. I'll get more such opportunities. Something, but
I'm just very happy with the way things have gone already. I mean, if someone would have told him that he would be 1 point ahead at the last round, fighting for the championship, needing just a draw ahead of this field, he would have been like, not really
that's
sure.
a dream. That's a dream
it's a
come
dream
true.
run.
Yeah.
And now the pressure is on Levon. The good news for Levon is that he's playing with the white pieces.
And he has his result in his hands now, basically.
And there we have the
go.
fist bump. And we go with 1e4.
E4, E5.
Is he going to go Petrov? Are we expecting? And
Ooh.
Petrov on the board. Petrov
and a
on the board.
small halt by Levon there.
So this is the line, the opening of choice that Arjun had for his first game of the day against Adhiban, keeping it solid, playing it the way he did with knight f6 Petrov and drawing without a little complications in the end game, but he held it together. Of course, Levon doesn't repeat what Adhiban did. No queen trades. He's going to keep the queens on the board. He's gone for the short castle line. I was
Yeah.
expecting him to go for the long castle one.
You mean white?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But he's gone very classically, yeah, Tanya, this
Yeah.
game. He's played this line which is very well known. And Arjun has, put his piece on e4, has supported it with pawns on d5 and c6. So Arjun very solid, just so that we can get to know how many times this system has been played. Let me just pull up my chess-base board here so that we can know from the statistics how many times this has been played. So yeah, let's just go here. And Tanya, if you see, 302 games have already been played in this position with queen to b3. Yeah, there are bishop f5 is one of the main moves, and then queen c2 is a move that has been played before, but queen b3 is equally played, that has been played in close to 300 games. And now Arjun, I believe, is thinking for his move. He hasn't played it yet, which is slightly surprising because I think Arjun is a player who is very well prepared. Or has he played it? He's played queen d7?
Queen
Oh, he
d7,
played
bishop
queen
e3 on the
d7.
board.
Knight a6 has been played the most, Tanya, here. Queen d7 is the second main move, and now bishop e3 by Levon. So Levon clearly looking very well prepared here, and Arjun, well, he's taking his time. I'm sure he's still in his prep, but he's
I think it's a very smart opening choice by Arjun for this last round, going for the most solid. The other name of Petrov, does chat know the other name of Petrov?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's
Chat,
ask.
do you know what is the alternative name of Petrov? And that name actually gives a lot away about the characteristic of this opening. Just how solid it is. Just what a great repertoire it is against these top guys when you want to neutralize the advantage. Very difficult. It's also Fabiano Caruana's opening of choice.
Right.
Ooh.
Captain Vagar says Russian defense. Is that
That
right?
is true. It is called the Russian. Well done, chat.
Yeah,
Very
so many.
informed chat we've got.
They know everything. You ask them a move, they know it. You ask them a name of the opening, they know it.
You put a quiz for them, they make it trend.
They are just the most awesome. So thank you. And you are right. It's the Russian defense. So that means all the top Russian players used to play it a lot, maybe.
Yes, and it's a very solid opening. It's extremely positional, very difficult to break the defenses of the Russian defense. So a nice opening strat there, but of course, Levon with the white pieces, he's going to do everything he can to create a mess, because at the end of it, a draw or a loss, it doesn't matter to him. It's not about coming second for him.
Yeah, it's also not about rating points at the
It's
end of the day.
not about rating
I mean, you look at
points.
Levon. You look at the colorful personality that he is. He's not going to care for like a few rating points. He wants to win the trophy.
Yes, he's here for one and one goal only, which is to win the championship. For that, he needs to beat the player who is in A form, in probably the best form
Yeah.
of the tournament compared to anyone else. So we'll see how that progresses. Of course, this is our main game of the
And-
round. We'll come back to it.
Tanya, if you take on d5, which is, he's played a3, but if you take here, that's a huge blunder because that pawn was never free. And maybe I can ask the chat guys, what does black play here? And yeah, by the way, in the chat we had Akash Chopra who has tweeted.
Oh,
And
he's a cricketer.
Yeah, he's a cricketer, and he said that he's following this commentary and is enjoying it. So
Thank you,
that's,
Akash.
That's very nice to know. Thank you so much. Yes, exactly, guys. Bishop takes h2, and you lose the queen here on d5, and that's the reason why Levon did not take that pawn. He played a3, and Arjun quickly went and defended this pawn, also improving the position of his knight.
Very nice.
Okay, let's just try to understand, Tanya, who is better here and why. I mean, it seems as if black has solved all his opening problems. Look, bishop beautifully placed. This bishop well placed on f5. Knight is centrally located. You can bring your rook to e8. You can bring your other rook to c8. Looks great, doesn't it?
All right, first let's just point out queen b7 is impossible because we have another queen loss after rook fb8. No square for the queen. It's
Yeah.
actually trapped.
Yeah.
So you can't pick up that pawn. That said, I agree with you that it looks very, very even. But it's still a very rich middle game because we've got all the minor pieces on the board. White is also looking at somehow grabbing the c file. Moves like knight c3 come to mind. But you can't play knight c3 immediately because there are always these tactics with the e4 knight jumping and the bishop on d3 being attacked.
But what? Like, can we play knight c5? No, knight c5, c5. Maybe just take on c3 perhaps.
Maybe just take on c3 and
then exchange, like, or maybe put the bishop on e4.
or even bishop d3, queen
just
d3,
take it,
and
yeah.
then white is left with this horrible bishop on e3.
Yeah.
Defending the d3 pawn, d4 pawn. So which is why bishop f1, actually, he wants to make the move, the developing move knight c3, but he first falls back with the bishop. And if we look at exchanges, what are the trades that black wants? Black wants to leave white with a dark squared bishop, the e3 bishop. If we can just highlight that bishop. The point of that is that it is a bad piece. d4, it will constantly be blocked by his own pawns. So the trades that black wants to do is everything else except this bishop.
Yeah.
So avoiding that, the move bishop f1, this is going to be a slow strategic fight.
I agree with you. And I think what Levon's trumps are in this position are the fact that he has a little more freedom with his pieces. Like the queen is better placed than the black queen, looking at these two squares, and maybe the knight will come to c3.
Okay. So yeah, so rook e8 on the board.
Yeah, and maybe this looks. Oh, he goes knight d2, and let's say if Arjun now takes on d2, then after bishop d2, it's just again you compare the activity of the pieces, and the knight on f3 is looking at a very nice square, while the knight on c7 is passive and defending. So it's these little things which are making the difference.
Yeah.
But I doubt whether that gives Levon an advantage here. It still looks pretty equal.
I would agree with you, but equal is not good enough for Lev. He needs to try to create a mess on the board. We will come back and see if he manages to do that or not. The other two big games, of course, are
Yeah.
Vidit and Pragg. So let's get an update on that. How
Let's go
is
to Vidit's
Vidit
game.
versus Sam?
And whenever Vidit and Shankland play, I think more often than not, when Vidit is white, it ends up in a Grunfeld. Because Grunfeld is Sam's main opening against d4, and Vidit is always well prepared against it. This time, Vidit went for the main line here, and after rook c1, rook d8, he played this move h4. And pawn takes, queen takes, bishop takes on d2. Now, you can't really win this pawn on d4 because after knight d4, rook d4, the bishop on c8 is hanging. So knight d7 is normal, bishop c4, knight b6, he comes back. And once again, he could have taken here bishop d4, but then rook c7 could be a nice move, taking the 7th rank. So he plays a5, and now it's Vidit's turn to think. So roundabout even, but slightly pleasant for white, Tanya.
Yeah, I would agree with these central pawns. It does often get this plus equal kind of end games. But black has his own trumps. You want to go bishop d7 next. You want to develop. You want to put the rook on c8. Try and trade off. Right now, you're threatening to go a4 if white is not careful. If white gets a little easy and allows, for example, a move like castle or king e2, then you've got a4 coming in, pushing that bishop out, bishop e6 coming in, putting pressure on the a2 pawn. And I don't think he should allow that. So
Yeah.
maybe I don't know what is the right move for white, but I think yes, white strategically is better, but some concrete problems that Sam is posing for Vidit.
Right. So here I would say that Vidit is having what he wanted in this game, like a small nagging edge. Let's go to Pragg versus Karthikeyan and Murli.
Very complex. Not a single pawn has been traded, not a single piece has been traded. And white's advantage here is always the space that he has. He's got this idea. White is the one who's looking to break with b4 at some point. The knight from e1 will go on to d3. You want to take it from the top, Sagar?
Yeah, I'm just making those moves and showing like this move c5 by Karthikeyan, playing it in a little weird way, this entire thing. And yeah, this is the position.
But this is all very theoretical also. This way of playing in the King's Indian defense is something that is played quite a lot. This bishop e2, bishop e3 line, and this idea with bishop g5, provoking f6 and falling back. I think this has been done, and we can see Karthi has taken no time. He has more time than what he started with.
Right.
And now after a3, black's knight will often go back to c7 at some point. These are the different ideas in the position. White will get b4, black breaks in the center with f5 immediately, a very direct way. And Pragnananda is down to 22 minutes. Karthi's got about 23 minutes. I think both players understand this position well. What we can expect here is a big fight.
Yeah. Also, Tanya, it is important to know that Pragg and Karthikeyan work together in the same academy, Chess Gurukul in Chennai.
Yeah.
And they have been growing up together in the chess world. So when you face an opponent whom you know so well, it's
Yeah.
never easy.
There was a training camp a couple of years ago, of course, pre-pandemic. It was 2018 or 2019, that we were in Scotland with Jakob Agard, who is a very well-renowned trainer. And Sam was there, Vaishali was there, Pragg was there, I was there at that camp as well. And we were all working together. And Karthi was there too.
Oh.
So in that camp, we would have these really heavy training sessions. We would work super hard, very difficult stuff. And then in the afternoon, we would take a 1-hour break for lunch. And I'm not kidding, during that lunch, now usually, you've had 4 hours of chess, you want to just take a break and relax a little bit, get ready. But even during that 1 hour before we started the evening session, Karthi and Pragg would just at the lunch table be solving positions blind. They would just have they would see a position and they would start analyzing it blind. That's all they were interested in.
It's amazing. Yeah, that's the kind of dedication which takes you to 2600, 2650, and that's what Pragg and Karthikeyan are. They are in the same rating range right now. Also, let's quickly look at Adhiban versus Quang Liem. Right now, it seems like Adhiban once again went for his favorite move, the b3 opening, and yeah, he's got a good position out of the opening. Tanya, I think it's a nice kind of a position here with c4 and take and rook c1. I believe white has a small edge. So Adhiban pushing, and also let's have a look at Maghsoodloo versus Vaishali. I like white's position just visually. Vaishali is passive. White has a beautifully developed knight and a bishop. The rooks are coming in the center on c1 and d1, putting pressure here. Looks a nice position.
What doesn't look like a nice position, I have a feeling that Arjun might be in a little bit of pressure here, Sagar. We've had some developments in that. Can we just quickly jump over to that game?
Yeah, let's go to Arjun versus Levon's game. And whoa!
A lot has happened. Let's just take it from where we left.
So bishop f1, rook a e8. Everything looked okay till here. He went knight d2. We thought that Arjun might take on d2, but Arjun decided not to take. He played a6. And now Levon took on e4. Now bishop takes e4 was one option, Tanya. But if bishop e4, then maybe knight e5 is what Arjun did not like. because after take,
He took bishop e4, by the way.
oh, he took the, oh,
He took bishop e4 and knight e5, as you're mentioning, happened.
oh, I thought he took with the pawn. That was also possible, but he took with the bishop.
He took with
So
the bishop
knight-
and knight e5, very nice idea, because after d takes e5, if you
Yeah.
take rook e5, then he first hits the rook with bishop f4.
Mm-hmm.
The rook goes back and you pick up the b7 pawn. And then there's just a lot of pins on the board. The knight on c7, a6 pawn is hanging. Everything falls apart in black's position.
Yeah. So that's why he did not take on e5. He played d4. And now Levon just brought his rook here. And it seems as if the d4 pawn is hanging, b7 is hanging. All of a sudden, it's just all the pressure came on Arjun's shoulders.
And this is a double bishop pair that we're talking about. This is a double bishop pair advantage as well. For Levon, the position is open. The d5 pawn hanging. The only thing is that currently e5 pawn is also under attack. Knight e6.
He played 96, but now, I mean, what do you do? Yeah, Tanya, do you move your bishop away? You don't need to, because d3 is impossible. The queen is hanging.
So knight e6, what's the move with...
Oh,
he
he
takes
took.
bishop d4.
He took.
So after knight d4, you
Oh,
want to
but-
go queen e3.
Or rook e4. Oh, but rook e4
No,
is...
rook e4, you just take on b3 and knight c5. Actually, let's show that line. That's a nice line. That after knight, rook e... No, first knight d4.
Knight d4.
Rook takes e4.
And knight takes b3. Rook d7.
And white would be better here if not for
Knight
knight
c5.
c5. And you hit the two rooks and you win the game.
Two rooks, yeah. And
But the idea was different, Sagar. After knight e6,
it's happened. It's happened. Let's ask the chat here. What's the move for white? It's not an easy one.
so what was the point after queen e3? How are you defending? He goes for queen e3.
Oh, he played queen e... Wow. Queen e3 is not an easy move, Tanya.
If not rook e4, it's the only move on the board, right? Because you've just sacrificed the piece.
Yeah, yeah. And now this is hanging on e4. What do you do? This and this.
Let's see some lines, Sagar. So rook takes e5. You're saying you take rook into d4. You win a piece back. But not only do you win a piece back, you win another piece as well.
This one also.
Yeah. All right. So rook e5 is
Or
not an option.
how about I go back, at least save my bishop, give you the d4 knight, and then queen c7.
White has an extra pawn, no?
Yeah, simple pawn.
And that's a very healthy e5 pawn.
And I can bolster it with something like f4 as well and just be better.
Wow.
So actually, Arjun, I mean, to understand his mistake, I think the major error was this move a6, no?
You know, I think it was just too slow. And the thing is, there's so much play in the center that a move like a6, unless you've calculated every single option, is very risky to make. His idea was to try and free the knight from c7, playing against bishop b5. Like, go knight e6 next. So he wanted to defend that, Sagar.
Right, but if you went a6 and then your opponent took and you took here and then knight e5, why can't you move your queen away?
Maybe just rook c1 and you pin the knight and just unpleasant stuff.
It's even like very difficult, and
Wow.
I mean, now queen b7 starts getting really a big threat. So he took.
And you know, this match has so much going on, Sagar, because it is also a big sort
it's
of
a championship match.
championship match. And for Levon, you know, there's also that whole backstory, Sagar.
Kind of that.
Like, it's like a revenge match.
Revenge
It's a
match.
grudge match, you know. And Levon has lost last two games against Arjun. Arjun at the Champions Chess Tour gave such a massive fight to Lev. Lev was taken down to the wire. Finally, he won, but it was with a lot of sweat and hard work. Arjun was close to actually just holding that match and qualifying as well. Eventually, he lost. Then he beat Levon twice in a row at Linderus Abbey. So a big grudge match for Lev. And right now, things are not looking well for Arjun.
Yeah, you can see here. I mean, very little you can get from their faces. It seems like Levon is totally focused here. He knows that this is the game. You know, Tanya, when we go to these open events where there are many strong grandmasters taking part, you will see them moving around here and there during the first 8 rounds. But when on the 9th round, when it's about the championship, these grandmasters just sit like as if their entire life depended on that game.
Yeah.
And they would put in their everything. And I think for Levon is the same. Yeah, today he knows he's winning. He knows it's an extra pawn, but he's going to just focus completely. And I think this is the worst time to face Levon, final round when he's so motivated and you get into a bad position.
It's a clutch game for Lev. It's a clutch game, and we were thinking that he's just had a difficult result, a game against Vaishali, somewhere where he expected to score, he did not. But it feels like instead of that being a setback, it's motivated him even more.
Yes. I think he just put that thing away and he said, "This is the game." And right now he's just pushed his pawn to f4 and he has a very, very strong position. But Tania, again, I want to reiterate this point that this tournament is such an important learning moment for these youngsters. Like, imagine Arjun maybe 5 years down the line is playing the candidates. Imagine, and he needs to win the last round or he needs to hold the last round against a world class player. And these are the experiences that will help you at that point. So to recreate that tension, to recreate that emotions is so difficult, and this is what is happening in Kolkata. So really a great opportunity for the youngsters, but for now I think Levon is going to take this home.
He's a full pawn up. Arjun needs to do everything that he can to try and come up with some counter ideas. It's never over till it's over. And we've seen Levon in that game against Liem, where we considered it completely done for. Levon looked like he just moves away from mating. Anything can happen in these time formats. But yes, as of now, Arjun in big trouble. Let's take a look. Let's get an update on the Pragg board, Sagar.
Yeah. By the way, people in the chat saying if Vaishali could hold an inferior position, then why can't Arjun? But somehow you feel like that position is too simple, right? It's just an extra pawn. It's not so difficult. While, okay, Vaishali's position was also not so difficult, but there was at least some opposite color bishops. The kings were moving up. There was time pressure for Vaishali, not for Lev. But yeah, anything can happen in chess at the end of the day.
And I think it's very difficult to compare like that. I think it's in sport, it's what happens in that moment, in that particular game. It doesn't mean that if one person beats another person, then it has any repercussions on another game.
True.
It is how you're playing this particular game. And as you mentioned, a very crucial point that the position that we have between Arjun and Lev, it's a very simplified position. It's just an extra pawn. There isn't much chance to complicate it. We'll see the kind of fight that Arjun puts up. Of course, the result is not written yet. We'll come back to it. Sagar, what is going on the Pragg board?
I think for Pragg, if you look at the long-term possibilities, I love white. Mainly because he has the e4 square for his knight, which will be a beautiful square if a knight can sit there and attack the d6 pawn. But the problem is that because Karthikeyan has such active pieces, it's not easy to do that. If you get bishop d3 and knight e4, I would say white is better. But if you see on the last move, you played a move like bishop d3, then black would go e4. He's always fighting this idea. And that's the reason why Pragnananda has gone rook e1, so that next move he can go bd3 and then knight e4. And then white would be better.
Absolutely. It's a fight for the e4 square, like you're pointing out. Rook e1 has a direct idea to go bishop d3. Now, when you look at this position, how one of the ways to come up with an idea for black, all of black's pieces are playing, right? They're all in the center, except one piece. And we know the saying, Sagar, knights on the rim are very dim. I just ruined that. But yeah, the knight on a6 is the one piece in black's camp that you really want to improve. And it's either knight c7 or knight b8, knight b8, knight d7 I really like.
Yeah, it's just improving your worst placed piece and knight b8, knight d7. But Tania, what are you going to do if I go like bishop d3 and then you go knight d7? I'll put my knight on e4 or knight. I'll start with maybe knight e3, trying to hit your bishop here. I guess you might succumb to taking my bishop on d3.
We have an update.
Special guest incoming.
Whoa. Okay. Who's coming in? Who do we have? Last time it was Anand. And
Guys, you won't believe who's joining us for the last round today. Vishy Anand here. Welcome, Vishy. How are you?
It's been better, but
Vishy, very tense final game going on between Levon and Arjun, but it seems like Levon is going to take this home.
yes, Arjun just had an off day, I think. Sometimes when you only need a draw, you're a little bit paralyzed. And there are a couple of strange decisions. I didn't understand 15a6, for instance. And knight e4, bishop e4. Then this knight e5 trick is better for white, but bishop e5, d5, d4, and then rook d1 just loses on the spot. Nothing really to be done.
Do you think a6 was the turning point?
He could have. I don't know if he needed to take. I mean, he could have started knight d2 himself if he wanted, allowing bishop d2. It doesn't matter anything. Or he could have just played b6 instead of this.
Instead of a6.
To be honest, I didn't even see why rook e8 was necessary. So a lot of stuff I didn't understand in this game. But these guys are much more into the nuances. So, but smart because Lev, you see, didn't try to do anything too drastic. Yeah. I think a player who needs a draw to win the tournament, he's fighting himself, and so sometimes it's best to leave them to do it. And Lev was clever in that.
Yeah.
It's a pity for Arjun, but
Yeah.
I don't really see how he's going to save this. I mean, he can take twice and go rook d8, but
That's what he's going for, it looks like.
because there's no other plan. Not only is white better, but he has all the better pieces also.
So his best chance is in a queen and bishop versus queen and bishop endgame?
In a sense, yes, because at least he gets. The thing is, not even a question of which endgame you want. You want a thing where your pieces are outside. I mean, right now it's rook on d6. He's clamped. If white had followed up with queen d4, he would have no moves at all. And then white could play bishop c4 and win at will. At least now some piece of black will break out and come out. So
Does white anyway go queen d4 in this position?
that's hard to say because of rook d6, e d6. No, sorry, rook d6. If I take, I guess you'll take it.
So rook d6, e d6?
No, rook d6, queen d6.
Oh, Queen.
So he's going for this queen d6, e d6, king f8, and then white plays bishop c4, and you can never make progress there. So it might just be you can never. If you play f6, I'll go to bishop e6, and then I'll
Your
walk
king
my
never
king
gets-
f2, e3, d4, and something.
On the dark squares, and your king never gets to d7 in that case.
Okay, he took with the pawn. That's maybe I was.
Even if we go like this, king d7, and we give up this pawn and take the d6
It
pawn,
should be
that,
lost, no?
that would be lost. Yeah.
I mean, I'll play g3 and then go king f2. And you take on d6, you take on f7. It should be just lost.
Now, and here we've got Levon pushing this one, but the last game, it was just amazing the way Vaishali played and held that position. What did you feel about that game?
Amazing. We'd given up hope for her so many times in that game in the players area, and then he hung in there. And in the end, when we saw that she had actually won Lemon's piece, we couldn't believe it. But it's already drawn then because all the bishop endings are drawn. And I think it's just mild technical problems for Lev here, but it's nonetheless technical problems.
Maybe just exchange this bishop like bishop e2, bishop f3, or
But then checks, no? On c2? You don't care.
Yeah, bishop e2 is quite a good move
yeah, he's done that.
because his next move could be queen e5 somewhere. It could be g4, whatever.
Yeah.
This is bad.
And can we get an update on this one, on Pragg?
I'm not a King's Indian guy, but this looks slightly better for white. H4 and bishop f4 or something. But in general, if white plays bishop d3 is kind of comfortable.
Yeah, that's the idea we were talking about. So the fight for the e4 square.
And going to Vidit's game against Shankland, it looks like a very complex Grunfeld. Vidit is a pawn down for now, but black structure is ruined.
My feeling it should be a big advantage for white already. What is black's next move? He has to go back to g8 maybe.
So
because of
knight
this
d4,
threat.
rook d4, bishop c3
C3 is
is the
such a big
threat.
threat. I can play e5,
Mm-hmm.
but it looks horrible. I would say with it is much better, but I can even make a move like rook b1. I can go knight g5. So,
Oh, knight g5 looks interesting.
well, the problem is then rook h8, but knight d4, ed4 should be kind of okay for black. Maybe e5 is playable, but it looks. It happened already?
No, still thinking.
There's nothing here. I don't see another move besides e5. King g8 is, even if it's the only move, you'll never play it. So,
Yeah, it's a difficult move to make.
on the other hand, if it doesn't lose, it doesn't lose. Let's see.
And rook b8 still, you just go bishops. No, what do you do after rook b1? Sorry, rook b1.
Knight c4?
Knight c4. And white has to go bishop b4.
But this is quite a lot of concession. I mean, I can play bishop f6 and you no longer have your e5 thing because my knight is fighting with that square.
Yeah.
So,
Now, even though
I mean, the first impression is, oh my god, but maybe e5 is playable. Then
Yeah, he
again, it's
played
much harder
e5.
to make. But then you can go king e2 and then you still have some problems with the other rook. So you're threatening to double.
knight g5 happened, he went for e5, and I think knight g5 was played.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
This was your other idea.
yes, and then I think I'll play rook h8.
Is rook c7 at any point a thing to
Or
worry about?
rook dc8 is also possible. What's that?
After rook h8, I was wondering if rook c7 is an option.
It is. I'll take on h3. You'll take probably with the pawn. And it's still a bit awkward.
For black, no?
Yeah.
Maybe king f6? But king f6 doesn't help. You just take on b7.
Then you go knight c4. It's not the end of the world.
So there is a compensation.
Though I would have preferred king f8. I don't know why I would think, but king f6 may just about work.
How would you evaluate this current position that we have? And
He
this
played
one?
rook c8.
He's
I
gone
told you
for
my
rook c8.
instant impression is if I was black, I would faint at first, but it might not be that. It might not be that bad. No, but many of the control positions can look horrible till you see the best move, and then you realize, hey, it's just equal. So that impression is not worth anything. It's just yeah, you can officially faint.
After rook h7, just a nice line you can
Yeah,
show
correct.
Sagar with rook h7. And as
So
Vishy's
king
pointing
g8, and then takes it.
That's when you actually faint. But king g8 you're mentioning here.
Then I don't know if takes e7 works, but it shouldn't. You can just play rook c1, rook c8. And you'll get some counterplay on a3. And
Knight c4 coming in.
Yeah, so rook h7 has been played and he's thinking. Vishy, there is one thing which we wanted to ask is that in such an event, when Arjun, was kind of doing so well, was unbeaten until now, and then he loses this game, it is of course not a great feeling for him. But then this experience of this last round pressure and all can be very helpful in future events, right? Because he has understood what went wrong in such a crucial encounter.
yes, you do learn from these defeats, and but still, still, a bit of a stretch of a justification. No, you're right. Something like this, and the next time he'll understand that for these last round games, you not only got to play the right moves, but you got to maybe have the right attitude. I detected a drop in his intensity today. So it could be that being in the lead, it does funny things to everyone, not only youngsters, even experienced players make these typical mistakes.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he could have learned this without losing this game. It's a pity because if he had done 6.5, it would been such a amazing thing.
No, because I remember that there's this, like when you played the World Championship for the first time in 95, you had said that when you had a points lead, you should have changed the opening with black at that point. You should have maybe played the Scandinavian. So that learning, maybe you used it in your later World Championship matches and you were able to use that, maybe something like that. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, in a sense, he will realize that last rounds, maybe you play a more aggressive opening because he had prepared the Petrov probably the whole day. but for both his black games. But maybe he should have something more aggressive because, or you simply understand that when your opponent does some mysterious move like bishop e3, then you just have to have a different response. It's hard to pinpoint these things, but he'll realize that you need a change in attitude for the next game.
Regardless of what happens, it's of course disappointing. I think it's been a phenomenal tournament
Is
for
this the current
Arjun.
position?
This is Vidit's board.
Okay.
The current
So the question is,
position
how
yeah.
is it after rook c8 and what? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to jump to that one?
No, we can finish this.
Okay. So Levon.
Yes, I mean, now the problem comes for Levon how to actually clinch this.
He's got to try and he wants to go b5.
That's a nice trick. Bishop a4, b5 and wins.
I was talking about b5 as an idea, but bishop a4,
Oh,
b5 is a
B5.
really nice
Yeah,
trick.
so that's the nice thing to push him back even more. I think Levon's not going to spoil this one.
Yeah. I was just saying, Vishy, that even whatever happens in this position, in this game, Arjun's had a phenomenal performance and few would have predicted this result from him at the start of the tournament.
Yes, have you seen his rating though? I don't know what it is with these Arjun and Pragg, but they have some rating.
Pragg is reaching 1900 currently.
I thought he must be reaching 2300. No, he's +2 in this field, and
But his K is only 20.
I thought his K will be like something 40 or something. Okay, its K is 20.
Yeah.
So it happens very slowly. Yeah?
He would have to win the tournament by a huge margin to get to 2300 currently.
Let's play bishop d7.
Yeah, now Levon can go b5.
And then after ab5, do you trade with the bishop? Because that might allow queen g4, or that's maybe still bishop d7.
Bishop d7. I mean,
Yeah.
then you'll have to go back with it.
Yeah.
But maybe I want to. If I go bishop d3, then you have queen g4.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go queen f6, then you play bishop c6. And it's slipping slightly out of my hands. Bishop c6, then you attack g2.
Oh, nice.
So there must be something better.
So bishop
Maybe
d7.
b5 is just a reasonable move to make. Or a5 even, because then you're fixed even more pawns in the right squares. But the problem is Levon wants to win without allowing any counterplay, so he can also now overdo it a bit. Let's see.
So Levon having a think whether to...
Okay, he went bishop d3, it seems.
Has he played?
No, not yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was
No,
our-
that was our analysis, yeah. And let's quickly jump to Vidit's board because rook h7 happened. Of course, king f6 was not played. As you mentioned, black fell back with the king, picks up the pawn. And rook c8, you were calling out this line, king d1.
And now knight c4 or bishop f2. I don't know which. Maybe bishop f2.
Immediately. And in this position, is it more important for white to grab the e5 pawn or the b7 pawn? Also, rook c1 is not a threat after rook either of these. Okay.
After rook b7, it's not, yeah. And also, well, it's just black's position is stabilized. Actually, this is what I said. My initial reaction would be, oh, this is horrible, but in fact, it doesn't seem to be such a crisis yet. The Grunfeld often looks like that. It looks lost till it's not. Then suddenly it looks okay. He's gone knight c4.
Yes.
So what is his idea if...
Has he played knight c4?
No, he's still on.
He's
d1.
still thinking of
Oh,
those are
okay.
the moves that we
yeah, we are
analyzed.
throwing
Yeah.
around. Okay. So bishop f2, I think, seems a reasonable start.
Can we look at also Vaishali's game
Sure.
with Parham right now?
Oh, she might hold this, no?
She should. If I go rook b5, f3 would be... Oh, it's his
white
move.
took-
Okay.
He played king
Oh, then
g5.
it's probably lost.
But
Oh,
why
so-
does
so
this one tempo make so much of a difference? Because your king just enters? Is
Well,
that-
this is the famous Alekhine game where he gets king h6, king g7, and he wins the rook endings. So let's see. If rook b5, king h6, rook f5. I play I got f4.
Yeah, for king.
That's true. Yeah, I'm not in time with rook a2 and this thing. So let me go king g7. But then you can play rook f3, and it's harder for me to prove that I'm going to just clinch this.
It might get into a race with.
Or I
rook
could go
e2.
king c3 instead of rook f3.
Yeah, that's always an option, no? And then you
So
start
rook a2,
chasing.
king takes d3. Now you play f4,
King e3.
rook a7, king f3, and you're in time. Rook f7, king g3. My king needs to come to
Yes.
g5. So yeah.
That's fine.
Yes. So king g5. Okay, let's try king g5, rook b5 check. Has she replied? Yeah, she's gone rook b5 check. King h6, rook f5.
No, she's played. Right now it's on king g5. She hasn't played.
Oh, okay. I think rook f5 is reasonable.
It's also important to do it right now because otherwise, white just goes king f6 and then you're sort of
King
tied
f6,
down.
yes, yeah, exactly. But rook b5 check, king h6, rook f5, and now if f4, king e3, rook.
Oh, by the way, in the game he went king f6, rook f5, king g7. So
And did she play rook f3? Not really.
it's her move now.
It's more. I would play rook f3 because it keeps. Okay, she's gone king c3, which might just work as well. I think we mentioned this. King rook a2, let's say. King takes d3. Wait, play rook a7.
King e2.
No, then
Can
rook
you take on
No, rook-
f7?
rook
rook
here?
f7, king f2. Wait a minute, this might work.
Rook f7, king,
King
f2.
f2, yes.
Ooh.
No, but if
And-
you go king e2, now I'll go f4.
In this position.
King
But then king
f3.
f3?
Yes, and this was the same one we had earlier,
Yeah.
right? So,
Parham actually played instead of rook a2, rook e2.
okay.
After king c.
That doesn't allow the king to move. Okay, that is
Oh,
brilliant.
this
Okay.
is smart actually.
This
No,
is
after
smart.
king d3, rook e7. Your idea of
Yeah,
it.
rook e7.
Yeah.
So now
F2 is
rook
honeymoon.
f2, rook f7. You still can't take it, right? That's your problem.
Uh-huh.
And,
And
if
king e.
rook
Oh, that's
g2,
lost endgame. Yeah, king e3, you just trade and king g6 is
Yes.
lost.
So now let me play rook g2.
Yeah. G2.
And
Rook f3
then-
check.
Yes, and then king e. No, it's not working for me.
King e4.
King e4, then rook a3 wins.
King f5. Is it winning?
Rook a5, g5, no?
Hmm.
Oh, rook a5, g5. Yeah. Rook a5, rook g5. So how is she fighting after rook e2?
It's all about.
It's one.
No,
check.
but there is still one hope, which is I go rook b2 here.
Okay.
I don't know if you can still. Well, then I go rook b5. And the moment you move your rook up the board, I'll go king f3 and try to counterattack. But what I'm worried of is that white may play rook a5 anyway, and I might not be able to save this after that.
Rook a5, rook g5.
So more important to not give the fifth rank than the.
Oh, wow, okay. To get the rook on g5 and instead of
something
getting
like
greedy.
that, yeah.
Hmm. This rook e2 move was very nice by Parham,
Yes.
and I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
that-
we kept on trying to go as far as possible, but of course this makes more sense.
That's the instinctive reaction to play rook a2. But Vaishali, despite whatever the score is, I think has been quite impressive. She's drawn with Pragg, she drew with Adi, she drew with Lev. It's been a
Yeah.
great tournament for her.
Definitely, she's had so many good positions as well that she could make even more points.
Yeah.
And, no, kudos to her.
And what about Adhiban versus Quang Liem? Do you feel that Adhiban is coming back slowly into this tournament? Like today, he has had better games than I think.
But isn't he?
Yeah, right
kinda
now it
busted now?
seems.
Oh no, rook a1. Sorry, rook a1. Knight takes d4. Bishop a4, and then bishop e4 check. This is not going to be fun.
What is going on here? Why can't Black just? I'm sorry.
In the
I just got
Arjun
very
game.
distracted.
Yeah,
with it.
sure. Ooh,
Oh, but wait, queen a4.
Yeah,
what happens?
Queen a4. What
Ooh.
is happening? Here?
ooh,
I don't.
oh my God! Things have turned around.
Because if bishop c4, I go back to c2, and we're back where we started.
Yeah, you have to fall back with the bishop. Wait, Queen a.
A4,
Can we just see how
BD7?
we got here?
Yeah, BD7. Levon went Queen E5 instead of. I mean, she was saying A5 or B5. He went Queen E5, and now Arjun went Queen C2. And now Queen E7, and Arjun has
Queen
picked up the
A4.
pawn.
Okay, b5, queen f4 is not it.
Can
What is the move
we
that
can
you would
just
look
have
for?
a look at the cams?
What is the other idea? Bishop f3 maybe? What about bishop f3? but maybe bishop e6. No, then queen b7, but it's... Or I could go queen b5. Kind of stops bishop d5 and other things.
So bishop d5 and bishop b7 are both defended. That's a nice move.
Levon played king g3 here instead of bishop f3.
I suspect it's still winning, but okay. So queen b3 check, and then he'll go bishop f3, right?
And then something will fall, yeah.
Yes. So let's see.
You
King
know-
g3. If I go bishop c6, then bishop c4 wins. King g3 was very clever.
Oh. So king g, and you can't go bishop c4 because of queen c2. So king g3, the idea is to sidesteps queen c2 check. Very nice.
Yes.
What's the move for black here?
Maybe this is still winning. Hang on.
If we just drop the queen back to c6, then
Then bishop f3.
queen c8.
And then your move?
Oh,
queen
bd5.
b5?
Queen b5. Then queen b5.
We don't like to play like this. It's
Yeah, it's. But I don't see another move.
maybe.
Maybe something else here.
It's not easy, right, for Arjun to find a move here.
Yeah, king g3 in a sense always nice to give the move back
He
to them.
played bishop e6.
Okay, and if queen into b7, he's going to do what? Maybe queen a1, which simply puts some dark squares in the menu. Queen e1 check.
Wow. And if queen a6, there is queen e1.
Then we are almost drawing, right? But maybe, no, queen b6, queen e1 is also nice. So if he takes on b7, then I think we're coming in like this. So bishop e6. Now, what about f5? But then queen b3 check,
And then bishop f5.
so that I don't get bishop c4.
Is d7 a concern there? Queen b3 check, let's say king, I don't know, h2. And bishop f5,
But that must be drawn, no? d7, bishop d7,
too many
queen
pawns.
d7, queen b4. It's, I don't see, I have enough to draw because I can offer the exchange queens now because I can just play f6, g5 and
And also
thing.
h8, yeah.
I mean, if I keep at least an a pawn and I play some g5 on this side, it becomes tricky for white to win even. So at least,
Yeah, let's just point out, Sagar, that it's the wrong color on h8 as well in
Yeah.
many, many endgames. That plays a very important role.
so
So Levon taking his time after bishop e6. f5, yeah, this looks interesting.
well, f5 doesn't feel right. But what about bishop c4? Yeah,
Whoa.
but then queen takes.
So bishop c4, d7 is just over.
Because there is, you don't have a perp. So let's try. I suspect you can't draw this by perpetual. Wait a minute. Let's try queen b4.
Takes?
Queen e1 check. No.
Oh, yeah.
Queen e1 check.
Sorry.
So king h2 wins. Sorry, that square is covered. No, it doesn't. Then bishop c4 might just clinch it. Sorry, after bishop e6, bishop c4, it's over.
Oh, so yeah, just to finish that line, so queen e1 check, you just sidestep and h4 pawn isn't hanging, and then you just go d7.
Wait, so you must play queen a3 check here.
Okay,
That's the
so
only
queen
way.
a3, let's say king h2.
Yes, and now queen takes b4.
Queen takes b4, but can you give queen e8 and d7 anyway? Oh, f4 is hanging in those positions.
And
now.
now
Well, I'm
bishop
hoping. So
e6.
now bishop e6, the question is, can queen f4 be a draw? If king h3, it's winning because
Queen
queen e3,
e3,
g3. Yes.
Yeah.
that's it. Okay. So that is the win, in fact. Bishop c4 is winning. If
Is
you- if
bishop
you find-
c4 just gone, or is there something? Let's just see if we can find a
G3.
defense.
No, bishop c4 is actually very strong.
Sagar, do we have a move yet?
No.
Okay.
After he played bishop c4.
Oh, wow. Okay, bishop c4 on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that's the end.
But
of
it's
this
a
pawn.
brilliant move, no? So bishop c4, d7 loses. That's the point. And the other line that we are looking at is check first. King h2.
So,
Is there
so
anything
only
here?
try is queen b4 or queen a3, right? There is no other try because bishop c4 just d7 means.
No, and it's slightly awkward for you that you're missing the key square now.
And this is hopeless. King somewhere. Yeah.
And
Losing everything with check. So let's say king f8.
queen f6 check and king g8 and then d7.
Yeah, it is hopeless.
No, but you can play king g7 instead of king f8.
Arjun still
Queen
has
e5, d7,
7
yeah.
minutes.
But the problem is queen f4, king h3 is a nice clincher.
Here.
Here d7 or first queen e5.
I guess I'll play queen e5 first.
And then
Or I can do queen e7 check.
By the way, Arjun gave a check on a3 and king h2 has happened.
So he's going for the f4 pawn. and
yeah,
he's
we
gonna
might
try.
see this line. Queen b4 is what we're looking at.
Queen b4, bishop e6, queen f4,
King
and
h3.
king h3 is the key.
And g3 just stops everything after queen e3 check.
So don't play queen e3 check, play fe6.
But
So now
anyway,
this forces
d7,
white to choose d7, and then when I give a check, you will not be able to interpolate g3. So I still have a option of giving a perpetual. So let's try queen e. No, queen e3, g3 is the problem.
G3,
So
yeah.
go queen,
Queen f5.
g4.
Queen g4, yeah.
I thought it's the same thing. Queen g4. Oh, queen f5 is simpler. Queen f5, e5 is simpler. Sorry, because yeah, I'll come out and then you can. So what my idea was queen f4. Queen g4, f4, king g1, queen
E-
d4 maybe.
King h1, queen d1.
queen d1
Ah
or
no,
king h2?
queen a1 check, queen e5 check.
Queen a.
Oh, nice.
And this is actually just a draw because no, king h3 and you loop around again. But
He played
I
queen.
think
he
this
played
is-
king h3 here. So now the point is if you
fe6.
take
I
all-
don't see before I was playing queen e3 and after that I can resign.
Oh, queen e3 on
But
the
I
board,
play
by the way.
fe6.
Queen e3 has been played.
Oh, then g3 is resigns. G3 is resigns. That is just. Wait, one last hope. Queen f3 now. Queen f3 now.
G3, queen f3, mate in one.
Wait.
Oh.
And because I queen f7, it's pinned, but I cannot play d7.
Oh, he played queen f3.
Because
Yeah.
queen e6 is a check, no?
Oh, that is
Wait, so then what is happening after queen f3? Queen h1 is a mate in one. Okay, this is a brilliant move. And bishop f7, you just take queen f7.
Yeah. Oh my god. Queen f3.
Is this saving? And he's gone for bishop f7, queen f7.
He took
yeah, maybe it's now
This
it's maybe
saves-
it saves it.
queen f3.
Wait,
was-
what? for?
Yeah. Oh, that is brilliant then. So queen h4 g. That is a nice thing at the end. Queen f3. Brilliant stuff.
Queen h1. This is amazingly resourceful. So bishop f7 played, queen f7. He gives a check on d8 and queen f8. And queen f1 check is coming if you don't trade, and you can't trade. You lose if you trade.
Yeah, but Aronian will make a draw with queen c7 and that's it.
Just
But,
repeats, yeah.
Yes.
Oh man.
Wow, that means
Arjun
Arjun
wins.
is the champion.
Well.
Oh my god.
And you know, Anand, he mentioned having you in the crowd and having you as a mentor here. It's pushing him to play his best chess. Too much pressure.
He delayed it, but in the end, but this is fantastic. Queen c2, queen e7, queen a4. Oh, so then bishop c4 wasn't winning because of this very fine point he saw at the end.
And maybe
Very
it's the
nice
only
point.
way to defend the position, yeah?
Yes,
So precise.
there is no way to do anything.
Arjun's going to win this championship.
Yeah, now it's perpetual.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
done.
my god, it's
done.
over.
Oh my god.
I'm going to go and stand there and try and get him
Sure,
as soon
sure.
as this game's over. It'll be amazing to have you on.
They drew.
Oh, they've drawn?
Yes, they've already shaken hands. So he's the champion.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Wow. That was unbelievable.
I guess the audience would like to clap, but there's still some other games going on.
Yeah, and Arjun wins the tournament by at least half a point. Maybe if other results go his way, then full
Well,
point.
it's just He's won. That's all.
Yeah,
He's clear first
absolutely.
even, so there is nothing to.
And even this defense, I think we are all almost like written him off because he was.
Yeah.
It was very difficult to hold. He found
I mean,
some
my own thing is not to do this queen e5 kind of stuff, which is too forcing because you always miss something. That's why I wanted to play a5 or b5 and just
here.
no. Instead of this, instead of allowing this little counterplay,
A5
just to play a5 and keep maximum options for later. But of course, we didn't make progress.
Oh,
Champion with us. Well done, Arjun.
Congrats. None of us saw queen f3. We were all desperately trying to find something in queen f3.
I think direct f6 also has a decent.
I was playing fe6 and I couldn't see a win there. But of course, this is
Yeah, this is main sheet.
fe6, queen e6, queen f7 is coming back. So I
Yeah.
can We were trying to make fe6 work, but of course, if you see queen f3, then it's
Yeah, with the pawn
in fact
on
white
g2.
has to force it.
Yeah,
So that's very nice.
fe6, queen e6, and then
queen f7. Okay, it's lost.
Queen c8 and d7 or what? And the king escapes.
Queen f5.
I don't know. Why does it say it's lost?
Okay, queen c7, king g8, then d7.
Okay. That is
Yeah, this is just over.
okay. So in fact, queen f3 was the only. When did you see queen f3?
When I took a lot of
You
time
took
for-
on a4. You saw it already. This queen
No,
f3
when I
idea.
took on a4, I didn't see. When I gave queen a3 check, then I.
Brilliant. Okay.
oh, that's why you had to give this check. If you took directly, then it was lost.
Yeah, then I just cannot take on f4.
Right.
Right in the opening went quite wrong, no, at some point?
Yeah, I was happy out of the opening, but I don't know what went wrong. I
with-
totally missed bishop d4 followed by queen a3.
Yes, that we think. But I also thought just a6. Why didn't you play b6?
Yeah, initially I wanted to play b6, but I thought I'll lose control over the c6 square potentially.
Okay. Because a6 somehow I feel that you have to every move you have to see if the b pawn still defended or not. I
Yeah,
just
like
I just wanted to get rid of
knight
that.
e6.
Okay.
So then
I
you
thought
were-
b6 and then you could do the same knight e6.
But then I always have to watch out for
Knight
bishop
e5.
b-
Yeah.
bishop.
Okay.
Also, Arjun, 2 quick draws today in the first 2 rounds. Was that
The
some?
first one was not a
Well, yeah, the second one is quick. First was a tough fight, but were you happy with that? Especially the second one with the white pieces. You
Yeah.
as part of the strategy.
I thought it makes some sense to
Hmm.
just take rest and be prepared for the next game.
Well, now it definitely makes sense.
Although I was regretting in the start of the game.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think you're probably the most resourceful player here. In fact, should be
That is
mentioned.
the most-
Okay, thing because there were games which seemed to turn around suddenly. I don't know why I have this impression. Maybe you, in fact, thing. But was there some game?
which
With Vaishali, I think I'm influenced by this game that
Ah.
you managed to.
also
turn
in
it
the
around.
morning I was losing, I think.
Yeah, with Adhiban at some point it looked
Hmm.
horrible with this just opposite color bishops and so on. But I mean, just bishop ending winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After rook f4, that move rook
Yeah,
f4,
yeah.
rook f4, gf4.
Yeah, especially when I gave the key to check, I think king d3 was probably winning on the spot.
Maybe we can have that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Arjun?
Oh, great feeling. It just feels great.
Yeah, I can imagine. And you mentioned having Anand there, and the crowd was motivating you to play more
Yeah.
and better. It's amazing stuff.
Yeah, this one, right?
Oh yeah, this one. A few moves later. I totally missed rook a4 and check. I think king d3 was lost for me.
Here king d3.
Takes
Rook b2
rook b2.
and then g5. No, this is your point.
Yeah. I anyways wanted to play rook h2, but now the thing is g5, rook h3. You can play king e3 or e4 and protect f3.
Yeah, Arjun, amazing victory. You you were going to tell us some secret, after you
Coach
won this.
reveal.
Yeah, coach. Everyone's saying coach reveal.
It It's Rustam Karim then.
Oh.
Wow.
So Pavi's long time second.
Also Vishit.
Also, of course, yes.
You've been working with Vishy as well in the
Yeah, in the-
oh, amazing. So yeah, Vishy, just a few words after he's become a champion, what do you have to say about Arjun overall as a
I mean, I think his class here is just fantastic. Even when he got into trouble, he's so resourceful, and the wins were just clinical. So many wins yesterday. Yeah, with the Quang, who just looked totally one-sided. So excellent preparation, excellent play, just tops.
Thank you.
Arjun, I want to ask you, before this last round against Lev, you needed a draw. What were your strategy and how were you feeling before the
Before
game?
the game, I was trying to be normal, but as the game started, I was feeling very much nervous.
You didn't show it at all.
I was saying Arjun is not feeling nervous at all. You were just sitting like
I
normal.
was pretending.
You're going to miss your chest at the Blitz.
Yeah, amazing, Arjun. Congratulations for this brilliant performance. And Lindores Abbey, you missed the first place.
Yeah, I thought I messed up again.
Yeah, and then you.
Well, you would still be tied for first, but that's another story. But of course,
Yeah,
it's much
maybe.
nicer to clinch it like this. No tie breaks, nothing. So
Yeah, but also he would have had the direct encounter.
Direct encounter the first tiebreak.
no, they would have played.
Oh, the first
They would
tiebreak-
play. It's
Oh.
if you have 3 people, then they use these tie breaks. But if you have 2, it's actually thing. So that is it's in the rules. Just like in Vaganze, it doesn't matter between 2 people. But if had like Firuzja won,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Jordan and Ani should have played
Ani
anyway.
should- yeah.
That was the logic. So you only eliminate the third person, not the.
Amazing performance.
Yeah. I mean,
No, I was just gonna say what's next for you because I can't wait to see him back in action.
I think I'll be playing in Spain next month.
Yeah, it's Citrus Open now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which
And are
is
you also
okay.
going for World Rapid and Blitz?
Yeah, I will play. This will be my first time.
Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
6.5 par 9.
What do you have to say about Anand as a mentor here?
It's a great feeling. I just can't describe in words.
would you like after the game?
Maybe I
discuss-
should. Poor boy sitting here. I'm sitting here grilling him, and then what am I like a mentor? Suddenly terrorist feel to it. I should let him
He
even.
doesn't have an option right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right,
Vishy, I
right.
mean, in general, like one thing which is there that all these kids, they are so motivated by your presence. And after the game, I saw yesterday, even in the dining room, they would come and talk to you, and you're so like accessible to all of them. It's amazing, like how much you are, giving to them.
Yeah, I really enjoyed. I mean, I think they're all so good, and if I can help them skip 1 or 2 hard learnings, that's good enough. But they're just all very, very strong. And Arjun this year, I mean, we've also played a lot of blitz,
Oh,
and he's given me a very hard time.
At
So
training games.
yeah, but like for instance, for Croatia, I trained with him.
And that went
Few times.
brilliantly for you.
Yes, after Arjun, the others were a piece of cake. So things like that. But it's nice, I ask him sometimes for Croatia, I asked him to play some theme stuff for me so that I could practice my stuff and vice versa. But he is very good, even thing. But I'm happy also. I mean, I mentioned it to Rustam and thing, but I'm happy that it's actually happened. So I haven't followed up there, but
So it
very
was
happy
your
that
idea.
no, Rustam asked me, and then I told him yes, great kid, one of our best, and we kind of had this chat in Tashkent. But
Amazing stuff.
Also,
Eh.
Vishit being very friendly is like a great thing. On the first day, I was really nervous, but then I picked him since he's very friendly.
yeah. It's like Vishy, we are always saying like when you became a GM in 1988, that was the start, and now you are doing this new role where you are motivating them. You are like making their progress so quicker. You could have said that okay, this is something that you would not do, but it's phenomenal thought. I mean, just
yeah, but I'm genuinely happy to do it. I
Yeah.
think they are really all very good. They're very nice, friendly kids, and of course, sorry 20-year-olds, but anyway, almost teenagers. But I enjoy helping. Like I said, if I can make a difference, then I'm very happy to do it. For quite some months, Arjun has also been in Westbridge. Yeah, this is
I have
great.
to ask
So,
Anand, I have to ask one more question. The only thing is Arjun's biggest strength that really was his standout in this tournament that really worked for him.
good openings and very good follow-up, and he's very sharp tactically. I mean, these kinds of moves like Queen F3, he spots them at the end. So when he goes for long variations,
Yeah.
he sees the last move, these little hidden tricks. It makes a difference because it's enough to see 99% of the stuff, but if you don't see the point, then you reject the move one move earlier and you look elsewhere. Choosing the right move is often a function of seeing the final move of variation, not the first move. Many people can see the first move and many can almost see the end, but my feeling is his calculation is simply superlative, and that'll be one of the biggest skills to build on.
And that also a limited amount of time in rapid to calculate. And this Queen E3, Queen F3, it reminded me of Queen D8, Queen A7 against Liam, which you picked up the rook.
Yeah, this kind of point, just bing, of course, it comes back to G1, so I win the rook, it just, because then you play Queen takes E7 instantly. So everything works backwards, and this is the good thing. But wonderful.
Thank you.
This is such a beautiful moment.
Yeah, it's amazing to see a young boy who's just succeeded, and Vishy here, fantastic in the same frame. Arjun, congrats and thanks for joining us. And we'll let you go. And Vishy, thank
Yeah,
you
thanks.
so much
How
for
are you going to celebrate, Arjun?
Yeah,
I have no plan as of yet.
he'll play some blitz now tonight, maybe with his friends.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Vishy.
Great,
and
thanks.
Bye. Bye, Arjun.
Bye.
Yeah, good.
Wow, Sagar Shah, Arjun Erigaisi
Man,
is the
what a
champion of Tata
finish.
Steel Chess India Rapid.
It was such
Amazing
a thrilling
stuff.
finish at the end, and I think there are still some games going on. Tanya, should we have a look at them?
And this was such a nice interaction between Anand and Arjun.
Yeah,
So much to learn and understand from them. Just amazing.
it was phenomenal to see both of them, and I'm really in awe of how Arjun played here. And what was really amazing is that Vishy was trying to calculate those lines. And then Arjun was also playing those same moves, and he had seen that Queen F3 resource,
Which we all missed actually.
which was missed.
We
and-
thought G3 was
Yeah,
just lost and
yeah,
game over. And
yeah.
the entire championship depended on this one queen move to F3.
Exactly. And the thing is that makes this entire thing so special that it was not easy to spot. If this was, we could see the engine, it would have been instantly said that, oh, this is the drawing move, and yes. But with Vishy trying to use his own mind and trying to figure out things, and then him not finding this move and Arjun spotting it, that was tremendous, Tanya.
Just amazing chess by Arjun from start to finish. He lost just one game to Pragg, that marathon fight. After that, he had 2 draws today. He won every other game. And now against Levon, holding him in this very difficult. He was in a lot of trouble out of the opening. But as we were mentioning, it's not over till it's over. Signs of an absolute champion to fight back and find a crucial Queen F3. Amazing chess.
Wow. Yeah. And he also takes home the first place prize of $10,000. I know he's got way more things than that money, but it's something.
To
Yeah.
win this tournament
Yeah.
ahead of the world number 10, ahead of Lev, ahead of Quang Liem, ahead of everyone. And, he came in as one of those 4 players who will not be playing in Blitz. And what is happening here?
Oh, it's a check. The pawn is pinned and knight takes F5.
But it's still
and
not
maybe,
clear, yeah?
maybe
Knight
knight
D4,
takes D4. And yeah, Karthikeyan, I guess, has just given up that exchange, and he will have this armada of pawns here on.
By the way, Vidit has drawn with Sam.
Okay, Vidit has drawn, right. And Parham has beaten Vaishali.
Parham
And
beats
Adhiban
Vaishali.
lost to Quang Liem. So,
Okay, Adi really needs to put this behind him. He's got 2 big days of Blitz coming up, and he needs to come back, he needs to fight back, and he needs to forget about everything that's happened in this Rapid.
yeah, but I mean, Tanya, it's not easy to do that. And we could see that how Levon also kind of missed his chance, right? We thought Levon would just cruise through. Chess is so unpredictable.
Very true. I mean, what happened with Lev, after the first day, he was 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
And then still looking solid. But then last round, he drew with Vaishali, but that didn't even make a difference because at the end of it, Arjun managed to hold this game. And with that, became the champion. Very interesting decision here by White not to
Not to
grab
take
that
that.
rook
Not to
and
take that.
allow this massive pawn chain in the center. Sagar, I like that because if we just, okay, that's fine. We can look at it later. But knight e7, nice square, hitting that g6 pawn.
Yeah, there was a mate on g6 which Karthikeyan averted. And right now, what do you think, Tanya? Because if Pragnananda wins this, he's second.
What a tournament for these Indian youngsters.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Tata Steel Chess India, their main ethos, the idea of the event this year was to give this massive potential of Indian young talents that we've been seeing throughout the last 2 years
Yes,
during the
yes.
pandemic perform brilliantly to give them an opportunity and exposure to play against the world's best. Not only have they got the exposure, they finished at the top of the table.
True, true. And also, I mean, this idea was a bold one, right? To do a tournament where you don't have all the top players of the world playing, but young talents, which worked out phenomenally.
Pragg fighting for second place. So, what is going on in this? I mean, if
I think
anybody.
I think it's a complicated endgame.
But
but-
White can't be worse.
Oh,
Because
and also Black, I mean, he has his chances, right, Tanya? Because if he goes to take the h5 pawn, White, then the b pawn is very strong.
But what if you just start with? So right now, King C7 on the board. He wants
Yeah.
to go B4 and start pushing the pawn.
Yeah,
The idea of King
yeah.
C7 is
To
it
stop
takes
rook
away,
B6.
yeah, it takes away the B6 square from the rook.
Right.
So with Karthi's King C7, he's threatening. So if you go King E4, for example, in this position, attacking the rook, you go Rook C5, step it next to the B pawn.
Just rook c5, and then you go b4, put the rook behind the pawn.
King E4 on the board, expecting to go Rook C5. Defending that E5 pawn, he goes
he
rook.
goes rook
He goes
D2.
rook D2. So he says, you know what? I don't care about the E5 pawn. I'm only eyeing my B4 pawn. But that's a bit of a gamble, no?
Yeah, but he wants to take h2 maybe. So maybe Pragg goes h4, or h4 is too ambitious.
He
takes
goes.
on
He takes
E5.
it, and I think he can go B4 here.
Oh, he's
He
pushing
goes
the-
B4. I think he has to push. This is the idea of this move. You want to start pushing, creating your play, and
Pragg is coming back from a1.
so Pragg wants to go Rook A6, Rook A1, Rook B1, and stop that pawn from queening. Meanwhile, the king will assist the F pawn towards its goal. But this should end in a draw, I feel, after Rook H2. You put the pawn on B2. You stop White's rook's activity. The only square White's rook has is on B1.
Yeah.
And I think it will be some sort of a balance, and this should end in a draw.
So now b2, rook b3, and then rook takes h2. I think that should be done. Oh, but Karthikeyan is trying for his chance here. He's threatening to play rook d. Oh, he plays rook d3. Now threat is b2, Tanya.
He plays?
Rook d3. Rook a3, rook d3.
Uh-huh.
Rook a1. Yeah. Pragg.
Rook A3 is a tricky little move. You want your rook in front of that pawn and behind, on B3, because it's where it's active. On B1, it's not an ideal square, but Rook D3 threatening B2, as you mentioned, forcing the rook on B1. All right, so now Rook B1.
This should be a draw.
Yeah, just Rook B1, and the idea is Sagar King E4, King D4. Your rook doesn't have enough squares to defend that pawn. And Pragg looking around. So a draw means Pragg finishes second.
No, he and Levon tie for the same points.
They have it,
And they both drew as well. So then it goes to
Sonneberger.
most number. Yeah, Sonneborn Berger. And I don't know who's better there. We'll get to know. But I think Pragg should win because he's beaten Arjun.
And there we see a repetition happening. Rook F3, King E4, King D4, King E4, King D4. Keep chasing that rook. Take that pawn on
He's playing
B3.
for king.
This is...
These youngsters never
Oh,
draw.
wow. King C4.
They're like never, no draw, yeah. You think they'll draw their
That's
game?
amazing, yeah. I mean, he can just draw, finish the tournament at a high,
No.
but he wants to play on. But now can't you just go Rook F2?
Rook F2 and then...
I mean, how are you winning this
No,
position?
it's a draw. It's a draw.
Oh, that's it.
They
And
drew, they drew.
says, I will not find the beauty in repetition. I will force a draw on the board. And with that, an applause we see breaking out for Arjun's phenomenal performance, for Pragg's phenomenal performance. I think just amazing chess by these two players.
Yeah, yeah. Will we have like a closing ceremony today, like that trophy giving? Because the winner is going to go back home. He's not going to be staying there for
Oh,
blitz.
good point.
So I think we may have the prize giving ceremony for the rapid event. We will see. how that goes, and we'll keep you updated. But we'll also pull up the standings. I think overall a great event for Arjun and Tania. Just I guess Arjun has gained a supreme number of points. He's gained close to 70 elo points. So he was 2-3, 2-3. So he reached 2400.
And what about Pragg? He was 1821.
Yeah. And Pragnananda has gained 100 elo points from this tournament, around 100 and
So he's almost touching 2000 after this performance.
no, he was 1821, so he's gone to 1925.
Yeah.
Not a huge improvement, but okay.
He's getting there. He's getting to 2000 slowly and steadily. But no, it's Sagar. I mean, genuinely, Pragg and Arjun have just been such stars in this tournament. And it's not as though they had one great day.
Yeah.
They actually played consistently well. And there we see Jeet. He's from Game Plan.
Right.
He's, of course, the main organizers of this event. Tata Steel are the sponsors. And we see all the players taking all the audience members taking a photograph. That's Lenny.
Maybe if we can, shift the camera from there and face it to what's happening, that would be nice. Maybe I'll go and check it out, Tanya.
Take a look at what's happening. But
Yeah.
I have a feeling that it's all the players. But go take a look, and
Yeah.
if there's a way to shift around so that we can also see Sagar, what is going on. Chat, what a phenomenal end we've had. Levon, he got everything he wanted out of the opening in that last game to win. He had an extra pawn, a healthy extra pawn, and a player of his caliber. It just felt like this should be easy for him. But Arjun, the resourcefulness that he showed with Queen F3 at that last moment, a move that he found, and it reminded a lot of his queen maneuvers throughout the tournament. And with that, definitely a shocker for Lev. And there we see what's going on. There's Anand on stage giving a little speech there. And next to him, who is next to him? Chat? That's Arjun. That's Arjun next to him. We also see Yeron at the back. He is the main organizer of the Vaikanze Tata Steel.
Did it change?
Yeah, it changed. It's beautiful now. We see Anand is giving a speech. Can we hear this though?
Let me see if I can.
Let's try and see if we can get some sound on this.
Glorious career, I hope.
I don't know. Maybe if
All the best.
you can hear this.
Chat, let us know if you can hear Anand.
Nice surprise. Adhiban is withdrawing.
But it's being shot as well, so we'll put it up later. But the point is, right now Vishy is talking about Arjun in front of the crowd. The entire crowd is applauding.
Wow.
And what a moment in the life of Arjun.
What a moment to have Anand there as his
Oh, they can hear.
mentor.
They can hear.
Oh, you can hear. Okay, guys, we're gonna then just
Since I'm
let you
in-
enjoy this.
When I came to the tournament, I had no expectations. I just wanted to play my best and enjoy. And by the end of day two, I started to think about the standings and stuff. And I'm really glad and happy that I managed to win the event. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Arjun. We will see you again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and we will also see you back at the official prize giving on Sunday. Maybe we see you again, winning some prize. But for now, already very much congratulations. You did a very nice job. You played excellently. Congrats.
That's a very happy Arjun.
And of course, also thank you
What a
to
moment.
you, Vishwanathan, Anand. Thank you. So see you tomorrow. The tournament goes on with the Blitz tournament.
The
tomorrow,
legend, the
same
ambassador, the
place,
mentor
same
of the
time. We
tournament,
start at 2
Vishy
o'clock.
Anand,
Thank you.
with the champion of the Tata Steel Chess India, Arjun Erigaisi. Sagar Shah applauding.
Yeah, generally I'm there in the thick of things, clapping and stuff, so I can't contain my excitement. Guys, these are the final standings here. Arjun Erigaisi 6.5, Levon second, Tania, Pragnananda third, Vidit fourth, Karthikeyan fifth, Shankland sixth, Parham Maghsoodloo seventh, Quang Liem eighth, Adhiban Bhaskaran 9th, and Vaishali 10th. And I think that was a small ceremony we had there. I don't think, and everyone wants now autographs. I think this is the best time to be here.
Autographs and photographs, of course, with the legend himself, because Anand is there, and that's what these people are here for, to get his photo. And we saw 3 people tied at 5.5 for second, third, and fourth, but by 1 point, Arjun Erigaisi wins the tournament.
Yeah, I'll just come back in a second, Tanya. Maybe you can just
Sure. So second place was Levon Aronian, third place Pragnananda, and fourth place to Vidit Gujrathi. And there we see the audience. They're all just waiting to have an opportunity with Anand himself for a photograph. What is happening in chat? You know, I think the one player that, of course, Arjun's standout performance, but also big kudos to Vaishali. Big news coming in.
Big news is that Adhiban is not feeling well. So he
What?
has withdrawn from the Blitz event.
Why is he not feeling well?
No, Adhiban, I mean,
Okay.
I don't know exactly why
What
he's not
happened?
feeling well, but he's not in good health.
Okay.
So he's not.
I hope, yeah, okay.
And big news is that Arjun is replacing him and he'll play the Blitz.
Whoa! What?
Yes, Arjun is going to play Blitz as well.
And chat is mentioning,
Chat-
how did they know about this?
Because I think they were hearing it right over there. What was being spoken.
Wow, I hope Adi is feeling okay.
Yeah, well, we hope that Adhiban's health is good.
Yeah.
And-
Because, yeah. I mean, it's been a tough tournament for him, but of course, health comes first. And
Yeah.
that means that, I mean, that's an amazing thing for Arjun to have this opportunity now to
Yeah.
fight for his
I
second
mean,
title.
it would be a big news that if Arjun can continue this form in Blitz as well. Of course, we wanted Adhiban to make a comeback in the Blitz as well. Blitz tournament after this performance. But I guess it's not because he performed badly. I think there's some other reason which we'll get to know. But for now, the news we got from there was that Adhiban will not play in Blitz and Arjun Erigaisi will replace him.
And no one this time is going to take Arjun lightly in the Blitz. After his performance in the Rapid,
And also in Lindores Abbey, he's beaten Caruana and all.
Yeah.
And I think he might be one of the favorites.
I mean, after the way he's played in the
And
Rapid.
then you have Nihal there. And
And
then you have Raunak, you have Gukesh, you have Harika. Vidit is
Amazing
already
stuff.
there. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
And I like chat. Chat is mentioning get well soon, Adi, and
Yeah.
definitely message him, chat, on, he's had a tough tournament. He's not well. He's going to be back. Adi is the beast. He's going to be back on the board, and it's going to be, we're going to see that very, very soon. Sagar, it's been such a phenomenal ride at the Rapid. And now we've got 2 days of blitz action coming up. 9 games each on each of these days. It's a double round robin event. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting some unbelievable chess. It's going to be like, as Amruta likes to call it, breakneck chess. It's going to be breathtaking chess. And, we are going to have a very tough time keeping up with 5 games that are going to happen at 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. But what we'll do, Tanya, is we'll take some rest tonight. We'll get ready for tomorrow, because I think we'll also have to make some changes in the layout, guys, because these games like Rapid was quite slow paced at the start, and then in the end it got quick. But now for Blitz, it will be like from the get-go we have to be on
Fire.
our toes.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we wrap up, let's just bring up our standings, the final standings at the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid event. And this is what we have. Arjun Erigaisi is the champion of the tournament, and by a 1 point margin. Once again, congratulations to Arjun. I was asking him how he plans to celebrate. No celebration for him because there's no rest. Tomorrow he starts with the Blitz, replacing Adhiban. Due to health reasons, Adi will not be playing. Levon Aronian, Pragnananda, Vidit, all 3 at 5.5, second, third, and fourth. Karthi and Sam Shankland at 5. At 50% Parham. Definitely these players are going to look at striking during the blitz. Parham, a very strong blitz player. Sagar, as well as Quang Liem, former world blitz champion.
Yeah.
Vaishali at 1.5. I have to say bottom of the table, but impressed us all with her
Has
play.
a lot to take back home. You know, Vaishali will go back home with so much from this event. And Tanya, this is what we are looking at for the Blitz tournament. Just that Adhiban will be replaced with Arjun. But apart from that, this is the lineup, guys. You have top seed of the tournament, Quang Liem. He's the highest rated Blitz player. Next up, we have Levon Aronian. Then we have Vidit Gujrathi, Sam Shankland. We have Parham Maghsoodloo. We have the young talents. Also, Nihal is, I guess, the 4th seed in this event.
He's replacing Pragg.
Who?
Nihal.
Yeah, okay. And we have Raunak, we have Gukesh, and we have Harika. Harika, you've played with her recently, Tanya. Your thoughts on Harika?
I played besides her. We played as part of the team, and of course, Harika has had a really great run the past few tournaments that she's played, whether it was the online Olympiad, even her performance at the World Cup, the Women World Team Championship, super solid at Riga as well. She didn't lose a single game there. So definitely going to see a very confident Harika come into this play. But the field is strong. We'll see the fight that she puts up. I think we're headed for 2 incredible days. The games, the action starts at same time, same place. Sagar and I will join you for the Blitz. It's a sign off from us.
Yeah, and I'll leave the chat with this picture, which I would say was the picture of the day. Oops, not this, guys. This one.
I love
with
it.
Arjun smile and Vishy looking at him with so much pride. 6.5 out of 9. Arjun Erigaisi is the winner. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Guys, you mentioned that we missed a couple of super chats. So here we are back just to read them because we do not want any of you to feel like we missed out on something. So Riddhima Gupta says, owner of KKR team on the first row. Yes, because Game Plan does manage KKR team as well, who's organizing this event. So maybe from there, that connection, it is possible.
And you know what, Sagar? We've also got the Indian cricket team coming into Calcutta.
Oh, yes.
There's the
India-New Zealand.
The India-New Zealand match, and I think on 20th. And in fact,
In our
they're
hotel.
staying at the same hotel.
Guys, Clips is going to...
But they're in a massive bubble. I think they've got floors restricted,
But
and
chess-based India Clips can
we'll
get
find
in.
it. Amrita will find her way.
Anand Narayan says, Rook file blocked by Vishy, Rook diagonal square to knight by Sagar, and F3 in Pragg versus Adhiban by Tania stand out as the best lessons of this tournament. Okay, Parshva Karnawat, thank you so much, Anand Narayan. Receiving congratulations from the legend himself would mean more than the win, says Parshva for Arjun. Anuradha Ravi says,
Congrats, Arjun. Thank you for bringing Vishy in the end of the commentary. It takes things to. I absolutely agree, Anuradha.
I think a huge role for that goes to Samay. He's always around and he gets the most important people.
By the way, he's gone for a stand-up. He's got his stand-up happening in Kolkata at Top Cat. I think it's at 8 p.m. So that's where he's headed right now. But absolutely, he gets Anand in, and having Anand in the commentary with his insights. And also, chat, the interaction between Anand and Arjun was so wholesome.
Yes.
It was just amazing to watch that.
And we have Madhukar who says Warangal OP. Yes, Arjun is from Warangal. And yeah, that was all, guys. Again, we'll call it a night. And thanks so much, Tanya.
Bye, chat.